Welcome back, guys. This is Quarter Fan Pickup. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter, murder stories, and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully credited in line with YouTube's latest policies. What if Enid heard Harry Potter crying alone at night, and Wednesday Addams took him away forever? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Border Fan Pickup. Now let's story begin.
Chapter 1 The Cry Behind the Walls. The rain fell over Surrey like a curse that night. Not the gentle, poetic kind of rain that poets wrote about. No, this was the angry, relentless sort that hammered against window panes and flooded gutters and made the world outside feel cruel and unfeeling. Streetlights flickered along Privet Drive, casting trembling yellow pools across wet asphalt, and Number 4 sat among its neighbors like a tomb pretending to be a home. Inside, at 11:47 p.m., a small boy lay in darkness. The cupboard under the stairs measured exactly 5 feet wide and 7 feet long. Harry Potter knew this because he had measured it once, secretly, using a piece of string he'd found in the trash. He had been 8 years old then, and even at 8, he had understood something terrible. This was not a bedroom. This was a cage disguised as a bedroom, and the Dursleys had disguised it with old spider webs and dust and the hollow sound of his own breathing. Tonight, his ribs ached. Not from hunger, though that was there too, a dull, familiar clawing in his stomach, but from Uncle Vernon's fist connecting with his side approximately 4 hours ago. Harry had dropped a plate. A single plate, butter smeared across its surface, and it had slipped from his 2 small fingers and shattered against the kitchen floor like a scream. Vernon had been in one of his moods. The kind of mood where his face turned the color of ripe plums and his mustache twitched like a living thing. The kind of mood where Aunt Petunia's lips disappeared entirely, pressed into a bloodless line, and Dudley grinned from the table with egg yolk drying on his chin. Useless! Vernon had roared, and the word itself had struck harder than the fist that followed. Harry had not cried then. He had learned, over 10 years of living inside Number 4 Privet Drive, that crying only made things worse. Tears invited more fists. Tears made Aunt Petunia's eyes go cold and flat like the surface of a frozen pond. Tears made Dudley laugh, that horrible, wet, gleeful sound that echoed through the halls long after the beating ended. So Harry had swallowed the pain. He had cleaned up the broken plate with trembling hands, ignoring the blood welling up from a shallow cut on his palm. He had made dinner, chicken, roasted vegetables, gravy from a jar, and served it with a straight spine and empty eyes. And then he had retreated to his cupboard, closed the door, and waited for the house to fall asleep. Now, hours later, the ache in his ribs had bloomed into something deeper. Harry pressed his small hand against the bruise, feeling the warmth of it through his too large t-shirt, one of Dudley's cast-offs, gray and frayed at the collar. His glasses sat crooked on his nose, held together with Scotch tape and hope. He was 10 years old. Almost 11, actually. His birthday would come in 2 months, though the Dursleys would not acknowledge it. They never did. Birthdays at Privet Drive passed like any other day, except worse, because on those days Uncle Vernon would find extra reasons to yell, and Dudley would find extra reasons to shove Harry into walls, and Aunt Petunia would look at Harry with something that might have been guilt but looked more like disgust. Harry closed his eyes. The spiders were active tonight. He could hear them skittering in the darkness above his head, tiny legs scratching against wood. He had named them once. The big one was Aragog, after a spider in a story he'd half remembered from a book he'd found in the school library. But that had been a mistake, because naming things made them harder to ignore when they crawled across his face at night. A car passed outside. Headlights swept across the narrow gap beneath the cupboard door, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air, and then vanished. Harry exhaled slowly. And then, quietly, helplessly, the way water finds cracks in stone, the tears came. He tried to stop them. He pressed his fist against his mouth and bit down on his knuckles. Until he tasted copper, but the tears kept coming anyway, hot and silent, sliding down his temples and pooling in his ears. His shoulders shook. His breath hitched in painful, ragged gasps that he muffled against the pillow that wasn't really a pillow, just a folded sweater Aunt Petunia had thrown away 3 years ago. Why? The question had no answer. Harry had stopped asking it aloud years ago, because the universe never replied, and the Dursleys only hit harder. But tonight, with his ribs burning and his stomach gnawing at itself and the spiders skittering overhead, the question rose again unbidden. Why don't they love me? What did I do wrong? Why does it hurt so much? He cried until his throat was raw and his eyes were swollen and his chest felt like someone had filled it with broken glass. He cried until the rain outside matched the rhythm of his sobs, or maybe his sobs matched the rain, and he cried until, eventually, exhaustion pulled him under like dark water pulling a drowning thing down to the riverbed. He did not hear the window open. He did not hear the soft thump of sneakers landing on the Dursleys' perfectly manicured lawn. He did not hear the whisper that followed, curious, bright, colored with worry and wonder. Enid Sinclair had not wanted to come to London. The Nevermore exchange trip had sounded exciting in theory. London. Real London. Big Ben and double-decker buses and fish and chips wrapped in newspaper. But in practice, it meant 3 days of stuffy museums and boring lectures about magical history that she already knew because her mother had made her memorize it all by age 8. But Principal Weems had insisted. Something about cultural enrichment, and building bridges between American and British magical communities. And, Enid, please, for once in your life, try to behave like a proper young lady. Enid had rolled her eyes so hard she'd nearly sprained something. Now, at nearly midnight, she was wandering the streets of Surrey with a map in one hand and her phone in the other, hopelessly lost. The other Nevermore students had gone back to the hotel hours ago, something about jet lag and early museum trips. But Enid had snuck out through the bathroom window because the walls of the hotel room had felt too close and her skin had been crawling with restless energy. She was a werewolf. Not fully, not yet. The change wouldn't come until she was older, until her wolf's side matured enough to claim her. But the instincts were already there, humming beneath her skin like electricity, and those instincts had been screaming at her all night. Something is wrong, her wolf whispered. Something is hurt. Something is bleeding and broken and alone. Enid had followed the feeling like a thread pulling her through the dark streets, past sleeping houses and silent gardens, until she found herself standing outside a perfectly ordinary house on a perfectly ordinary street called Privet Drive. Number 4. The house looked normal. Boring, even. Neat hedges, clean windows, a garden gnome frozen mid-dance on the front lawn. But Enid's wolf was pacing now, restless and agitated, and her fingers had curled into claws without her permission. Here, the wolf said. The hurt is here. Enid crept closer. The rain had softened to a drizzle, but she barely noticed. Her sneakers squelched on wet grass as she circled the house, peering through windows, searching for the source of the pain that pulsed through the air like a heartbeat. And then she heard it. Crying. Not loud. Whoever was crying was trying very hard to be quiet, but Enid's ears were sharper than most people's. She caught the sound beneath the rain, beneath the wind, beneath the distant rumble of traffic on the main road. A child's cry, muffled and desperate, coming from somewhere near the front of the house. Enid pressed her face against the living room window. Empty. Dark. A television sat in the corner like a sleeping animal, and photographs lined the mantelpiece, pictures of a large, beefy man with a mustache, a horse-faced woman with a tight bun, and a round boy with blonde hair and a cruel smile. No sign of the crying child. Enid moved to the next window. Then the next. And then, near the front door, she found a small, strange detail that made her freeze. A cupboard. Not unusual in itself. Many houses had cupboards under the stairs, but this one had a lock on the outside. A heavy bolt, shiny and new, gleaming in the dim light from the street. And there were scratches around the lock, dozens of them, as if someone had tried to pick it open with fingernails too small and too weak to succeed. The crying was louder here. Enid dropped to her knees on the wet doorstep. She pressed her ear against the wood of the cupboard door, and the sound hit her like a physical blow. A child. A boy, she thought, from the pitch of the whimpers. Small. Terrified. Broken in ways that made Enid's wolf howl with sympathetic pain. It's okay. Enid whispered, though she knew the boy couldn't hear her through the wood. It's okay. I'm here. I'm going to help you. But how? She wasn't Wednesday. She couldn't pick locks or scale walls or break into houses without making a sound. She was just Enid, too loud, too bright, too eager to please, with rainbow streaks in her hair and a wardrobe full of pink and purple. But her wolf was strong. And somewhere inside her, beneath the fear and the uncertainty, something ancient and protective was waking up. Enid pulled out her phone. Her fingers trembled as she scrolled through her contacts, looking for the one name that might actually know what to do. Wednesday Addams. The call connected after 3 rings. Enid. Wednesday's voice was flat, unimpressed, and utterly unsurprised to be receiving a call at nearly midnight. You're lost. Again. No, well, yes, but that's not Wednesday. Something's wrong. Enid's words tumbled out in a rush, too fast and too panicked. I followed this feeling, like a wolf feeling, and I found this house, and there's a cupboard with a lock on the outside, and there's a boy inside, Wednesday. A little boy. He's crying. He sounds like he's dying. Silence on the other end. Then, send me your location. The call ended. Enid stared at her phone for a moment, then shook herself and dropped a pin on her map app. She didn't know how Wednesday would get here. The Nevermore Hotel was miles away, and Wednesday didn't have a driver's license or a car or any way to travel through the rain-soaked streets of Surrey at midnight. But Wednesday was Wednesday. And Wednesday always found a way. 23 minutes later, though it felt like hours, Enid heard footsteps behind her. She turned. Wednesday Addams stood in the rain, wearing her usual uniform of black and more black. Her braids were damp, her boots were muddy, and her expression was exactly the same as it always was, cold, composed, and deeply unimpressed with the universe. She was not alone. Thing, her disembodied hand, scuttled beside her, fingers tapping against the wet pavement in an impatient rhythm. You're soaked, Wednesday observed. You're late. Enid shot back. I had to borrow a bicycle. Wednesday said this as if bicycles were beneath her dignity, which they absolutely were. The lock was inconvenient. You stole a bike? I borrowed it. Permanently. Wednesday stepped past Enid and approached the front door of number 4 Privet Drive. Her dark eyes swept over the house, the neat hedges, the clean windows, the garden gnome, and something flickered across her face. Something sharp and dangerous. The cupboard, Enid said, pointing. Wednesday knelt beside it. For a long moment she simply listened. The crying had quieted now, exhaustion, perhaps, or the shallow sleep of someone too hurt to rest properly, but Wednesday's hearing was excellent. She caught the ragged breathing, the occasional whimper, the soft rustle of a boy shifting on a hard floor. Then she reached out and touched the lock. Her fingers traced the scratches around the bolt. She examined the fresh paint where the lock had been installed, recently, within the last year. She noticed the way the door was reinforced from the outside, not the inside, designed to keep something in rather than keep something out. They're keeping him prisoner, Wednesday said quietly. Not a question. Enid's stomach turned. Who? The people inside. Wednesday stood up. Her face had gone very still, the kind of stillness that, in Wednesday Addams, meant something terrible was brewing beneath the surface. The ones who put a child in a cupboard and locked him there like an animal. We have to do something, Enid said. We have to, I don't know, call the police or… No. The word was absolute. Wednesday turned to face Enid, and for the first time since Enid had known her, Wednesday's eyes weren't cold. They were burning. A dark, quiet fire that made Enid's wolf want to whine and submit. Police won't help, Wednesday continued. Social services won't help. No one will help. That's how places like this work, a respectable house on a respectable street with respectable neighbors who don't ask questions and don't see anything wrong. Her voice dropped lower. They'll take him back here. They always take them back. And the next time, the bruises will be worse. Then what do we do? Wednesday looked at the cupboard door again. Something passed across her face, something that might have been, for Wednesday Addams, almost like sympathy. "We wait," she said. "I need to see him first. To understand what we're dealing with." "See him?" "Wednesday, he's locked in there." "I noticed." Wednesday pulled something from her pocket, a thin metal tool, like a lockpick but smaller, more delicate. She knelt beside the cupboard door and went to work. It took her 47 seconds. The bolt slid back with a soft click that seemed impossibly loud in the quiet night. Wednesday paused, listening for any sound from upstairs, a creaking floorboard, a muttered complaint, anything that might indicate the adults in the house had heard. Nothing. She opened the cupboard door. The smell hit her first. Dust and old sweat and something sour, the smell of a space that had never been properly cleaned, where a child had lived for years without fresh air or sunlight or dignity. Wednesday's nose wrinkled, but she didn't pull back. Then she saw him. Harry Potter lay curled on his side, one hand pressed against his ribs, the other clutching a folded sweater like a teddy bear. His glasses had slipped off his face entirely, tangled in his dark hair, and his cheeks were wet with tears that still gleamed in the dim light from the street. He was thin. Terribly thin, the kind of thin that spoke of chronic hunger, of meals missed and portions cut, and a body that had learned to survive on scraps. His clothes hung loose on his small frame, and Wednesday could see bruises on his exposed arm, purple and yellow and green, layered over each other like tree rings marking seasons of abuse. But it was his face that made Wednesday go still. Even in sleep, even exhausted and injured and hollowed out by suffering, there was something about him. Something ancient. Something powerful. Something that made the air around him feel heavy and strange, like the moment before a thunderstorm. Wednesday reached out. Her fingers hovered over his forehead, where a scar she hadn't noticed before was hidden beneath his messy fringe, a thin, lightning bolt shape, faded but unmistakable. The moment her skin touched the scar, the world went white. Pain. Screaming. A flash of green light so bright it burned through her eyelids. A woman's voice. "Not Harry! Please, not Harry!" A man's voice. "Take me instead." Cold laughter. High and cruel. And then, darkness. So much darkness. A piece of something dark and broken and screaming, lodged inside a child's skull like a splinter of cursed glass. Wednesday yanked her hand back as if burned. Her heart was pounding, actually pounding, a physical sensation she had not experienced since she was 7 years old, and had watched her mother behead a garden gnome with an axe. Beside her, thing had gone rigid, fingers splayed in shock. "Wednesday?" Enid's voice was distant, muffled by the ringing in Wednesday's ears. "Wednesday, what happened?" "Your face, you're pale." "That boy," Wednesday said slowly, "is not normal. Obviously, but he has darkness inside him. Real darkness. The kind that monsters carry." Wednesday stared down at Harry's sleeping face. "And yet, he's also good. Pure. I can feel it. Like light trapped inside a cage of shadows." Enid knelt beside her. Her wolf eyes adjusted to the darkness, taking in the cupboard, the bruises, the terrible thinness of the boy's body. Her hands trembled. "We have to get him out of here," Enid whispered. "Wednesday, we can't leave him here." "We can't." "I know." Wednesday reached out again, slower this time, more careful. She touched Harry's shoulder, and he flinched even in sleep, his body curling tighter, smaller, as if expecting a blow. The rage that rose inside Wednesday Addams was not hot. It was cold. Precise. The kind of rage that wrote names in black ink and remembered them forever. "I know," she said again. "And I know exactly what to do." The rest of the night passed like a dream. Wednesday didn't take Harry, not yet. Extraction required planning, and planning required information. But she did something almost unprecedented, she stayed. She sat in the wet grass outside number 4 Privet Drive, her back against the garden gnome, and she watched. Enid sat beside her, rainbow hair plastered to her forehead, shivering in the cold. thing patrolled the perimeter, scuttling through bushes and peering through windows. At 2:15 a.m., a light flickered on upstairs. Wednesday watched as a large shadow moved behind the curtains. The man, she assumed, the one whose footsteps she had heard earlier when she'd crept through the house. He was awake. Checking something. Making sure the cupboard was still locked, perhaps? At 2:17 a.m., the shadow returned to bed. At 4:33 a.m., the woman, Petunia, according to the mail slot on the front door, descended the stairs in a floral bathrobe. She walked past the cupboard without looking at it. She put the kettle on. She buttered toast and ate it standing at the kitchen counter, staring out the window at nothing. At 5:08 a.m., the boy woke up. Wednesday heard him before she saw him, a sharp intake of breath, followed by a soft groan of pain. Then the creak of the cupboard door opening, the shuffle of small feet on carpet, and Harry emerged into the dim light of the hallway. He looked worse in the light. His dark hair was a tangled nest, his glasses sat crooked on his face, and the bruise on his ribs was visible even through his shirt, an ugly purple bloom that stretched from his side to his spine. He moved carefully, painfully, one hand braced against the wall for support. His eyes, green, Wednesday noticed. A startling, vivid green, like fresh grass after rain, swept over the hallway with the wariness of a prey animal. And then, for just a moment, Harry turned toward the front window. Their eyes met. Harry froze. Wednesday didn't move. She sat perfectly still in the gray pre-dawn light, her dark eyes locked onto his green ones, and she let him see her. Let him see that someone was there. Someone had seen. Harry's lips parted. His hand pressed flat against the windowpane. And then, footsteps on the stairs, heavy and deliberate, and Harry flinched away, disappearing into the kitchen before Uncle Vernon could catch him lingering. Wednesday remained outside. Her fingers had curled into fists. Her jaw was tight. And somewhere deep in her chest, something that had been cold and still for a very long time had begun to burn. Tomorrow night, she decided. Tomorrow night, we take him. She stood up. Enid. We're leaving. But we have preparations to make. And I need to write a letter to my parents. Wednesday's lips curved into something that was not quite a smile. We're going to need the mansion ready. Enid's eyes went wide. Wednesday, you're not thinking. I'm thinking, Wednesday interrupted, that the Dursleys made a very serious mistake. She turned away from number 4 Privet Drive, her silhouette sharp against the rising sun. They hurt something that belongs to me now. Belongs to you? Wednesday, you don't even know his name. Harry, Wednesday said quietly. His name is Harry. She had seen it, on the tattered label inside his sweater, the one his captors had been too lazy to remove. H. Potter. Printed in careful letters, probably by a mother who had loved him once. Harry Potter, Wednesday repeated. And tomorrow night. She looked back at the house. I'm going to steal him. End of Chapter 1 / Chapter 2, The Girl in Black. The hotel room smelled like old carpet and cheaper perfume. Wednesday Addams sat cross-legged on her bed, the one closest to the window, the one that allowed her to watch both the door and the fire escape, with a notebook open on her knees. Her pen moved in sharp, precise strokes, filling the page with observations, measurements, and the beginnings of a plan. Asterisk target, Harry Potter. Age, approximately 10. Height, small for age, malnourished. Distinctive features, dark hair, green eyes, glasses, unusual scar on forehead, lightning bolt shape. Physical condition, underweight, multiple bruises in various stages of healing, possible cracked ribs. Living situation, kept in locked cupboard under stairs at 4 Privet Drive, Surrey. Primary captors, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, plus one male child, Dudley, approximately age 11, overweight, aggressive. Asterisk. Asterisk security assessment, minimal. Lock on cupboard door, standard bolt, easily bypassed. Adult captors appeared to sleep heavily. No alarm system. No magical wards detected, though further investigation needed. Asterisk. Asterisk objective, extraction. Target is compliant and likely to cooperate if offered safety. Primary challenge will be transporting target without alerting neighbors or authorities. Secondary challenge will be long-term placement. Asterisk. Wednesday paused. Her pen hovered over the page, and for a long moment she simply stared at the words she had written. Asterisk target. Extraction. Primary challenge. Asterisk. This was how she approached problems. With logic, with precision, with the cold clarity of a blade. Emotions were distractions. Emotions got people killed. Wednesday Addams had learned this lesson early, had carved it into her bones until it became as natural as breathing. But something about this boy. She thought of his eyes. That vivid, impossible green, locked onto hers through the window glass. She thought of the way he had flinched when she touched his scar. No, not flinched. The scar had reacted. Something inside it had recognized her, had reached out and shown her a fragment of, what? A memory? A vision? Asterisk a woman screaming. Green light. Cold laughter. Asterisk. Wednesday did not believe in coincidence. She believed in patterns. And the pattern of Harry Potter's life, the locked cupboard, the bruises, the hunger, the isolation, was a pattern she recognized. Not from her own experience, exactly. The Addams family had never raised a hand to her in anger. But she had read enough. Watched enough. Understood enough about the world to know that children like Harry existed in every city, every town, every respectable street where no one asked questions. The difference was that most people looked away. Wednesday Addams did not look away. The door to the hotel room opened, and Enid Sinclair tumbled through like a burst of pink and purple confetti. She was carrying bags, 3 of them, stuffed with snacks and supplies she had bought at the 24-hour corner shop 2 blocks away, and her hair was still damp from the rain. I got everything, Enid announced, dumping the bags on her bed. Bandages, antiseptic, pain relievers, the kid-friendly kind, because I asked the pharmacist and he gave me. This whole lecture about dosages, and I pretended to understand, but honestly I just nodded a lot. Enid. And I got food. Like real food. Not chips and candy, though I got those too, obviously, because what kind of rescue mission doesn't have emergency chocolate, but also bread and peanut butter and those little juice boxes with the bendy straws, and Enid. Wednesday's voice was flat, but there was something beneath it, not quite warmth, but not quite cold either. Breathe. Enid stopped. Took a breath. Then another. Sorry, she said, sinking onto the edge of her bed. I can't stop thinking about him. That cupboard, Wednesday. That tiny, dark, spider-infested cupboard. And the way he looked at you through the window. Like he'd never seen someone look at him before. Like he didn't know what to do with it. Wednesday said nothing. Are we really doing this? Enid asked quietly. Are we really going to steal a child? Yes. Just like that. No hesitation. No doubt. Wednesday set down her pen and turned to face Enid fully. Her expression was unchanged, still cold, still composed, but her eyes were different. Darker. More intense. That boy is being tortured, Wednesday said. Not the fun kind of torture, not the kind that involves creative uses of medieval weaponry or elaborate psychological manipulation. The boring kind. The kind that happens every day, in houses exactly like that one, while the rest of the world pretends not to notice. Her voice dropped lower. He has been locked in a cupboard for years. He has been beaten, starved, and treated like an animal. And when I touched his scar. She stopped. Enid leaned forward. What? What happened when you touched his scar? Wednesday considered lying. Considered deflecting with sarcasm or silence, her usual weapons of choice. But Enid was different. Enid was the first person in years who had looked at Wednesday Addams and not flinched. Who had seen the darkness and decided to paint it with rainbow colors anyway. There's something inside him, Wednesday said finally. Something dark. Something old. I saw fragments. A flash of green light. A woman screaming. A voice cold, high, cruel, laughing. She shook her head. I don't understand it yet. But I will. Wednesday. Enid's voice was soft. That sounds dangerous. Yes. And you still want to help him? Yes. Why? The question hung in the air between them. Wednesday looked down at her hands, pale, thin, with fingernails she kept sharp for practical reasons. She thought about her family. About the Addams mansion, with its hidden passages and deadly gardens, and the portrait of Great Aunt Calpurnia who had been executed for witchcraft in 1692. About her mother, who had taught her that death was not something to fear but something to understand. About her father, who had shown her how to wield a sword before she could tie her own shoes. She thought about the cupboard under the stairs. The bruises on Harry's arm. The way he had pressed his hand against the window glass, reaching for a stranger in the dark. Because no one else will, Wednesday said quietly. Because he's alone. Because I know what that feels like, being surrounded by people who don't understand you, who want you to be something you're not, and I had my family to save me. He has no one. Enid's eyes were wet. You're not as cold as you pretend to be. I'm not pretending. Wednesday picked up her pen. I'm simply selective about who I warm up for. For a moment, Enid looked like she might say something else, something heartfelt, probably, with declarations of friendship and emotional vulnerability, but Wednesday's expression warned her against it. Instead, Enid pulled out her phone and started scrolling through photos. Okay. So. Extraction plan. What are we thinking? Tonight, Wednesday said. After midnight. The parents sleep deeply. I observe their breathing patterns. The boy is already conditioned to silence. The main risk is noise. We could use a sleeping draft, Enid suggested. My mom keeps some in her medicine cabinet for full moons. They're not strong, just enough to make someone sleep through a thunderstorm. Where would we get one? Enid bit her lip. I might have brought some with me. Just in case. You know, for emergencies. Wednesday looked at her. Really looked at her, the rainbow hair, the pink sweater, the phone case covered in sparkly cat stickers. Enid Sinclair, who painted her nails in bright colors and hugged everyone she met and cried at sad commercials. Enid Sinclair, who had brought illegal sleeping drafts on a school trip. Just in case. You're a criminal, Wednesday said. Enid grinned. I learned from the best. Things scuttled across the floor and tapped Wednesday's ankle, his fingers spelling out a message in their private code, * Dudley background check complete. Vernon Dudley, manager at drilling company. Petunia Dudley, housewife. Dudley Dudley, student. No criminal record. No social services visits. Household appears normal, *. Appears normal. Wednesday repeated. Because of course it does. She stood up and walked to the window, staring out at the London skyline. The rain had stopped, but the clouds remained, thick and gray and heavy, pressing down on the city like a hell breath. Hiding in plain sight. She murmured. That's how they've survived so long. No one questions the respectable family on the respectable street. No one looks too closely at the boy in the cupboard. How did he end up there? Enid asked. I mean, he must have parents somewhere, right? Or relatives? Someone who actually wants him. Wednesday turned back to face her. Thing is researching that now. But based on what I saw, the scar, the magical residue, the vision, I suspect there's more to Harry Potter than simple abuse. She paused. There's magic around him, Enid. Old magic. Powerful magic. And someone put him in that cupboard on purpose. That's monstrous. Wednesday agreed. Yes. She walked to her suitcase and unzipped it, pulling out a small velvet pouch. Inside were her tools, lockpicks, wire cutters, a small glass vial of something dark and viscous that she had brewed herself in the chemistry lab at Nevermore. We go at 2 a.m., she said. The parents will be in deepest sleep by then. Enid, you'll be on lookout. Thing will disable any locks. I'll handle the boy. You make it sound so simple. Simple and easy are different things. Wednesday tucked the vial into her pocket. This won't be easy. But it will be simple. Enid took a deep breath. Okay. Okay. I can do this. We can do this. We're going to save a child from his abusive relatives and, what? Where are we taking him after? Wednesday's lips curved, just slightly, just enough to show that she had already thought this through. My family's mansion, she said. In New Jersey. Enid's eyes went wide. Wednesday, you can't just take a random British child across international borders. That's kidnapping. He's not random. He's Harry Potter. And my family. Wednesday's smile sharpened. My family has been hiding things for centuries. One more secret won't make a difference. The hours passed slowly. Wednesday spent the afternoon researching, not on her phone, which she distrusted, but in a small leather-bound journal where she kept notes on everything that interested her. Things scuttled back and forth between the hotel room and the British Museum's restricted archives, returning with fragments of information about magical families, ancient bloodlines, and the strange case of the boy who lived. Because that was what Harry Potter was, apparently. A celebrity. The wizarding world's favorite tragic hero. Wednesday had found the story buried in an old newspaper clipping from 1981, yellowed and brittle, tucked between the pages of a book Thing had stolen from a private collection. The headline screamed in bold letters. WHO. Vanquished. Boy who lives survives curse ****. The article was full of speculation and half-truths. A dark wizard called Lord Voldemort. You know who, to the fearful, had attacked the Potter family in their home. Both parents had been killed. But the infant son had survived. Somehow. No one knew how. No one understood why the killing curse had rebounded, leaving only a scar on the boy's forehead and a void where the Dark Lord had once been. And then, according to the article, the boy who lived had been placed with his only remaining relatives, for his own protection. Wednesday looked up from the newspaper clipping. Her eyes were very cold. His mother's sister, she said aloud. Petunia Dursley. That's why they have him. That's why no one questioned the cupboard or the bruises, because the magical world thinks he's safe. Safe? Enid's voice was incredulous. How is being locked in a cupboard safe? Because of blood wards. Wednesday had read about them in one of Thing's stolen texts. Ancient magic. Protective magic. As long as Harry lives with a blood relative, even one who hates him, Voldemort can't touch him. She set down the clipping. Assuming Voldemort is still alive, which I suspect he is. Wait. Enid held up her hands. You're saying that someone, some adult in the magical world, knew exactly what was happening to Harry and decided it was fine because of magic? Worse, Wednesday said. I think they designed it that way. The room felt colder suddenly. Enid wrapped her arms around herself. That's so wrong. That's so deeply, horribly wrong. A child is not a sacrifice. A child is not something you lock away for the greater good. No, Wednesday agreed. He's not. She stood up and walked to the window again. The sun was setting now, painting the London sky in shades of orange and red that reminded her of blood. Appropriate. That's why we're taking him, she continued. Not just because the Dursleys are monsters, though they are. Not just because Harry deserves better, though he does. But because the entire magical world failed him. Every adult who knew about those blood wards and looked the other way. Every wizard who celebrated the boy who lived while he starved in a cupboard. She turned to face Enid. They don't get to have him anymore. What about his parents? His real parents, I mean. Would they have wanted this? Wednesday thought of the vision again. The woman screaming. The green light. The desperate, pleading voice, asterisk, not Harry. Please, not Harry, asterisk. No, she said quietly, They wouldn't. At 11:47 p.m., Wednesday Addams slipped out of the hotel room. She moved like a shadow, silent, fluid, barely disturbing the air around her. Black clothes, black boots, black gloves. Her braids were tied back tightly, and she had left her usual accessories behind. Tonight was about function, not fashion. Enid followed behind her, less graceful but equally determined. Her rainbow hair was hidden under a black hoodie that Wednesday had loaned her. Blending in was the goal, though Enid's nervous energy made her about as subtle as a firework. Thing rode in Wednesday's pocket, his fingers occasionally twitching with impatience. The streets of Surrey were empty at this hour. Street lights cast long shadows across the pavement, and the only sounds were the distant hum of traffic and the soft hoot of an owl somewhere in the darkness. Number 4 Privet Drive looked different at night. In the daylight, it had been almost aggressively normal, the kind of house that begged not to be noticed. But now, in the dim glow of the moon, it looked like something else. Something waiting. Something hungry. Wednesday stopped at the edge of the property and held up her hand. Wait here, she whispered to Enid. Watch the street. If you see anyone at all, tap your phone twice. I'll feel the vibration. What about you? Enid's voice was barely a breath. What if something goes wrong? Nothing will go wrong. Wednesday crossed the lawn in 12 seconds. She avoided the front door, too obvious, too exposed, and circled around to the side of the house, where a small window led into the kitchen. The window was old, the lock rusted, and Thing made short work of it. Within 30 seconds, Wednesday was inside. The kitchen smelled like cleaning products and leftover dinner. Wednesday moved past the counters, past the sink, past the refrigerator covered in Dudley's artwork, past the calendar marking school holidays and dentist appointments, and into the hallway. The cupboard was right where she remembered it. Wednesday knelt beside the door and pressed her ear against the wood. Breathing. Slow and even. Harry was asleep. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the small glass vial, the sleeping draught Enid had provided. Just a few drops would be enough to keep the Dursleys unconscious for hours, long after Harry was gone. Wednesday crept up the stairs, each step carefully chosen to avoid creaking, and found the master bedroom. Vernon Dursley lay on his back, snoring like a wounded animal. Petunia slept beside him, her mouth slightly open, her hair in curlers. Wednesday uncorked the vial. 3 drops on Vernon's lips. 3 drops on Petunia's. They didn't stir. The draught worked quickly, pulling them deeper into unconsciousness. The boy's room, Dudley's room, was next. Wednesday found him sprawled across his bed like a starfish, clutching a stuffed animal that looked like a deformed bear. 2 drops on his lips, and his snoring softened into silence. Done. Wednesday returned to the cupboard. She knelt again, pulled out her lockpicks, and went to work. The bolt was new, but the mechanism was simple, the kind of lock designed to keep a child in, not a determined intruder out. It took her 15 seconds. The bolt slid back. Wednesday opened the door. Harry was awake. He sat in the corner of the cupboard, his back pressed against the wall, his green eyes wide and terrified. His glasses were on. He must have put them on when he heard the lockpick at work, and his hands were balled into fists, ready to fight or flinch. But he didn't scream. He didn't cry out for help. He just stared at Wednesday, the strange girl in black, kneeling in the doorway of his prison, and his lips parted. You, he whispered. You were outside. This morning. You saw me. Yes. Who are you? My name is Wednesday Addams. She held out her hand. I'm here to take you away from this place. Harry looked at her hand. Then at her face. Then at the open door behind her, the door that had been locked every single night for as long as he could remember. Why? He asked. The question broke something in Wednesday's chest. Not her heart, she didn't believe in hearts, not the sentimental kind, but something else. Something she hadn't known existed until this moment. Because no one should live in a cupboard, she said quietly. Because you deserve better. Because I saw you crying last night, And I decided that you would never have to cry alone again. Harry's eyes filled with tears. He didn't move. Wednesday waited. And then, slowly, so slowly it was almost painful to watch, Harry Potter reached out and took her hand. His fingers were cold. His palm was calloused from years of cleaning and cooking and doing chores no child should do. But his grip was surprisingly strong, and when Wednesday pulled him to his feet, he didn't let go. I'm scared, he admitted. I know, Wednesday said. But I'm not. She led him out of the cupboard. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3, Midnight Extraction. The hallway was dark, but Harry didn't need light to know where he was. He had walked these floors 1,000 times, in the dark, in the cold, in the heavy silence of nights when the Dursleys slept and the house settled around him like a cage. He knew where the floor creaked. He knew where the stairs groaned. He knew, with the instinct of a trapped animal, exactly how much noise he could make before someone woke up and came looking for him. But tonight was different. Tonight someone else was leading him. Wednesday Addams moved like water through the darkness, silent, fluid, impossible to track. Her hand was still wrapped around Harry's, her grip firm but not painful, and she didn't once look back to check if he was following. She simply walked, and Harry walked with her, and somehow that simple act, walking beside someone who expected him to keep up, made him feel braver than he had ever felt in his life. The front door is too loud, Wednesday whispered. Her voice was so soft that Harry had to lean closer to hear her. We're going out the kitchen window. There's someone waiting for us outside. Who? A friend. Her name is Enid. She's enthusiastic. Harry didn't know what that meant, but he nodded anyway. He had learned long ago that asking too many questions was dangerous. Questions made people angry. Questions made fists clench and voices rise. Better to stay quiet, to observe, to wait and see what happened next. But Wednesday seemed to sense his hesitation. She's safe, Wednesday said. She's the one who heard you crying last night. She's the reason I'm here. Harry's throat tightened. Someone had heard him crying. Someone had listened to his pain and decided to do something about it. Not ignore it. Not pretend it wasn't happening. Something. He didn't know how to process that. The idea felt too big, too bright, like staring directly at the sun. So he pushed it down, buried it beneath the familiar weight of survival, and focused on putting one foot in front of the other. They reached the kitchen. Wednesday released his hand. Harry felt the loss immediately, a small, sharp ache in his chest, and crossed to the window. The lock was already open, hanging loose from its housing, and she pushed the glass upward with barely a sound. Cold air rushed into the kitchen. It smelled like rain. And wet grass and something else, something sweet, like flowers or candy. The drop is about 3 feet, Wednesday said. I'll go first. Then you. Then we run. Run where? Anywhere but here. Wednesday swung her legs over the windowsill and dropped to the ground outside. There was a soft thump, her boots hitting damp earth, and then her face reappeared in the window frame, pale and serious. Your turn. Harry climbed onto the counter. His hands were shaking, he couldn't stop them, no matter how hard he tried, and his ribs ached with every movement. The bruise from Uncle Vernon's fist had spread overnight, turning his entire left side into a tapestry of purple and yellow. But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He swung his legs over the windowsill, felt the cool night air on his face for the first time in years, and dropped. Wednesday caught him. Not gently, she wasn't the gentle type, but steadily. Her hands closed around his shoulders, steadying him, and for a moment they stood there in the darkness, two small figures in the shadow of a house that had never been a home. Okay? Wednesday asked. Harry nodded. Okay. And then they ran. Enid Sinclair was waiting behind the hedge. She had been pacing for the past 20 minutes, her wolf instincts screaming at her to do something, move, act, protect. But Wednesday had given her a job, and Enid was determined to do it right. Watch the street. Watch for trouble. Be ready to run. She was not ready for Harry. He emerged from the kitchen window like a ghost, thin and pale and trembling, his dark hair plastered to his forehead, his glasses catching the moonlight. Wednesday was half carrying him, half dragging him, and even in the darkness, Enid could see the bruises. God, the bruises! They were everywhere. On his arms, his neck, the small sliver of wrist visible between his sleeve and his too large sweater. And his face, his poor, sweet, terrified face, looked like he hadn't eaten a proper meal in months. Enid's wolf howled. "Harry," she said, stepping out from behind the hedge. "Hi. I'm Enid. I'm so sorry, I know this is scary, but we're going to take you somewhere safe, okay? Somewhere no one can hurt you ever again." Harry stared at her. His eyes were wide, not with fear, exactly, but with something deeper. Something that looked like hope and terror mixed together, a chemical reaction that could go either way depending on what happened next. "You're pink," he said. Enid laughed, a surprised, watery sound that was half sob. Yeah, I'm very pink. Is that okay?" Harry nodded slowly. "I like pink." "Good. Because I have a lot of pink." "Like a lot? You're going to get sick of pink." "I don't think I will." Wednesday made an impatient noise. "We can discuss color preferences later. Right now we need to move. The sleeping draft will wear off in about 6 hours, and I want to be out of the country before the Dursleys wake up." "Out of the country?" Harry's voice cracked. "I've never been out of Surrey." "Congratulations. You're about to see the world." Wednesday started walking, and Harry followed, not because he had a choice, but because following Wednesday felt safer than staying still. Enid fell into step beside him, close enough to catch him if he fell, far enough to give him space. They walked for 3 blocks in silence. The streets of Privet Drive were dark and empty, the kind of darkness that felt heavy and final, like the end of something. Streetlights flickered overhead, casting pools of orange light on the wet pavement, and every shadow seemed to hold its breath. Harry kept looking back. He couldn't help it. Number 4 Privet Drive had been his prison for as long as he could remember, but it had also been, what? Not home. Never home. But familiar, in the way that pain becomes familiar, in the way that suffering becomes a language you speak without thinking. "You're not going back," Wednesday said. She didn't look at him when she spoke, but her voice was certain. Absolute. "I won't let you." "How do you know?" Harry asked. "How do you know they won't find me and bring me back?" "Because my family is very good at hiding things." Wednesday glanced at him sideways. "And because I'm very good at making people regret trying to take things from me." Enid snorted. "She's not kidding. Last year, a boy in our class stole Wednesday's notebook. She filled his pillowcase with fire ants." "That's horrible," Harry said. He got the notebook back. "I meant the fire ants." Wednesday's lips twitched, the closest thing to a smile Harry had seen from her. "Horrible is subjective. The ants were unharmed. I released them in the garden afterward." They turned a corner onto a wider street, and Harry saw it, a car, black and sleek, parked beneath a broken streetlight. It looked expensive, the kind of car that Uncle Vernon would have drooled over in magazines. "That's ours," Enid said. "Well, not ours, we borrowed it. Temporarily. From a very nice man who was asleep in his driveway." "You stole a car?" "We borrowed it," Wednesday corrected. "The owner was unconscious. Legally, that's different." Harry wasn't sure that was true, but he was too tired to argue. His ribs were screaming, his legs were trembling, and the adrenaline that had carried him out of the Dursleys' kitchen was fading, leaving behind a bone-deep exhaustion that made everything feel hazy and unreal. Enid opened the back door. "In you go. There's blankets and snacks. Well, snacks are in my bag, but I'll get them for you, and you can sleep if you want. We've got a long drive ahead." "Where are we going?" "London first," Wednesday said. "There's a private airfield outside the city. My family is sending a plane." Harry blinked. "A plane? Don't sound so surprised. It's just transportation." Just transportation. Harry had never been in a car before, not a real one, not like this, and now Wednesday was talking about planes and private airfields and things that belonged to someone else's life, someone richer and luckier and more loved than him. He climbed into the back seat. The leather was cold against his legs, but the blanket Enid wrapped around his shoulders was warm, so warm that he wanted to cry. He hadn't been warm in months. The Dursleys kept the heat low in winter, and his cupboard had no at all, just the cold seeping through the walls and the spiders crawling across his skin. Enid climbed in beside him. Wednesday took the driver's seat, which was alarming, because she looked about 12 years old, and started the engine. "Seat belts," Wednesday said. Harry fumbled with the strap. His fingers were clumsy, still shaking, and he couldn't quite make the metal click into place. Enid reached over and fastened it for him, her movements gentle and unhurried. "There," Enid said softly. "See? Easy." Harry looked at her. At her rainbow hair and her kind eyes and the small smile that seemed permanently fixed on her face. She reminded him of something he couldn't name, something from a dream, maybe, or a story his mother had told him before he was old enough to remember. "Thank you," he whispered. Enid's eyes glistened. "You don't have to thank me, Harry. You don't ever have to thank anyone for treating you like a human being." The car pulled away from the curb. The drive to London took 90 minutes. Harry slept for most of it, not peacefully, because he couldn't remember the last time he had slept peacefully, but deeply enough that he didn't dream. His head rested against the window, his breath fogged the glass, and every few minutes, his body would twitch or flinch as if expecting a blow that never came. Enid watched him from the back seat. She had pulled out her phone and was taking notes, not for herself, but for Wednesday. Observations about Harry's condition, his mannerisms, the way he flinched at sudden movements and relaxed when voices stayed low. Thing would need this information. The Addams family would need this information. If they were going to keep Harry safe, they needed to understand exactly what they were saving him from. Asterisk bruises, multiple, various stages of healing. Most recent appears to be left ribcage, approximates 6 to 8 hours old. Possible fracture? Needs medical attention, asterisk. Asterisk weight, severely underweight. Visible ribcage and spine through clothing. Signs of chronic malnutrition, asterisk. Asterisk dental health, unknown. Didn't smile enough to see teeth, asterisk. Asterisk emotional state, guarded, hypervigilant, appears to dissociate during stressful moments. Responds better to calm, low-pressure interaction than direct questions, asterisk. Enid's thumb hovered over the screen. She wanted to write more, wanted to capture the way Harry had looked at her when she said, "You don't have to thank anyone." The raw confusion in his eyes, as if kindness was a foreign language he had never been taught. But words weren't enough. Words couldn't convey the hollow ache in his cheeks or the way his hands never stopped trembling or the small, broken sounds he made in his sleep. "Enid." Wednesday's voice was quiet, but Enid looked up immediately. "Yeah? Check the glove compartment. There should be a first aid kit." Enid popped open the compartment, and found it, a small white box with a red cross on the front. Inside were bandages, antiseptic wipes, pain relievers, and a small tube of something that looked like magical ointment. "Should I?" "Not yet. Let him sleep. But when he wakes up, we need to clean those cuts on his hands." Enid hadn't noticed the cuts. She leaned closer, peering at Harry's fingers in the dim light, and felt her stomach turn. His knuckles were raw, skinned, almost as if he had been punching something hard and unyielding. Or as if someone had stepped on his hands while he was lying on the floor. The Dursleys, Enid thought. When I find out which one of them did this. "Easy," Wednesday said, as if reading her mind. "Rage has its place. But not yet. Not tonight." Enid took a breath. Then another. "Okay," she said. "Okay. I'm okay." "You're not," Wednesday said. "But you will be." Harry woke up when the car stopped. The engine cut off, and the sudden silence was louder than the hum of the tires had been. He blinked, disoriented, and looked around. Darkness, trees, the faint glow of lights in the distance. They weren't in London anymore. They were somewhere else entirely. Where? Private airfield, Wednesday said. The plane is waiting. Harry pushed himself up, wincing as his ribs protested, and looked out the window. There was a runway, long and dark, and at the end of it sat a small plane with sleek black wings and a door that opened onto a set of stairs. That's for us. My father believes in arriving in style. Harry didn't know what that meant either. He didn't know what any of this meant. 12 hours ago, he had been lying in his cupboard, crying himself to sleep. Now he was getting out of a stolen car at a private airfield, following two strange girls toward a plane that looked like something out of a movie. It didn't feel real. None of it felt real. Enid helped him out of the car, his legs were shaky, and he stumbled on the wet grass, and Wednesday led the way toward the plane. A man in a dark uniform stood at the bottom of the stairs, his face expressionless. Miss Addams, the man said. Your father sends his regards. The flight will take approximately 7 hours. Thank you, Gregor. Wednesday climbed the stairs without looking back. Enid nudged Harry forward, and he followed, one step at a time, his heart pounding so hard he could hear it in his ears. The inside of the plane was nice. Not fancy, exactly, but comfortable. Leather seats, soft lighting, a small table with snacks and drinks. Harry had never been on a plane before, but he was pretty sure they weren't all like this. Sit wherever you want, Enid said. I recommend the window seat. The sunrise over the Atlantic is supposed to be beautiful. Harry chose a seat near the back, small, out of the way, where no one would have to look at him if they didn't want to. He curled up against the window, pulled his knees to his chest, and watched as the ground fell away beneath them. The plane lifted into the air. Surrey disappeared first, the streetlights, the houses, the small dark shape of Privet Drive shrinking to nothing. Then London, a sprawl of lights against the darker sprawl of the countryside. Then England itself, the coast fading into the black expanse of the ocean. Harry pressed his forehead against the cold glass. He was flying. He was flying away from everything he had ever known, the cupboard, the bruises, the endless hunger and loneliness and fear. He was flying towards something he couldn't name, something that might be better or might be worse but couldn't possibly be the same. Wednesday Addams sat across the aisle from him, her eyes closed, her hands folded in her lap. She looked younger in the dim light, less severe, almost soft. Harry wondered if she was asleep, or if she was simply pretending, the way he had learned to pretend when the world got too heavy. Wednesday? Her eyes opened. Yes? Why are you helping me? The question hung in the air between them. Enid, who had been about to say something, closed her mouth and looked away. Wednesday considered the question for a long moment. Her dark eyes studied Harry's face, the bruises, the glasses, the scar hidden beneath his hair, and something shifted in her expression. Something almost human. Because you asked? She said finally. Not out loud. But your eyes asked? And I couldn't ignore it. Harry didn't understand. But he didn't need to understand. He just needed to know that someone had seen him, really seen him, and had decided he was worth saving. Thank you, he whispered. Wednesday nodded once, then closed her eyes again. The plane flew on through the darkness, carrying a stolen boy toward an uncertain future. And somewhere behind them, in a house on Privet Drive, the Dursleys slept on, unaware that their prisoner had escaped. But they would wake soon. And when they did, when they found the cupboard empty and the window open and the boy who lived gone, they would scream. Harry didn't hear the screaming. He was already too far away. End of Chapter 3. Chapter 4. The Addams Family Welcomes a Potter. The Addams mansion sat on a hill like a warning. Harry saw it first through the plane window, a dark shape against the gray New Jersey dawn, all sharp angles and twisted spires and windows that glinted like eyes. It was the kind of house that children whispered about in ghost stories, the kind of house that adults crossed the street to avoid. Harry thought it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. The plane landed on a private airstrip at the edge of the property, a stretch of overgrown grass that had probably been a lawn once, before the Addams family decided that lawns were boring and let nature reclaim them. Gregor, the silent pilot, lowered the stairs without a word, and Wednesday led the way down onto the wet ground. The air smelled different here. Thicker. Stranger. Like old wood and older secrets, and something metallic beneath it all, something that made Harry's scar prickle. Home, Wednesday said flatly. Enid bounced on her heels beside Harry. Isn't it amazing? I know it looks scary, but I promise, the inside is even scarier. In a good way. Mostly. Harry looked at the mansion. At the gargoyles perched on the roof, the ivy strangling the walls, the front door that seemed to be carved from a single piece of black oak. Somewhere inside, he could hear music, a harpsichord maybe, playing something minor and mournful. I like it, he said quietly. Wednesday glanced at him, a quick, assessing look, and nodded. Good. Because you're going to be living here for a while. They walked up a gravel path that crunched beneath their shoes. Harry noticed that the bushes lining the driveway were moving. Not in the wind, there was no wind, but deliberately, as if they were watching him. One of them had thorns the size of kitchen knives. Those are Aunt Calpurnia's roses, Wednesday said. Don't touch them. They bite. They bite? Venomously. Harry kept his hands firmly at his sides. The front door swung open before they reached it, not by magic, Harry realized, but by a tall, thin man with gray hair and a face that looked like it had been carved from old leather. He wore a black suit that had seen better decades, and his eyes were pale and unblinking. Lurch, Wednesday said. This is Harry. He'll be staying with us. Lurch turned his gaze to Harry. For a long moment, he simply stared, and Harry stared back, because he had learned that looking away first was a sign of weakness, and weakness meant pain. Then Lurch's mouth opened, and a sound emerged, low and rumbling, like an earthquake in a deep cave. Yuvalawang. That means welcome, Enid whispered. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you. They stepped inside. The foyer of the Addams mansion was larger than the entire ground floor of number 4 Privet Drive. A grand staircase curved upward into shadow, its banisters carved with faces that seemed to follow Harry as he walked. Paintings lined the walls, portraits of severe-looking men and women with dark hair and darker eyes, all of whom turned to watch him as he passed. One of them, a woman with a necklace made of what looked suspiciously like human finger bones, actually waved. New blood, she cackled. How delightful! Grandmama, Wednesday said. This is Harry. Don't scare him. Oh, but scaring is half the fun. The woman, Grandmama, leaned out of her portrait frame, her painted eyes glittering. You've got a darkness about you, boy. I like it. Harry didn't know what to say to that. He had never been told he had darkness before. Mostly, people told him he was strange, or freakish, or something that needed to be locked in a cupboard where it couldn't embarrass anyone. Thank you, he tried. Grandmama cackled again and disappeared back into her frame, muttering something about brewing tea. Wednesday led him through the foyer and into a sitting room that defied description. Every surface was covered in something unusual: skulls on the mantelpiece, books bound in what looked like human skin, a taxidermy raven perched on a stand by the window. The furniture was old and dark, upholstered in velvet that had once been black but had faded to charcoal gray. And in the center of the room, standing by a fireplace that roared with green flames, were 2 people. The man was short and stocky, with a dark mustache that curled at the ends and eyes that sparkled with mischief. He wore a pinstripe suit that probably cost more than everything Harry had ever owned combined, and when he saw Wednesday, his face split into a wide, joyful grin. My little viper! He exclaimed, sweeping across the room to embrace her. You've returned! And you've brought company! Father, Wednesday said stiffly, enduring the hug with visible patience. This is Harry Potter. He needs a place to stay. Gomez Addams turned to look at Harry. His eyes, dark and warm and surprisingly gentle, traveled over Harry's thin frame, his too large clothes, the bruises visible on his arms. The smile didn't fade, but something behind it shifted. Sharpened. Harry Potter, Gomez said, tasting the name like fine wine. Welcome to our home. Any friend of Wednesday's is family. Before Harry could respond, the woman stepped forward. She was tall, taller than any woman Harry had ever seen, with pale skin and dark hair that fell to her waist like a curtain of ink. Her dress was black velvet, high-necked and long-sleeved, and she moved like water flowing over stones. Her eyes were the same dark color as Wednesday's, but softer somehow. Kinder. Morticia Addams? She said, extending a hand. I'm Wednesday's mother. Harry took her hand. It was cool and dry and surprisingly strong, and shook it carefully. I'm Harry. Thank you for letting me come here. Morticia studied his face. Her gaze lingered on his scar, hidden beneath his fringe, and for a moment, something flickered across her expression. Recognition, maybe? Or concern. Wednesday told us some of what happened, Morticia said. The rest you can tell us when you're ready. Or not at all. This is a house of secrets, Harry. We keep them well. Tish, Gomez said. The boy looks exhausted. And hungry. Lurch! Lurch! The tall man appeared in the doorway, silent as a shadow. Prepare the blue room, Gomez commanded. And tell Grandmama to make something filling. No arsenic in this one, the boy needs his strength. Lurch nodded and shuffled away. Harry blinked. Arsenic? Don't worry, Enid said quickly. The arsenic is only for special occasions. Regular meals are completely poison-free. Mostly, Wednesday added. Completely, Enid insisted. Shut up, Wednesday. The blue room was not blue. Harry stood in the doorway of his new bedroom, if he could even call it that, and stared. The walls were covered in dark wood paneling, the floors were polished black stone, and the bed was a four-poster monstrosity draped in velvet curtains the color of dried blood. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting dancing shadows across the ceiling, and in the corner, a suit of armor held a flickering candle in its metal hands. Blue, Harry said flatly. The previous occupant was colorblind, Wednesday said from behind him. My father refuses to update the name. Harry walked into the room slowly, his bare feet. He had left his shoes by the front door, they were falling apart anyway, sinking into a thick rug that felt like it was made of actual fur. He touched the bedpost, the velvet curtains, the cold metal of the armor's gauntlet. This is for me? For as long as you need it. Wednesday stepped past him and opened a wardrobe against the far wall. Inside were clothes, dark colors mostly, but also some softer things in gray and green. Enid raided the donation bins at Nevermore. They're not perfect, but they'll fit better than what you're wearing. Harry looked down at himself. Dudley's old shirt, Dudley's old jeans, held up by a belt he had punched extra holes in because he was too thin for even Dudley's cast-offs. He had been wearing these clothes for so long that he had forgotten what it felt like to wear something that actually belonged to him. Thank you, he said. I don't know how to. You don't have to know how to do anything. Wednesday's voice was flat, but not unkind. You just have to survive. The rest comes later. She walked to the door, then paused. Bathroom is through that door, she said, pointing. The water pressure is excellent. There are towels in the cabinet. And Harry? Yes? Welcome to the Addams family. We're strange, we're dangerous, and we're probably the safest place you'll ever be. She left. Harry stood alone in the blue room, the not blue room, and listened to the fire crackle and the house settle around him. Somewhere above, he heard footsteps crossing a floor. Somewhere below, he heard Lurch humming something low and mournful. And somewhere very close, he heard his own heartbeat, steady and real. He walked to the window and looked out. The grounds of the Addams mansion stretched toward a dark forest in the distance. The sky was gray and heavy, threatening rain, and the wind moved through the trees like whispered secrets. It was nothing like Privet Drive. Nothing at all. Harry pressed his hand against the glass, feeling the cold seep into his palm, and smiled. It was a small smile, barely there, fragile as spider silk, but it was real. He was safe. For the first time in his life, he was safe. Dinner at the Addams mansion was an experience. Harry had expected something formal, the kind of stiff, silent meals he had seen in movies, where everyone sat in straight-backed chairs and ate off gold plates. But the Addams family dining room was different. The table was long enough to seat 20, but only 6 chairs were occupied. Gomez sat at the head, Morticia at the foot, with Wednesday on one side and a boy Harry hadn't met yet on the other. Enid sat next to Wednesday, and Harry sat next to Enid, with an empty chair beside him that Lurch occasionally filled between trips to the kitchen. The boy Pugsley, Wednesday had called him, was round and cheerful, with the same dark hair and dark eyes as his sister. He had been staring at Harry since the moment they sat down, his expression a mixture of curiosity and barely contained excitement. "So," Pugsley said, spearing a roasted potato with his fork, "Wednesday says you lived in a cupboard." "Pugsley," Morticia said gently. "Manners." "What?" "I'm just asking." "It's okay," Harry said. He wasn't sure if it was okay, actually, but he didn't want to cause trouble. "Yes. I lived in a cupboard. Under the stairs." "That's horrible," Pugsley said. "We have a dungeon, if you want to trade." "Pugsley," Gomez said, "the dungeon is for guests we don't like. Harry is a guest we do like." "Oh. Right. Sorry." Harry looked down at his plate. It was full of food, actual food, more food than he had seen in months. Roasted meat and vegetables, fresh bread with butter, a bowl of soup that smelled like herbs and something he couldn't identify. His stomach growled loudly. "Eat," Morticia said. "As much as you want. There's more in the kitchen." Harry picked up his fork. His hands were trembling again, not from fear this time, but from something else. Something that felt like tears pressing against the back of his eyes. He hadn't cried in front of people in years. He had promised himself he wouldn't start now. But when he took the first bite, warm and rich and perfect, a single tear slipped down his cheek anyway. Enid pretended not to notice. Wednesday pretended not to notice. Gomez and Morticia exchanged a look, something silent and significant, and then continued eating as if nothing had happened. Only Pugsley stared, his fork frozen halfway to his mouth, watching Harry with an expression that was far too understanding for a boy his age. "It gets easier," Pugsley said quietly. "The food, I mean. After a while, you stop being scared that someone's going to take it away." Harry looked at him. Pugsley smiled, a genuine smile, without cruelty or mockery, and returned to his potato. After dinner, Morticia led Harry to a small sitting room off the main hall. The fire was already burning, and 2 armchairs faced each other across a low table. A teapot sat on the table, steam curling from its spout. "Sit," Morticia said. Harry sat. Morticia poured 2 cups of tea, dark and fragrant, with a hint of something floral, and handed one to Harry. Her movements were graceful, deliberate, and she didn't speak until they had both taken their first sips. "You're wondering why I brought you here alone?" Morticia said. Harry nodded. "Because there are things Wednesday can't tell me. Things she might not have noticed, or might not have wanted to say." Morticia set down her cup and folded her hands in her lap. "Harry, I need you to be honest with me. How long were they hurting you?" Harry's throat closed. He looked down at his tea, at the dark liquid trembling in the cup, and tried to find words. But the words wouldn't come. They were stuck somewhere deep in his chest, buried beneath years of silence and shame. Morticia waited. She didn't push. Didn't prompt. Just sat in her chair, calm and patient, and let Harry take the time he needed. "Since I was a baby," Harry finally whispered. "I don't remember a time when they weren't hurting me." Morticia's expression didn't change. But her hands tightened around her teacup, just slightly, and Harry noticed. "Can you tell me what they did?" Morticia asked. Not the details, not if it hurts too much. But I need to understand. So I can help you. Harry took a shaky breath. The cupboard, he said. That's where I slept. From as far back as I can remember. It was dark and small and full of spiders. Aunt Petunia locked it every night. And during the day, I did chores. Cooking, cleaning, gardening. Everything they didn't want to do themselves. Harry's voice was flat now, mechanical. Reciting facts instead of feelings. Uncle Vernon hit me when I made mistakes. Dudley hit me when he was bored. Aunt Petunia pretended I didn't exist. Morticia set down her teacup. Harry, she said softly, look at me. Harry looked up. Morticia Addams had dark eyes, darker than Wednesday's, darker than the tea in his cup, but there was no judgment in them. No pity either, which was somehow worse. Pity would have meant she saw him as broken. But Morticia looked at him like he was whole. Like he was worth something. You are not what they made you, Morticia said. You are not a burden or a mistake or something to be hidden. You are a child, a good child, I can see it in you, and you deserve to be loved. Do you understand? Harry's lip trembled. He wanted to believe her. He wanted it so badly that it hurt, a physical ache in his chest that had nothing to do with his bruised ribs. But belief was hard. Trust was harder. I don't know how, he admitted. I don't know how to be wanted. Morticia reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were cool and steady, and they didn't let go. Then we'll teach you, she said. That's what families do. Later that night, much later, when the fire had died to embers and the house had gone silent, Harry lay in his not-blue room and stared at the ceiling. He couldn't sleep. The bed was too soft, too big, too much. He kept expecting the Dursleys to burst through the door and drag him back to the cupboard. He kept listening for footsteps on the stairs, for shouting, for the sound of the lock clicking shut. But the footsteps never came. The shouting never came. And the door, the beautiful, solid door with its iron handle and its lack of a lock, remained closed. A soft knock made him sit up. Come in, he said, his voice hoarse. The door opened, and Wednesday Addams stepped inside. She was wearing black pajamas, of course she was, and carrying something small and furry in her arms. Kitty, Wednesday said, holding out the creature. She's mine. But she can stay with you tonight. If you want. Harry looked at the cat. It was black, also of course, with yellow eyes and a scar across one ear. It looked at Harry with an expression that said, *, I am allowing this. Do not mistake it for affection, *. What's her name? Kitty. That's very straightforward. I was 7. Creativity wasn't my priority. Wednesday set Kitty on the bed. The cat immediately walked up to Harry's pillow, circled 3 times, and curled into a small black ball. She likes you, Wednesday said. She doesn't like anyone. Harry reached out and touched Kitty's fur. It was soft, softer than anything he had ever felt, and the cat purred, a low, rumbling sound that vibrated through the mattress. Thank you, Harry said. Wednesday nodded. She turned to leave, then paused at the door. Harry? Yes? The nightmares. They'll come. They always come, at first. She didn't look at him when she spoke. But they're just dreams. They can't hurt you. And if they get too bad, I'm in the room next door. I don't sleep much. She left before Harry could respond. Harry lay back against the pillows, one hand resting on Kitty's warm fur, and listened to the house settle around him. The wind outside had picked up, rattling the windows, but inside, it was warm. Safe. Home. Harry closed his eyes. And for the first time in 10 years, he slept without dreaming of the cupboard. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5, Harry Potter Addams. 3 weeks passed like a fever dream. Harry woke each morning in the not-blue room, his body slowly unwinding from years of tension, his mind struggling to accept that the cupboard was gone. The bruises on his ribs faded from purple to yellow to nothing. The cuts on his hands healed into thin white scars. And the hollow ache in his stomach, the one that had lived there so long he had forgotten what it felt like to be truly full, finally began to ease. But the hardest part wasn't the physical healing. The hardest part was kindness. Every day, the Addams family did something that broke Harry's heart a little more. Gomez would ruffle his hair at breakfast and call him, "my boy," with such warmth that Harry wanted to cry. Morticia would leave books on his bedside table, not textbooks or encyclopedias, but stories, adventures, tales of dragons and heroes and children who saved the world. Pugsley would drag him to the backyard to test his latest inventions, explosive devices, mostly, though Harry learned quickly that explosive meant something different to the Addams family than it did to normal people. And Wednesday was different. She didn't ruffle his hair or leave him gifts or invite him to play. She simply existed near him. Sitting in the same room while he read. Walking beside him through the gardens. Appearing in his doorway at night when the nightmares came, wordless and watchful, a dark presence that somehow made the shadows less terrifying. She never asked if he was okay. She never told him it would get better. She just stayed. And somehow, that meant more than all the words in the world. "Do you want to see something cool?" Pugsley's voice was breathless with excitement, his round face flushed pink. He had found Harry in the library, a vast, dusty room filled with books that whispered to each other when no one was looking, and was practically vibrating with energy. Harry closed the book he had been reading. It was a history of magical families, dense and fascinating. And he had been lost in it for hours. "What kind of cool?" "The best kind." Pugsley grinned. "Dangerous." Harry hesitated. 3 weeks ago, the word dangerous would have sent him running. Danger meant pain. Danger meant punishment. Danger meant Uncle Vernon's fist connecting with his ribs while Aunt Petunia looked away. But this was the Addams mansion. Here, dangerous meant fun. "Okay," Harry said, setting down the book. "Show me." Pugsley led him through the winding corridors of the mansion, past portraits that whispered and suits of armor that clanked, until they reached a door hidden behind a tapestry. The tapestry showed a scene of execution, someone being drawn and quartered, which Pugsley pointed out was one of Grandma's better works. "Ready?" Pugsley asked, his hand on the doorknob. Harry took a breath. "Ready." The door swung open, and Harry's jaw dropped. The room beyond was not a room. It was a cavern, a vast underground space carved from the bedrock beneath the mansion, lit by torches that burned with green flame. In the center of the cavern was a pit filled with something that looked like water but moved like smoke. Around the edges were racks of weapons, swords, axes, crossbows, things Harry couldn't even name, and in the far corner, a cage containing something large and furry that growled at regular intervals. "What is this place?" Harry whispered. "The playroom," Pugsley said cheerfully. "Dad built it when I was 4. Wanted to make sure we had somewhere safe to practice." "Safe? This looks like a death trap." "Exactly. Safe." Pugsley ran to the weapon rack and grabbed 2 swords, short ones, with leather-wrapped handles and blades that gleamed in the green light. He tossed one to Harry, who caught it by pure reflex and immediately nearly dropped it. "It's heavy," Harry said. "That's the point. A light sword is a useless sword." Pugsley swung his own blade through the air, cutting a figure-8 pattern that was surprisingly graceful for a boy his size. "Dad says the best defense is a good offense. And the best offense is knowing how to hit someone before they hit you." Harry looked at the sword in his hands. The blade was dull, practice edge, he realized, but the weight was real. Solid. Realer than anything he had ever held. "I've never used a sword before," he admitted. "Everyone starts somewhere." "No." Pugsley raised his blade. "Try to hit me. I don't want to hurt you." Pugsley laughed, a loud, genuine sound that echoed off the cavern walls. "Harry, I've been doing this since I was 3. You couldn't hurt me if you tried." He lunged. Harry yelped and stumbled backward, barely raising his sword in time to deflect the blow. The impact jarred his arms, sending vibrations up to his shoulders, and he nearly lost his grip again. Better, Pugsley said, circling him. But you're thinking too much. A sword isn't a tool, it's an extension of your body. You don't think about moving your arm when you want to wave hello. You just do it. Same principle. That's not helpful. It's very helpful. You're just not listening. Pugsley lunged again, and this time, something clicked in Harry's brain. He didn't think. He didn't plan. He just moved, his body twisting to the side, his sword coming up to block at the last possible second. Metal clanged against metal. Pugsley's eyes widened. There you go! They sparred for an hour. Harry lost every single match. Pugsley had years of training, and Harry had nothing but instinct and desperation. But by the end, he was breathing hard, sweating through his shirt, and grinning so wide his face hurt. He hadn't smiled like this in years. Maybe ever. Not bad, Pugsley said, lowering his sword. For a beginner. Not bad? Harry was panting, leaning on his sword like a cane. You knocked me on my back 6 times. 7. But who's counting? Pugsley sheathed his blade and clapped Harry on the shoulder. You've got good instincts, Harry. Fast reflexes. Dad always says you can't teach that. People are either born with it or they're not. You were born with it. Harry wasn't sure what to say to that. Compliments still felt strange, like clothes that didn't quite fit. But he was learning to wear them anyway. Thanks, he said, for teaching me. Pugsley shrugged. That's what brothers are for. The word hit Harry like a physical blow. Brothers. He had never had a brother. Never had any family who wanted him, not really. The Dursleys had called him a burden, a freak, a waste of space. They had never once looked at him the way Pugsley was looking at him now, like he belonged. You mean that? Harry asked, his voice smaller than he intended. Pugsley's grin softened into something gentler. Yeah, I mean it. You're one of us now, Harry. The Addams family doesn't let go of its own. Harry swallowed past the lump in his throat. I'm not an Addams, though. I'm just Harry. Not yet, Pugsley agreed. But give it time. That evening, the family gathered in the sitting room for what Morticia called quality time, and Gomez called an excuse to play with explosives. Harry sat on the floor near the fireplace, Kitty curled in his lap, watching as Gomez demonstrated a new invention, a small mechanical spider that walked across the ceiling and shot sparks from its eyes. Enid was there too, her laptop open on the coffee table, though she was paying more attention to the spider than to her homework. The legs are articulated, Gomez explained, his voice warm with pride. Each one has 7 points of articulation, which allows for maximum maneuverability. Watch. He pressed a button on a small remote control. The spider scuttled across the ceiling, dropped onto the mantelpiece, and began tap dancing. Magnificent, Morticia said. It's creepy, Enid said. Thank you. Wednesday sat in the corner, reading a book about medieval torture devices. She hadn't looked up once since the demonstration began, but Harry noticed that. Her book was open to the same page it had been on 10 minutes ago. She was listening. She just didn't want anyone to know. Harry, Gomez said, turning to him with a smile. What do you think? Useful addition to the household security system? Harry considered the spider, still tap dancing, still shooting sparks, and nodded slowly. It's impressive. But wouldn't it be better if the sparks were poisonous? The room went silent. Gomez stared at him. Morticia stared at him. Even Wednesday looked up from her book, her dark eyes sharp and assessing. Harry's stomach dropped. I'm sorry. I didn't mean, I know it's not normal to think about. Not normal? Gomez's voice was barely a whisper. He set down the remote control, crossed the room in 3 quick strides, and dropped to his knees in front of Harry. His eyes were shining. My boy. My wonderful, brilliant boy. Poisonous sparks. I was just Do you have any idea how long I've been trying to weaponize the sparks? Years, Harry. Years of failure. And you, in 10 seconds, you solved it. Gomez grabbed Harry's shoulders and pulled him into a crushing hug. You're a genius. A prodigy. The son I never knew I wanted. You have a son, Harry said, muffled against Gomez's chest. Pugsley. Pugsley is wonderful. But Pugsley has never suggested poisonous sparks. From across the room, Pugsley shrugged. He's not wrong. Harry didn't know what to do. His body was stiff, unaccustomed to affection, but Gomez's arms were warm and solid and didn't let go. Slowly, hesitantly, Harry relaxed into the embrace. Welcome to the family, Gomez murmured against his hair. Properly this time. When Gomez finally released him, Harry looked around the room. Morticia was smiling, a rare, genuine smile that softened her sharp features. Enid was crying, because Enid cried at everything. Pugsley gave him a thumbs up. And Wednesday nodded. Just once. A small, deliberate nod that said more than words ever could. You're doing okay. You're one of us now. Stay. That night, Harry couldn't sleep. Not because of nightmares, for once, but because his brain was too full. Too many new experiences, too many emotions, too many moments that had never happened before today. Pugsley calling him brother. Gomez hugging him like he mattered. Wednesday nodding like she was proud of him. Harry sat up in bed and looked out the window. The moon was full, casting silver light across the grounds, and somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted. He had heard that owls were messengers in the magical world, that they carried letters and packages and secrets between wizards. No letters had come for him. No one from the magical world had tried to find him. Harry didn't know if that made him sad or relieved. Can't sleep? The voice came from the doorway. Harry turned to find Wednesday standing there, her silhouette sharp against the dim light of the hall. No, he admitted. Too much thinking. Wednesday walked into the room and sat on the edge of his bed, not close enough to touch, but close enough to talk without raising her voice. Kitty, who had been sleeping at the foot of the bed, lifted her head, yawned, and went back to sleep. About what? Wednesday asked. Harry hesitated. He had learned, over the past 3 weeks, that Wednesday was not someone you lied to. She could smell dishonesty the way normal people smelled perfume, sharp and immediate and unpleasant. About whether I deserve this, he said finally. The bed. The food. The family. All of it. Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. Deserve, she said eventually, is a complicated word. Most people use it to mean earn. As if kindness is something you have to work for, something you have to prove yourself worthy of receiving. Isn't it? No. Wednesday's voice was flat, certain. Kindness is not a reward. It's a right. Every child deserves to be fed, clothed, sheltered, and loved. Not because they've earned it, but because they're alive. Harry looked down at his hands. The scars on his knuckles were fading, but he could still see them if he looked closely. Reminders of a life he was trying to leave behind. The Dursleys didn't believe that, he said. The Dursleys were wrong. How do you know? Wednesday turned to face him. In the moonlight, her eyes looked almost silver, pale and strange and ancient. Because I've seen the worst of humanity, she said. I've read the histories, studied the atrocities, watched the monsters parade through the world wearing human faces. And through all of it, one truth remains constant: children are innocent. Children do not choose to be born into suffering. Children do not earn the fists that hit them or the hands that starve them. She paused. You did nothing wrong, Harry. Nothing. The Dursleys hurt you because they were broken, because something inside them was rotten and cruel and small. That was never your fault. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked rapidly, trying to keep the tears at bay, but they came anyway, silent and hot, sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto his borrowed pajamas. Wednesday didn't tell him not to cry. Didn't pat his back or offer hollow comfort. She just sat there, a dark presence in the moonlight, and let him fall apart. When the tears finally stopped, Harry wiped his face with his sleeve and took a shaky breath. Wednesday? Yes? Thank you. For coming to get me. For bringing me here. For everything. Wednesday looked at him for a long moment. Then she reached out, hesitant, almost awkward, and placed her hand on top of his. You're welcome, she said. Now sleep. Tomorrow, we start your real training. Training? You can't defend yourself with a dull sword forever. Wednesday stood up and walked to the door. Gomez is going to teach you fencing. Morticia is going to teach you etiquette. And I. She paused, looking back at him over her shoulder. I'm going to teach you how to survive. She left. Harry lay back against his pillows, Kitty purring beside him, and stared at the ceiling. For the first time in his life, he didn't feel alone. He felt like a Potter. But more than that, more than anything, he felt like an Addams. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Dumbledore's Panic. The letter arrived at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry at 7:43 a.m. on a Tuesday. It was not an ordinary letter, not the kind carried by sleepy owls with ruffled feathers and indifferent attitudes. This letter was urgent, marked with the seal of the Ministry of Magic, and had been delivered by a pale-faced Auror who refused to meet Albus Dumbledore's eyes. Dumbledore read it in silence. His office was cluttered in the way only a centuries-old wizard's office could be, silver instruments whirring on shelves, portraits of former headmasters snoring in their frames, Fawkes the Phoenix dozing on his perch. Sunlight streamed through the arched windows, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. It should have been a beautiful morning. It was not. The wards, Dumbledore said quietly. At Privet Drive. They've collapsed. Minerva McGonagall stood across from his desk, her tartan robes crisper than her expression. She had arrived minutes after the Auror, summoned by a Patronus that had spoken in a voice she didn't recognize. Collapsed how? She asked. Magical exhaustion? Interference? An attack? The message doesn't say. Dumbledore set down the letter. His hands, usually so steady, trembled almost imperceptibly. It says only that the wards failed at approximately 3 a.m., and that Harry Potter is no longer at the residence. Minerva's face went pale. No longer? Albus, what does that mean? It means, Dumbledore said, rising from his chair, that Harry is gone. The words hung in the air like smoke. Minerva gripped the edge of his desk. The Dursleys, surely they know something. They were his guardians, no matter how poorly they. I've already sent Severus to Surrey. Dumbledore walked to the window, his back to her. He should be arriving shortly. We'll have answers by noon. And if the answers are bad? Dumbledore didn't respond. Fawkes trilled softly, a sad, melodic sound that echoed through the office like a funeral bell. Severus Snape hated Surrey. He hated the tidy houses and the tidy gardens and the tidy people who lived tidy lives and never once questioned the darkness festering beneath their perfect surfaces. He hated the way the sun shone too brightly on Privet Drive, the way the birds sang too cheerfully, the way everything looked normal when nothing about this place had ever been normal. Number 4 was a hive of activity when he arrived. Police cars lined the street, Muggle police, their flashing blue lights reflecting off the windows of neighboring houses. A crowd of onlookers had gathered across the road, drawn by the promise of drama. Severus pushed through them, his black robes billowing, his face hidden beneath his hood. The front door was open. He stepped inside. The Dursleys were in the living room, Vernon red-faced and sweating, Petunia pale and trembling, Dudley crying on the sofa with a policeman's arm around his shoulders. They looked like victims, Severus thought. They looked like people who had lost something precious. He wanted to curse them all into next week. Mr. and Mrs. Dursley, Severus said, his voice silky soft. I'm here on behalf of the school to inquire about Harry's whereabouts. Vernon's face went from red to purple. The school? The school? You people left that boy with us for 10 years, and now you come sniffing around like. Vernon, Petunia said, her voice high and thin. Please. Don't you please me, woman! The boy ran away. He ran away, and now the police think we did something to him, and I'll not have it. I'll not be accused. Severus tuned out the rest. Ran away? The wards had collapsed. The wards Dumbledore himself had. Woven into the very bricks of number 4, ancient, powerful magic designed to protect Harry from Voldemort and his followers. Those wards didn't just collapse. They had to be broken. Dismantled. Destroyed by someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Show me his room, Severus said. Petunia's eyes darted to the cupboard under the stairs. Severus followed her gaze. Something cold and terrible settled in his chest. He walked to the cupboard, the door was open, the lock hanging loose, and knelt down. The space inside was small, cramped, barely large enough for a child to lie down. A thin mattress lay on the floor, covered in a stained sheet. A few clothes were folded in the corner. A single toy, a broken soldier, its head missing, sat on a shelf made of old crates. This was where the boy who lived had slept. This was where Lily's son had been kept. Lily. Severus closed his eyes. He had made a promise once, a terrible, desperate promise in the aftermath of a night that still haunted his dreams. He had promised to protect Harry Potter, to keep him safe from the darkness that was already creeping back into the world. And he had failed. He had failed before he even began. The window in the kitchen, Severus said, rising to his feet. Was it open when you woke up? Vernon blinked. How did you? Was it open? Yes. But that doesn't mean, the boy must have snuck out, he must have. Severus walked past him without another word. The kitchen window was still open, just as the police had found it. Severus examined the lock, broken, but not forced. Someone had known what they were doing. Someone with skill and patience, and no fear of getting caught. He pressed his fingers to the windowsill and closed his eyes. Legitimacy. The memories came in fragments, shadows on the lawn, 2 figures in the darkness, a girl with rainbow hair and another girl with braids and black clothes. The smaller girl had a hand with her, a disembodied hand, crawling across the grass like a spider, and she had moved with a confidence that spoke of practice. They had taken Harry. Not for ransom, not for sacrifice. The emotions Severus sensed were wrong for that. There was no malice in the memory, no cruelty. Just purpose, determination, and something else. Something that felt almost like protection. Severus opened his eyes. He didn't know who these girls were. He didn't know where they had taken Harry. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty: the Dursleys would never see the boy again. And perhaps, just perhaps, that was for the best. Dumbledore's office was crowded by noon. McGonagall stood by the fire, her arms crossed. Snape lurked in the shadows near the bookshelves, his face unreadable. Mad-Eye Moody had arrived, wooden leg thumping against the stone floor, and was muttering darkly about conspiracies. And Kingsley Shacklebolt, tall and calm, leaned against the wall with his arms folded. The wards, Dumbledore said, addressing the room, were not destroyed. They were circumvented. Circumvented? Moody's magical eye spun wildly. That's not possible. Blood wards can't be circumvented, only broken. Apparently they can be, Dumbledore replied. Whoever took Harry did not trigger the ward's defenses. They slipped through as if the magic didn't exist. How? I don't know. The admission silenced the room. Albus Dumbledore, the greatest wizard alive, the only one Lord Voldemort had ever feared, did not know something. It was like hearing the sun admit it couldn't rise. This is a disaster, McGonagall said. If word gets out that the boy who lived has vanished. Word will get out, Snape interrupted. It always does. Then we find him before it does. Moody slammed his staff against the floor. I'll start with the Muggle authorities. No. Everyone turned to Dumbledore. The old wizard's face was grave, his eyes dim behind his half-moon spectacles. He looked, for the first time in anyone's memory, old. The Muggle. Authorities cannot help us, he said. This is a magical matter. Whoever took Harry has resources, knowledge, that muggles cannot counter. We must find him ourselves. And how do you propose we do that? Snape's voice was sharp. We have no leads, no witnesses, no trail to follow. The boy could be anywhere, dead or alive or worse. The girls? Dumbledore said. Snape stiffened. The two girls Severus saw in the memory. Dumbledore continued. They are the key. Find them, and we find Harry. I've never seen them before, Snape said. They're not British. Their magical signatures felt different. American, perhaps. Then we search America. Dumbledore turned to Kingsley. Contact the Makusa. Discreetly. We don't want to cause a panic, but we need their cooperation. Kingsley nodded. And if they refuse? Then we search without them. The room fell silent again. Dumbledore walked to his desk and picked up a small, silver instrument, a snitch, old and battered, with wings that fluttered weakly. He had given Harry's father a snitch once, a lifetime ago, on a sunny afternoon when the world had seemed full of possibility. Now that snitch sat in a glass case in Gringotts, alongside the memory of a boy who had died too young. I will not lose another Potter, Dumbledore said quietly. Not while I still draw a breath. No one argued. Deep in the bowels of the Ministry of Magic, in a department that officially did not exist, a different meeting was taking place. The room was dark, lit only by candles that flickered with an unnatural green flame, and the figures gathered around the table wore hooded robes that hid their faces. They spoke in whispers, their voices distorted by magic. The boy is gone, said the figure at the head of the table. Taken from the Muggle house in the night. How? Another figure asked. We don't know. But the Dark Lord will want answers. He's not the Dark Lord yet. He's barely a spirit, a shadow of what he was. He will rise. Again. And when he does, he will want the boy. The figures exchanged glances, or what passed for glances beneath their hoods. Then we find him first, said the first figure. Before Dumbledore. Before anyone. We find Harry Potter, and we deliver him to our master. And the ones who took him? Kill them. The candles flickered. And in the darkness, the Death Eaters began to plan. Back at Privet Drive, after the police had left and the neighbors had retreated and the sun had set behind the tidy rooftops, Petunia Dursley sat alone in the kitchen. Vernon was upstairs, drinking himself into a stupor. Dudley was in his room, playing video games, already forgetting that his cousin had ever existed. But Petunia remembered. She remembered the night Lily had come home from Hogwarts for the first time, her eyes bright with wonder, her hands crackling with magic. She remembered the jealousy that had curdled in her stomach like sour milk. She remembered the letter that had come for Lily, the letter that Petunia had never received, the letter that proved once and for all that she was ordinary and her sister was special. And she remembered the night Harry had been left on their doorstep. A baby, wrapped in a blanket, with a letter pinned to his chest. Please take care of him. She had wanted to say no. She had wanted to send him away, to an orphanage, to a stranger, to anyone but her. But Dumbledore's letter had been clear, the blood wards required her consent. Harry had to live with a blood relative. And if she refused? She didn't know what would have happened. But she had been afraid. So she had said yes. And then she had spent 10 years pretending the boy didn't exist. Petunia looked at the cupboard under the stairs, the door still open, the lock still hanging loose, and felt something twist in her chest. She didn't love Harry. She had never loved Harry. But she had failed him. Failed him in ways she would never be able to fix, even if she wanted to. And she didn't want to. She was too tired. Too bitter. Too broken by decades of pretending to be normal, to be ordinary, to be the kind of woman who didn't have a witch for a sister. Petunia stood up, walked to the cupboard, and closed the door. She didn't lock it. There was no point anymore. The boy was gone. And some small, secret part of her, the part she had buried so deep she thought it had died, was glad. At the Addams mansion, far across the ocean, Harry Potter sat at the dinner table and laughed. It was a real laugh, not the polite, careful laugh he had learned to use when adults expected gratitude. This laugh bubbled up from somewhere deep in his chest, surprising even him, and by the time he realized what was happening, he couldn't stop. Pugsley had just set fire to his mashed potatoes. Not on purpose, probably, but the flames were real, dancing blue and gold across the surface of the plate, and Pugsley was shouting for Lurch to bring water while Enid filmed everything on her phone and Wednesday watched with an expression that might have been amusement. Gomez was laughing too, his mustache twitching. Morticia's lips curved in a small, fond smile. And Harry. Harry was laughing. He couldn't remember the last time he had laughed like this. Couldn't remember ever feeling light enough, free enough, safe enough to let joy escape without fear of punishment. "You're on fire," Enid said, pointing at Harry's plate. Harry looked down. His own mashed potatoes had caught sparks from Pugsley's flames, probably, and were now smoking gently. "Oh," he said. And then he laughed again. Lurch arrived with a bucket of water and doused the entire table. The flames went out. The food was ruined. And Harry didn't care. He was warm. He was full. He was home. And somewhere in England, 1,000 miles away, Albus Dumbledore was staring at a map of the world, searching for a boy who no longer wanted to be found. End of Chapter 6. Chapter 7, Nevermore. Academy's new student. The gates of Nevermore Academy rose from the mist like bones pushing through old skin. Harry stood at the edge of the property, his small suitcase in one hand, borrowed, like almost everything he owned, and stared at the building before him. It was Gothic and ancient, all spires and gargoyles and windows that seemed to watch him back. The Vermont morning was cold, the sky the color of old pewter, and somewhere in the distance, a wolf howled. "Impressive, isn't it?" Enid bounced on her heels beside him, her rainbow hair a splash of color against the gray. "I was terrified my first day. But you'll love it. Everyone's weird here. Like really weird. You'll fit right in." "I don't know if I fit anywhere," Harry admitted. "Then you've never been to Nevermore." Wednesday walked past them without a word, her black uniform blending into the shadows of the gate. She didn't look back to see if Harry was following, she never did, but Harry followed anyway. He had learned that Wednesday's silence was not abandonment. It was trust. She expected him to keep up. And he would. The courtyard of Nevermore was empty at this hour. Students were still at breakfast, their voices echoing through the stone walls like distant thunder. Harry's footsteps echoed too, sharp and unfamiliar, announcing his presence whether he wanted it announced or not. "Principal Weems is expecting you," Wednesday said, not slowing down. "She's not happy about this." "Why not?" "Because you're a complication. Weems doesn't like complications." "Then why is she letting me stay?" Wednesday glanced back at him, a quick, dark look. "Because my family is very persuasive." They climbed a spiral staircase that seemed to go on forever, past portraits that whispered in languages Harry didn't recognize, past suits of armor that clanked their spears in greeting, past a tapestry that showed a group of outcasts burning at the stake while a crowd of normal people cheered. "She's in here," Wednesday said, stopping before a door carved with ravens. "Try not to be boring." She knocked twice and pushed the door open. Principal Weems' office was large and circular, with windows that looked out over the entire academy grounds. A fire crackled in a stone hearth, and behind a massive oak desk sat a woman who looked like she had been carved from ice, tall, pale, with silver hair swept up in an elegant twist and eyes that missed nothing. "Miss Addams," Weems said, her voice cool. "And you must be Mr. Potter." Harry nodded. "Yes, ma'am." Weems studied him for a long moment, taking in the bruises that hadn't fully faded, the glasses held together with tape, the way he stood with his shoulders slightly hunched as if expecting a blow. Something flickered across her face. Not pity exactly. Recognition. "I've been in contact with your guardians," Weems said carefully. "The Addams family has explained your situation." "Vaguely," They seem to think Nevermore is the best place for you. They're not wrong, Wednesday said. Weems ignored her. Mr. Potter, Nevermore is a school for outcasts. Vampires, werewolves, sirens, gorgons, psychics. We take the children the world rejects and give them a place to belong. But we are not a refuge for runaways. If there are legal complications, there won't be, Wednesday interrupted. My father is handling it. Handling it how? I don't ask. It's better for everyone. Weems pressed her fingers to her temples. Miss Addams, your family's definition of handling usually involves things that are technically illegal in at least 3 countries. 4, actually. Father was proud. Harry bit his lip to keep from smiling. Weems sighed, a long, defeated sound, and opened a drawer in her desk. She pulled out a schedule, a map of the academy, and a small silver pin shaped like a raven. Fine. Mr. Potter will attend classes starting today. He'll be placed in the same dormitory as Miss Addams and Miss Sinclair. I assume that was part of the arrangement? Non-negotiable, Wednesday said. Of course it was. Weems slid the items across the desk. Mr. Potter, Nevermore has rules. Follow them. Don't draw attention to yourself. And for Merlin's sake, stay out of the back gardens after dark. The plants there are aggressive. Harry picked up the raven pin. It was cold against his fingers, heavier than it looked. Thank you, Principal Weems, he said. Weems nodded. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when you survive your first week. The dormitory was chaos. Harry stood in the doorway of the room Wednesday and Enid shared and tried to process what he was seeing. One half of the room was black bedspreads, black curtains, black walls, black everything. The other half was an explosion of pink and purple and glitter, with stuffed animals piled on the bed and fairy lights strung across the ceiling and a poster of a boy band Harry didn't recognize. Don't mind the mess, Enid said, shoving a pile of clothes under her bed. Wednesday's half is the neat one. My half is organized chaos. Your half is a disaster, Wednesday said, settling onto her bed with a book. But Harry's not sleeping here. Weems assigned him to the spare room down the hall. I know. But I wanted him to see our setup first. For moral support. Moral support for what? For being the new kid. It's scary, Wednesday. He needs to know he has friends. Wednesday looked at Harry. Do you need moral support? Harry considered the question. A few weeks ago, he would have said yes, would have begged for someone to hold his hand and tell him everything would be okay. But the Addams family had changed something in him. Not hardened him, exactly. Strengthened him. I think I'll be okay, he said. But thanks. Enid beamed. See? He's already getting stronger. That's the Nevermore effect. That's the not being starved and beaten effect. Wednesday corrected. But yes. Harry's new room was small, smaller than the not blue room at the mansion, but it had a window that faced the forest and a bed that didn't smell like spiders. He set his suitcase on the floor, hung his borrowed uniform in the closet, and sat on the edge of the mattress. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, exactly. From anticipation. Tomorrow, he would go to classes. Tomorrow, he would meet other students, real students, not the Dursleys or the Addams family or the strange, wonderful people who had rescued him. Tomorrow, he would have to pretend to be normal. Except normal didn't exist at Nevermore. Everyone here was strange. Everyone here was broken in some way. Everyone here had been rejected by the world and had found a new home in this castle of misfits. For the first time in his life, Harry thought he might belong somewhere. The next morning, Enid dragged him to breakfast before he was fully awake. The dining hall was enormous. High ceilings, long tables, hundreds of students in black uniforms with colorful accessories that marked their different outcast groups. The vampires sat together near the windows, pale and elegant, their goblets filled with something dark. The werewolves clustered near the fire, their voices loud and rough, their eyes too bright. The sirens sat by the fountain in the center of the room, their songs weaving through the air like silk. This is insane, Harry whispered. Right. Enid grinned. Wait until you see the shapeshifter table. They're always fighting over who gets to look like the celebrity of the week. Wednesday appeared beside them, carrying a tray of food she had no intention of eating. Sit with us. The fangs won't bite, they're on a strict diet. Wednesday, Enid hissed. You can't call them that. Vampires. They're called vampires. That's not better. They sat at a table near the back, not because they were unpopular, Harry realized, but because Wednesday preferred to have her back against the wall. Enid chattered about classes and teachers and which clubs Harry should join. Wednesday said nothing, but her eyes swept the room constantly, cataloging threats, assessing dangers. Harry ate his breakfast slowly. He had learned to eat slowly at the Addams mansion, not because he was afraid of running out, but because Gomez had told him that food tasted better when you savored it. Harry wasn't sure that was true, but he liked the idea. He liked the idea of savoring things instead of gulping them down before someone took them away. Is that him? The whisper came from the table next to theirs. Harry looked up and saw a group of students staring at him, a girl with scales on her cheeks, a boy with eyes that glowed gold, and someone who might have been a ghost or might have been a very pale human. The new kid, another voice said. The one the Addams family brought. What's his deal? I heard he's a wizard. Like a real wizard. From England. A wizard? At Nevermore? That's weird. Weirder than a siren? Fair point. Harry looked down at his plate. His face was warm, he could feel the blush spreading across his cheeks, but he forced himself to keep eating. He wouldn't run. He wouldn't hide. He was done running and hiding. Ignore them, Wednesday said quietly. I'm trying. They're curious. Not cruel. There's a difference. She took a sip of her black coffee. Give them a week. By then, you'll just be Harry. Not the new kid, not the wizard, not the mystery. Just Harry. And what if I don't want to be just Harry? Wednesday set down her cup. Then be something else. That's the point of Nevermore. You get to choose. Harry's first class was History of Outcasts, taught by a vampire who had been alive since the French Revolution. Professor Thornhill, if that was his real name, which Harry doubted, stood at the front of the classroom and lectured without notes, his voice dry as dust, his eyes fixed on some point in the distance that might have been the past. Outcasts have always existed, Thornhill said. Vampires, werewolves, witches, wizards, sirens, gorgons, we are not new. We are not abnormal. We are simply different. And the world has always feared what it cannot understand. Harry scribbled notes in a borrowed notebook. His handwriting was messy. He hadn't had much practice, since the Dursleys had never bought him proper school supplies, but he wrote anyway, filling pages with facts and dates and names. The persecution of outcasts reached its peak in the 1600s. Thornhill continued. The witch hunts. The burnings. The drownings. Thousands died, not because they were dangerous, but because they were other. And the world has not changed as much as we would like to believe. A girl in the front row raised her hand. Professor, is it true that some outcasts are still being hunted today? Thornhill's eyes flickered. Yes. In some countries, in some communities, the old fears still burn bright. That is why places like Nevermore exist, to protect, to educate, to remind us that we are not alone. Harry's hand trembled as he wrote. He thought of the cupboard. The Dursleys. The way they had locked him away because he was different, because he was other. He thought of the scar on his forehead, the one that marked him as the boy who lived, the one that made him a symbol whether he wanted to be or not. He thought of Wednesday, standing outside the cupboard in the rain, her dark eyes promising safety. Mr. Potter. Harry looked up. Thornhill was staring at him. Yes, Professor? Perhaps you can answer this question. In your experience, as a wizard raised among muggles, have you encountered prejudice? The classroom went quiet. Harry felt every eye turned toward him, the vampires, the werewolves, the sirens, all of them waiting for his answer. His throat tightened. His palms slicked with sweat. But Wednesday was sitting in the back of the room, her dark eyes steady on his face. And Enid was there too, her rainbow hair bright as a beacon, her smile small but real. Yes, Harry said. I have. Tell us. Harry took a breath. My aunt and uncle, he said slowly, locked me in a cupboard under the stairs. For 10 years. Because they thought I was a freak. Because they thought magic was wrong. Silence. The day they found out I was a wizard, that I had always been a wizard, they tried to run away. To escape me? As if I was a disease they could avoid. Harry's voice cracked, but he didn't stop. They didn't see me as a person. They saw me as a problem. Something to be hidden. Something to be controlled. Something to be eliminated. Professor Thornhill nodded slowly. And now? Now I'm here. Harry looked around the classroom, at the outcasts, the misfits, the children the world had rejected. And I'm not hiding anymore. The room was silent for 3 full seconds. Then, slowly, someone started to clap. It was the girl with scales on her cheeks, a siren, maybe, or something else entirely. Her applause was hesitant at first, then stronger. Others joined in. The boy with glowing eyes. The pale girl who might have been a ghost. The vampires in the back, their fangs hidden behind polite smiles. Harry's face burned. But he didn't look away. He had spent 10 years looking away, looking down, looking anywhere but at the people who hurt him. But Nevermore was different. Nevermore was a place where looking at people meant seeing them, really seeing them, and being seen in return. You did good. Enid whispered after class, falling into step beside him. Really good. I almost cried. Almost? Okay, I cried a little. But I hid it. Very discreetly. You're wearing a pink sweater with a cat on it. The cat is discreet. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the kind that was becoming more and more common. You're impossible. And you're my friend. So we're even. That night, Harry stood at the window of his new room and stared at the forest. The moon was full, casting silver light across the trees, and somewhere in the darkness he could hear wolves howling. Real wolves, probably, or werewolves. He couldn't tell the difference yet. You should be sleeping. Harry didn't turn around. He had learned to recognize Wednesday's voice, the flatness, the precision, the way she pronounced every syllable like it mattered. So should you, he said. I don't sleep. Everyone sleeps. Not me. Wednesday walked to the window and stood beside him, her reflection ghostly in the glass. My mind doesn't shut off. It's a curse and a gift. Harry looked at her reflection, at the dark braids, the pale skin, the eyes that seemed to hold centuries of secrets. How do you survive? Poorly. But consistently. He smiled. It was strange, he thought, how comfortable he had become with Wednesday's presence. She didn't demand anything from him, didn't ask him to talk or feel or be anything other than what he was. She just existed. And somehow, that was enough. Wednesday? Yes? Thank you. For bringing me here. For all of it. Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder, a brief, almost awkward touch that lasted only seconds. You're welcome, Harry Potter, she said. Now sleep. Tomorrow you have potions with Professor Weems. She's terrifying, and she expects excellence. I don't know anything about potions. Then you'll learn. She left. Harry stayed at the window a little longer, watching the moonlight paint silver patterns on the forest floor. Somewhere in the darkness, the wolves howled again, not in warning, not in threat, but in welcome. He was home. He was finally home. End of Chapter 7. ## Chapter 8. The Monster Fears Harry. The thing in the forest had been watching Nevermore Academy for 300 years. It had no name, not one that human throats could speak, not one that would survive translation. The students called it the Hide, though that wasn't accurate either. The Hide was something else. Something older. Something that had crawled out of the darkness between worlds and made its home in the roots of the mountain, feeding on fear and loneliness and the quiet desperation of outcast children. It was hungry tonight. The moon was new, a thin silver sliver barely visible through the clouds, and the hide's favorite hunting hours stretched before it like a feast. It could smell the students inside the academy, hundreds of young hearts beating in rhythm, hundreds of warm bodies pulsing with life. But something was different tonight. Something had changed. The hide paused at the edge of the forest, its claws sinking into the damp earth, its nostrils flaring. There was a new scent on the wind, a scent it didn't recognize. Not vampire, not werewolf, not siren or gorgon or any of the creatures it had learned to hunt over the centuries. This scent was wrong. Not dangerous, exactly. The hide had faced danger before, had faced professors with wands and students with gifts, and once, memorably, a groundskeeper with a flamethrower. Danger was familiar. Danger was a game. This was something else. This was fear. The hide, the thing that had never feared anything in its miserable, immortal existence, felt something cold slither down its spine. And it retreated. Wednesday Addams woke at 3:17 a.m. She always woke at 3:17 a.m., not because of an alarm or a habit, but because her body had its own internal clock, and 3:17 was the hour when the world was darkest and the veil between living and dead was thinnest. It was her favorite time to think. Tonight, however, she wasn't thinking. She was listening. The forest had gone silent. No owls. No wolves. No wind moving through the branches. Just nothing. A void of sound that pressed against her ears like water pressure. Wednesday swung her legs out of bed and walked to the window. The grounds of Nevermore stretched before her, silver and black in the moonlight. The forest looked normal, trees swaying gently, shadows pooling between the trunks. But Wednesday had grown up in a house where nothing was as it seemed, and she had learned to trust her instincts. Something was out there. Something was watching. And something was afraid. Harry was dreaming. Not the usual nightmares, not the green light or the screaming or the cold laughter that echoed through his skull. This dream was different. Darker. Stranger. He was standing in a forest. Not the forest outside Nevermore. This forest was older, deeper, with trees that had no leaves and roots that moved like snakes. The sky above was black, starless, and the air smelled like rot and old blood. "Come," a voice whispered. Not aloud, inside his head, inside his bones, inside the scar on his forehead that was burning with a cold, familiar fire. "Come to me." Harry tried to move, but his feet were rooted to the ground. "I know you're here," the voice continued. I can feel you. The piece of me that lives inside you. It calls to me, even now. Especially now, Who are you?" Harry's voice echoed through the dream forest, hollow and small. The voice laughed. "You know who I am, Harry Potter. You've always known, A figure emerged from the darkness, tall and robed, with a face that wasn't a face, just pale skin stretched over bone. Red eyes glowed in the shadows, and when the figure smiled, Harry saw fangs. "I am Lord Voldemort," the figure said. "And you are mine." Harry's scar exploded with pain. He woke screaming. Enid reached Harry's room first. She had been in the common room, unable to sleep. Her wolf was restless tonight, pacing inside her chest, when she heard the scream. It wasn't loud, not really, but it cut through the silence like a knife, and Enid was running before she consciously decided to move. She burst through Harry's door and found him thrashing in bed, his sheets tangled around his legs, his hands pressed against his forehead. His glasses were somewhere on the floor, and his face was pale, paler than she had ever seen it, with sweat soaking his hair. "Harry!" Enid grabbed his shoulders, trying to hold him still. "Harry, wake up! You're dreaming! It's just a dream!" His eyes flew open. Green. So green. And filled with a terror that made Enid's wolf whine. "He's here!" Harry gasped. "He's here, Enid! I saw him! He knows where I am! He. The door opened again, and Wednesday stepped inside. She was wearing black pajamas, of course, and her face was unreadable, but her eyes swept the room quickly, assessing threats, cataloging dangers. Things scuttled beside her, fingers tapping anxiously. The wards, Wednesday said. Something disturbed them. Something? Enid's voice was sharp. What kind of something? I don't know yet. But it was outside. In the forest. Harry's breath caught. Voldemort. Wednesday turned to look at him. What? In my dream, he was there. He spoke to me. He said he could feel me. The piece of him that's inside my scar, it calls to him. Harry's voice was shaking, but he forced himself to continue. He knows I'm not at Privet Drive anymore. He knows I'm somewhere else. And he's looking for me. The room fell silent. Enid's hands trembled. She had heard stories about Lord Voldemort, everyone had, but she had always thought of him as a boogeyman, a figure from history books and horror stories. Not a real threat. Not something that could reach across the ocean and into her friend's nightmares. But Wednesday looked thoughtful. The scar, Wednesday said slowly. You said it burns when he's near. When he's feeling strong emotions. Yes. And tonight, when you were dreaming, it burned? Like fire. Wednesday walked to the window and stared out at the forest. The silence had returned, thick and heavy, pressing against the glass like a living thing. But something else was there too. Something beneath the silence. The thing in the forest, Wednesday said. The hide. It's been stalking Nevermore for centuries. The professors don't talk about it, they don't want to scare the students, but it's always there. Waiting. Watching. What does that have to do with Harry? Enid asked. Wednesday turned around. Her face was pale, even for her, and her eyes were darker than Harry had ever seen them. The hide retreated tonight, she said. Before midnight. Before the dreams, before the disturbance in the wards. It smelled something in the air and ran. Ran from what? Wednesday looked at Harry. From him. The next morning, Principal Weems called an emergency assembly. Students filed into the auditorium in their black uniforms, whispering and speculating. The vampires sat together near the back, their pale faces drawn. The werewolves clustered near the exits, their eyes bright with unease. Even the sirens had stopped singing, their voices silent for the first time in anyone's memory. Harry sat between Enid and Wednesday, his hands clenched in his lap. His scar still throbbed, a dull, persistent ache that made it hard to concentrate. He had barely slept after the nightmare, and the dark circles under his eyes made him look like a ghost. The forest is off limits, Weems announced from the stage, her voice echoing through the auditorium. Effective immediately. No students are to go near the tree line for any reason. This is not a suggestion, it is an order. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. What's going on? Someone shouted. Why are you locking down the forest? Weems hesitated, just a fraction of a second, but Wednesday noticed. An animal, Weems said finally. A large predator has been spotted near the grounds. We're taking precautions until it can be dealt with. That's a lie, Wednesday said quietly. Harry looked at her. How do you know? Because Weems is a terrible liar. And because animals don't make the hide run. Students filed out of the auditorium, still whispering, still speculating. Harry followed Wednesday and Enid through the crowd, keeping his head down, trying not to meet anyone's eyes. But someone was watching him. He could feel it, a gaze burning into the back of his skull, heavy and cold. He turned, scanning the crowd, and saw a boy standing alone near the back of the auditorium. The boy was tall, taller than any student Harry had seen, with pale skin and white blonde hair that fell across his face. His eyes were the color of ice, and when he smiled, his teeth were just slightly too sharp. Who is that? Harry asked. Wednesday followed his gaze. Her expression didn't change, but her hand moved to her pocket, where Thing was hiding. Xavier Thorpe, Wednesday said. He's a psychic. And he's been watching you since you arrived. Why? I don't know yet. But I intend to find out. Xavier caught up with them in the courtyard after assembly. He moved like smoke, silent, drifting, and appeared at Harry's elbow before anyone noticed him approaching. Enid jumped. Wednesday didn't. Thing poked his fingers out of her pocket and made an aggressive gesture. Potter, Xavier said, his voice soft. Can I talk to you? Harry looked at Wednesday. She gave a tiny nod. Okay, Harry said. Xavier led him away from the crowd, to a quiet corner of the courtyard where a dead tree stood guard over a dried-up fountain. The tree's branches were bare, its bark blackened, and something about it made Harry's scar prickle. You're different, Xavier said. I've been here for 3 years, and I've never met anyone like you. I'm just a wizard. No. Xavier shook his head. You're not just anything. The Hyde, the thing in the forest, it's been terrorizing this school for centuries. It's killed students, professors, anyone who wanders too close after dark. He paused. And last night it ran. I heard. Do you know why? Harry hesitated. Wednesday thinks it was afraid of me. Xavier's ice-colored eyes widened. She's right. How do you know? Because I saw it. Xavier stepped closer, his voice dropping to a whisper. I had a vision last night, one of the clear ones, the ones I can't control. I saw the Hyde standing at the edge of the forest, and I saw what it was looking at. What? You. Not Harry Potter the wizard. Something else. Something inside you. Something so dark and so old that the Hyde, a creature made of fear and hunger, took one look at it and ran. Harry's blood went cold. There's a monster inside you, Potter, Xavier said. And it's not like the Hyde. It's not hungry or cruel or mindless. It's patient. Waiting. And when it wakes up. He paused. When it wakes up, I don't know what's going to happen. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Wednesday appeared at his side. Leave him alone, Thorpe. Xavier stepped back, raising his hands. I'm not trying to scare him. I'm trying to warn him. Consider him warned. Now go. Xavier looked at Harry one more time, a long, searching look, and then walked away, his white blonde hair catching the weak sunlight. Harry stood frozen. Wednesday touched his arm. Are you okay? No, Harry admitted. There's something wrong with me, Wednesday. Something in my head. In my scar. And I don't know what it is. Wednesday was quiet for a moment. Then she said, Then we find out. That afternoon, Wednesday dragged Harry to the Nevermore Library. The library was vast, older than the academy itself, with shelves that stretched up into darkness and aisles that seemed to shift when you weren't looking. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light from the stained glass windows, and the air smelled of old paper and older secrets. What are we looking for? Harry asked. Information about your scar. Your connection to Voldemort. The darkness Xavier claims is inside you. Wednesday pulled a book from a shelf, a thick volume bound in what looked like human skin, and handed it to Harry. Start here. They read for hours. Harry's eyes blurred. His head ached. His scar throbbed in rhythm with his heartbeat. But he kept reading, kept searching, kept hoping for an answer that would explain everything. And then, buried in a book so old the pages crumbled at his touch, he found it. Horcruxes. The word was written in faded ink, surrounded by diagrams of souls and bodies and the terrible magic that bound them together. Horcruxes are created when a dark wizard splits their soul through murder, the text explained. The fragment of soul is then encased in an object, or, in rare cases, a living being, making the wizard immortal as long as the Horcrux remains intact. Harry's hands trembled. Living beings used as Horcruxes are marked by the dark magic. They may experience visions, nightmares, and a connection to the original soul fragment. In some cases, the Horcrux may even speak to its host, influencing their thoughts and actions. The only way to destroy a living Horcrux is to kill the host. Harry dropped the book. It hit the floor with a loud thump, and Wednesday looked up from her own reading. Her dark eyes took in Harry's pale face, his shaking hands, the terror in his green eyes. "What did you find?" Harry couldn't speak. He pointed at the book. Wednesday picked it up, read the page, and went very still. "Harry," she said slowly, "this is speculation. Hypothetical. There's no proof that the scar," Harry interrupted. "The visions. The way he can feel me, even across the ocean. Wednesday, I'm not just connected to Voldemort. I am him. A piece of him. A piece of his soul, living inside my head." Wednesday set down the book. She looked at Harry, really looked at him, the way she looked at things she was trying to understand. And then she did something she had never done before. She sat on the floor beside him. "Listen to me," Wednesday said. "This changes nothing." "How can you say that? If I'm a Horcrux, then we find a way to destroy it without destroying you." Wednesday's voice was flat, certain. "The books say it's impossible. The books say a lot of things that aren't true. My family has been defying impossibility for centuries." Harry stared at her. "You really believe that?" "I don't believe anything. I know. And I know." She paused, choosing her words carefully. "I know that you are not Voldemort. You are not evil. You are not a monster. You are Harry Potter. You survived a killing curse when you were 1 year old. You survived 10 years in a cupboard. And you will survive this." Tears burned in Harry's eyes. He had spent so long believing he was broken, believing that the darkness inside him made him worthless, made him dangerous, made him everything the Dursleys had always said he was. But Wednesday was looking at him like he was worth fighting for. "We'll tell my parents," Wednesday continued. "They'll know what to do. And if they don't—" Her lips curved into something that was almost a smile. "Then we'll find someone who does." Harry wiped his eyes with his sleeve. "You're not scared of me? Should I be? Everyone else would be. If they knew. Everyone else is an idiot." Wednesday stood up and offered him her hand. "Now come on. We have research to do, and I refuse to do it sitting on a dusty floor." Harry took her hand and let her pull him to his feet. He wasn't okay. He might never be okay. But for the first time since reading the word Horcrux, he felt like he might survive anyway. That night, Harry stood at the window of his room and stared at the forest. The silence had returned, the same thick, heavy silence from the night before. But this time, Harry didn't feel afraid. He felt the hideout there. Felt its fear, its confusion, its desperate hunger. And he felt something else too, something deep inside his scar, something dark and cold and ancient. "You're mine," Voldemort's voice whispered in his memory. "You've always been mine." "No," Harry said aloud, his breath fogging the glass. "I'm not yours. I'm not anyone's. I'm Harry Potter. And I decide what I become." The forest remained silent. But somewhere in the darkness, the Hyde retreated further, deeper into the trees, further from the academy, further from the boy who carried a darkness even monsters feared. And Harry watched it go. End of Chapter 8. ## Chapter 9. Thing finds the truth. Thing had been searching for weeks. Not openly. The Addams family hand knew better than to draw attention to itself. But silently, patiently, with the dedication of a creature who had been gathering secrets for centuries, Thing had been digging through every archive, every library, every hidden repository of magical knowledge it could access. The truth was out there. Thing just had to find it. The first clue came from a dusty corner of the Nevermore library, in a book that hadn't been opened since 1937. The pages were brittle, the ink faded, but the words were still legible, a detailed account of the Wizarding World's attempt to hide the boy who lived after the fall of Lord Voldemort. Thing read the passage 3 times. Then it closed the book, scuttled across the library floor, and climbed the stairs to the dormitory where Wednesday was waiting. Wednesday sat cross-legged on her bed, her back against the black headboard, a dagger balanced across her knees. She wasn't sharpening it. The blade was already sharp enough to split a hair, but she liked the weight of it, the cool metal against her palms. Thing tapped on her door. Enter. The door swung open. Thing had to jump to reach the handle, and the hand scuttled inside, gesturing frantically. You found something, Wednesday said. Not a question. Thing nodded. Its fingers spelled out a message in their private code, * the boy's past. The reason he was left with the Durbleys. It's worse than we thought. Dursleys? Wednesday corrected. Not Durbleys. Thing made an irritated gesture. The point stands. You need to see this. Wednesday set down the dagger and stood. Show me. The library was empty at this hour, midnight, when even the most dedicated students had retreated to their dorms. The only light came from the moon streaming through the stained glass windows, painting the floor in shades of blue and red and gold. Thing led Wednesday to a table in the corner, where a stack of books and documents waited. The hand had been busy: newspaper clippings, handwritten letters, official ministry records, and the old book from 1937. Wednesday sat down and began to read. The first document was a letter from Albus Dumbledore to Petunia Dursley, dated November 2, 1981, the day after James and Lily Potter were murdered. Dear Mrs. Dursley, I write to you with a heavy heart. Your sister, Lily, and her husband, James, were killed last night by the dark wizard Lord Voldemort. Their son, Harry, survived the attack, though not without cost. He bears a mark of what he endured, a scar on his forehead that will fade but never fully disappear. Harry is now an orphan. He has no living relatives except for you, Lily's only sister. I am asking you to take him in, to raise him as your own, to give him the home that his parents can no longer provide. There is more I must tell you. Harry is in danger, not just from the dark wizards who served Lord Voldemort, but from something older. Something that requires him to live with a blood relative to remain protected. The magic of the blood wards is ancient and powerful, but it is also fragile. If Harry does not call your house his home, if he does not have a place where he belongs, the wards will fail. I know this is a great burden to place upon you and your family. But I beg you, for Harry's sake, for Lily's sake, to open your home and your heart to this boy. He has no one else. Yours sincerely, Albus Dumbledore, Headmaster, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Wednesday set down the letter. Her face was expressionless. It always was. But her hands had curled into fists, and the knuckles were white. Keep reading, she said quietly. Thing pushed another document toward her, a ministry record, stamped with the seal of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. It was dated 3 months after the letter. Welfare Check Report, Harry James Potter. Location, 4 Privet Drive, Surrey. Investigating Officer, Aura Laster. Mad-Eye. Moody. Findings. The subject, Harry Potter, appears to be in good physical health. No visible injuries or signs of neglect. The residence is clean and orderly. The guardians, Vernon and Petunia Dursley, report that the subject is adjusting well to his new living situation. Note: the subject is small for his age and appears withdrawn. When questioned, he did not speak. The guardians attribute this to shyness. Conclusion: no cause for concern. The blood wards are intact and functioning. Recommend continued placement with the Dursley family. Follow-up recommended, 1 year. Wednesday's jaw tightened. She pulled out her phone, a device she rarely used, except for communication with her parents, and took a photo of the report. Then she reached for the next document. And the next. And the next. Welfare check after welfare check, year after year, each one more disturbing than the last. Age 2, subject is small for his age. Guardians report he is a difficult child. No visible injuries. Age 3, subject appears withdrawn. Guardians report he has behavioral issues. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Asterisk age 4. Subject is significantly underweight for his age. Guardians report he is a picky eater. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Asterisk age 5. Subject has multiple bruises on his arms and legs. Guardians report he is clumsy. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Asterisk age 6. Subject is wearing clothes that do not fit. Guardians report financial difficulties. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Asterisk age 7. Subject has a healing fracture on his left wrist. Guardians report he fell down the stairs. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Asterisk age 8. Subject's teeth show signs of neglect. Guardians report he refuses to brush them. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Asterisk age 9. Subject has burn marks on his hands. Guardians report he touched a hot stove. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Asterisk age 10. Subject has not been seen. Guardians report he is not feeling well and cannot come to the door. No visible injuries. Asterisk. Wednesday stopped reading. She sat in the darkness of the library, surrounded by evidence of a decade of abuse, and felt something she had never felt before. Rage. Not the cold, controlled rage she usually carried, the kind that sharpened her focus and clarified her thoughts. This was different. Hotter. Wilder. A rage that wanted to destroy, to burn, to make the Dursleys suffer for every single mark on Harry's body, every single night in the cupboard, every single moment of pain and fear and loneliness. But there was something else in the documents too. Something worse than the abuse. Dumbledore's name appeared again and again. In the initial placement. In the welfare checks. In a confidential memo dated 1985, marked "Do Not Copy," in which Dumbledore himself had requested that Harry remain with the Dursleys despite minor concerns about his treatment. The blood wards are paramount, Dumbledore had written. Asterisk Harry's safety depends on them. Whatever discomfort he may experience at Privet Drive is a small price to pay for his protection from Lord Voldemort. Asterisk. Small price. Wednesday closed her eyes. She thought of Harry's ribs, bruised and cracked. His hands scarred from cooking and cleaning. His eyes, hollow and empty, the eyes of a child who had learned not to hope because hope only led to disappointment. A small price. Wednesday opened her eyes. "Thing," she said, her voice flat and cold. "We need to show Harry these documents." Thing hesitated. Its fingers spelled out a question. Asterisk, are you sure? The truth will hurt him. Asterisk. He's already hurting. He deserves to know why. Harry was in his room, reading a book about defensive magic, when Wednesday knocked on his door. "Come in." She stepped inside, things scuttling behind her, and closed the door. Her face was unreadable, more unreadable than usual, and Harry felt a chill run down his spine. "What's wrong?" Wednesday didn't answer. She walked to his bed, sat on the edge, and set a stack of papers on the mattress beside her. The papers were old, yellowed, creased, some of them torn at the edges, and they smelled like dust and secrets. "I found these in the library," Wednesday said. "Thing has been searching for weeks. For you." Harry's heart began to pound. "What are they?" "Records. Letters. Welfare reports." Wednesday paused. "Evidence." "Evidence of what?" Wednesday looked at him, really looked at him, her dark eyes boring into his green ones, and said, "Evidence that Dumbledore knew. About the cupboard. About the bruises. About everything." The world tilted. Harry gripped the edge of his bed, his knuckles white, and tried to breathe. But the air felt thin, too thin, and his chest was tight, and his scar was burning. "Breathe," Wednesday said. "In. Out. Slowly." Harry tried. He really tried. But the words kept echoing in his head, over and over, a nightmare he couldn't wake up from. Dumbledore knew. Dumbledore knew. Dumbledore knew, and he did nothing. "I don't understand," Harry whispered. "He was supposed to be protecting me." Everyone said, the Wizarding World said, Dumbledore was the only reason I survived. He placed me with the Dursleys to keep me safe. Wednesday handed him the first document, Dumbledore's letter to Petunia. Harry read it. Then he read it again. And then he read the welfare reports, all of them, one after another, watching as the years passed and the bruises accumulated and the excuses became more and more absurd. He's clumsy. He's difficult. He's a picky eater. He fell down the stairs. He touched a hot stove. He knew, Harry said. His voice was hollow, empty, stripped of emotion. He knew they were hurting me, and he left me there anyway. Yes. For 10 years. Yes. Harry looked up at Wednesday. His eyes were dry. He had cried so much over the past few weeks that he wasn't sure he had any tears left, but something inside him was breaking. Something he hadn't even known was there. The blood wards, he said. That's what Dumbledore called them. Magic that protected me from Voldemort as long as I lived with a blood relative. That's what the letter says. So he traded my safety for what? My childhood? My happiness? My life? Harry's voice cracked. I was dying in that cupboard Wednesday. I was starving and freezing and being beaten, and Dumbledore knew, and he didn't care. Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand. I can't tell you why Dumbledore made the choices he did, she said. I can't tell you if he was right or wrong or somewhere in between. But I can tell you this, you deserve better. You deserve to be safe and loved and protected, not because of some ancient magic or some prophecy, but because you were a child. Because every child deserves those things. Harry stared at their joined hands, her pale fingers wrapped around his scarred ones, and felt something shift inside him. Not forgiveness. Not understanding. Something else. Something harder. Something that felt like the first step toward acceptance. What do I do now? He asked. No, Wednesday said. You decide who you want to be. Not who Dumbledore wanted you to be. Not who the Dursleys tried to make you. Not even who Voldemort thinks you are. You decide. And then, she squeezed his hand. You become that person, no matter what it costs. Harry took a shaky breath. I don't want to be the boy who lived anymore, he said. I never asked for that. I never wanted people to look at me like I was a symbol, or a weapon, or a thing to be used. Then don't be. It's not that simple. No. Wednesday released his hand and stood up. It's not. But nothing worth doing ever is. She walked to the door, then paused. The documents are yours, she said. Keep them or destroy them. Read them again or burn them. That choice belongs to you. She looked back at him over her shoulder. But Harry, whatever you decide, you're not alone. You haven't been alone since the night Enid heard you crying. She left. Harry sat on his bed, surrounded by yellow paper and faded ink, and tried to process everything he had learned. Dumbledore knew. The man the Wizarding World called the greatest wizard alive, the man everyone trusted, everyone believed in, everyone looked to for guidance and wisdom, had left Harry in an abusive household for 10 years. Had known about the cupboard and the bruises and the hunger, and had done nothing. The blood wards are paramount. Whatever discomfort he may experience is a small price to pay. Small price. Harry picked up the letter, Dumbledore's letter to Petunia, and read it one more time. He has no one else. That was the lie, wasn't it? Dumbledore had made sure Harry had no one else. He had isolated him, trapped him, kept him in a cage made of magic and good intentions and the desperate hope that the boy who lived would survive long enough to fulfill whatever destiny the old wizard had planned for him. Harry's hands trembled. He thought about the Wizarding World, the world he had never known, the world that had celebrated his survival, while leaving him to suffer in silence. He thought about Hogwarts, the school Dumbledore wanted him to attend, the place where he would be molded and shaped and turned into a weapon against Voldemort. And he thought about the Addams family. About Gomez, who hugged him like he mattered. Morticia, who left books on his bedside table. Pugsley, who called him brother. Enid, who cried when he smiled. Wednesday, who sat with him in the dark and promised he would never be alone again. They weren't his blood. They weren't bound to him by ancient magic or prophecy or destiny. They had chosen him. And he had chosen them. Harry set down the letter, walked to the window, and stared out at the forest. The moon was high, the sky clear, and somewhere in the darkness, the Hyde was still hiding, afraid of a boy who carried a monster inside him. I decide who I become, Harry thought. Not Dumbledore. Not Voldemort. Not the Dursleys or the Wizarding World or anyone else. Me. He turned away from the window, picked up the stack of documents, and carried them to the fireplace in the corner of his room. The fire had been lit earlier, Lurch made sure of it, and the flames were still burning, warm and orange and hungry. Harry looked at the papers in his hands. The truth. The evidence. The proof that the man everyone trusted had betrayed him in the worst possible way. He could keep them. Use them. Show the world what Dumbledore had done. Or he could let them go. Harry knelt in front of the fireplace. He set the documents on the flames. The paper caught quickly, the edges blackening, curling, turning to ash. The ink bubbled and vanished. The words, the lies, the excuses, the cold calculations, dissolved into smoke and rose up the chimney and disappeared. Harry watched until the last piece of paper had burned. Then he sat back on his heels and stared at the dying embers. He didn't feel better. He didn't feel worse. He just felt different. Lighter somehow. As if the act of burning the documents had released something he had been carrying for a very long time. Not forgiveness. He would never forgive Dumbledore. But acceptance. Acceptance that the past couldn't be changed. That the only thing Harry could control was what happened next. And what happened next? What happened next was up to him. Wednesday stood in the hallway outside Harry's room, her ear pressed to the door. She had heard everything, the crackle of the fire, the soft sound of Harry's breathing, the long silence that followed. She had expected him to cry, or scream, or throw things against the wall. Instead, he had burned the evidence. And moved on. Strong, Wednesday thought. Stronger than he knows. She turned away from the door and walked back to her own room. Thing was waiting on her pillow, fingers tapping nervously. He'll be okay, Wednesday said, answering the question Thing hadn't asked. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually. Thing spelled out, how do you know? Wednesday sat on her bed and picked up her dagger, the one she had been sharpening earlier, the blade gleaming in the moonlight. Because he's an Addams now, she said. And Addams is survive. End of chapter 9. ## chapter 10, Wednesday's promise. The nightmares came every night now. Not the vague, shadowy terrors that had haunted Harry at Privet Drive, the ones filled with formless fears and the heavy weight of Vernon's fists. These were different. Sharper. More real. Voldemort was in his head. Harry knew it now, knew that the connection ran deeper than he had ever imagined. The Horcrux inside his scar pulsed with dark purpose, and every time he closed his eyes, he saw flashes of the Dark Lord's memories. A snake slithering through grass. A wand raised in triumph. A woman with red hair, his mother, screaming as green light filled the room. Harry woke gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat, his hands pressed against his forehead. The scar burned like a brand, and for a long moment, he couldn't remember where he was. Not Privet Drive. Not the cupboard. Nevermore. The Addams mansion. Safe. But safe didn't feel safe anymore. Not when Voldemort could reach him across the ocean, not when the Horcrux whispered in his dreams, not when Harry could feel the Dark Lord's rage and hunger and desperate, clawing need to be whole again. He sat up in bed, his legs tangled in the sheets, and pressed his palms against his eyes until he saw stars. It's not real, he whispered to himself. It's just a dream. He can't hurt me. He's not here. But the scar kept burning. Wednesday heard the screaming before. Harry did. She was in her room, reading by the light of a single candle, when a sharp cry cut through the silence of the dormitory. Not Harry's voice. This was higher, more animal, the sound of someone in genuine terror. Enid. Wednesday was out of bed and moving before she consciously decided to stand. Her bare feet made no sound on the cold stone floor as she ran down the hall, past the sleeping portraits and the flickering torches, to the room Enid shared with 2 other students. She threw open the door. Enid was thrashing in her bed, her rainbow hair wild around her face, her eyes squeezed shut. Sweat gleamed on her forehead, and her hands had changed. Claws, sharp and curved, had replaced her fingernails, and they were tearing at the sheets. Enid. Wednesday crossed the room in 3 strides and grabbed Enid's shoulders. Wake up. Enid's eyes flew open. They weren't her eyes. They were yellow, wolf yellow, and filled with a terror that made Wednesday's chest tighten. Enid was shifting, not fully, but enough that her teeth had grown sharper and her breathing had turned into low, ragged growls. The hide, Enid gasped. It's coming. It's in the forest. It's at the edge. I can smell it. Wednesday looked toward the window. The moon was hidden behind clouds, but the forest was visible, dark and still and silent. I don't see anything. It's there. It's always there. But tonight it's different. It's not running anymore. Enid's voice cracked. It's getting closer. Wednesday released Enid's shoulders and walked to the window. Her reflection stared back at her, pale, composed, unreadable. But behind her reflection, the forest remained dark. Get Harry, Wednesday said. What? Get Harry. Now. Bring him to my room. Enid didn't ask questions. She threw off her sheets, her claws retracting, and ran out the door. Wednesday stayed at the window. She watched the forest. And she waited. Harry was already awake when Enid burst into his room. He had heard something, not the hide, but something else. A whisper in the back of his mind, a presence that didn't belong to him. Voldemort was restless tonight, his anger bleeding through the Horcrux like poison through an open wound. Harry! Enid's voice was urgent, her face pale. Wednesday wants you in her room. Now. Harry didn't argue. He grabbed his glasses, shoved his feet into his shoes, and followed Enid down the hall. Wednesday's room was exactly as Harry remembered it, black and sparse and cold. But tonight, there was a fire burning in the small hearth, and Thing was perched on the mantelpiece, his fingers twitching nervously. Sit, Wednesday said, not turning from the window. Harry sat on the edge of her bed. Enid sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. The hide is moving, Wednesday said. Not toward the academy, not yet. But it's no longer retreating. Something has changed. The Horcrux, Harry said quietly. Voldemort was angry tonight. I could feel it. The connection was stronger than usual. Wednesday turned to face him. You think the hide can sense the Horcrux? I think the hide can sense him. Voldemort. The darkness inside me. And I think... Harry swallowed hard. I think it's not running away anymore because it's realized I'm not the danger. He is. And he's not here. Not yet. Enid made a small, frightened sound. That's not comforting, Harry. It's not supposed to be. Wednesday walked away from the window and sat on the floor in front of Harry, cross-legged, her back against the foot of the bed, close enough that he could see the small scar on her chin and the darkness in her eyes. Tell me about the nightmares, she said. Harry hesitated. He hadn't told anyone about the nightmares, not the details, not the visions, not the way Voldemort's thoughts bled into his own. The Horcrux felt like a shameful secret, a stain on his soul that proved he was broken, dangerous, unworthy of the kindness the Addams family had shown him. But Wednesday was looking at him with those dark, patient eyes, and Enid's shoulder was warm against his, and the fire was crackling in the hearth, and for once, Harry didn't want to be alone with his terror. He's looking for me, Harry said. In the dreams I can see what he sees. A map. A name. A location. He doesn't know where I am yet. The connection isn't strong enough for that, but he's getting closer. Every night he gets a little closer. And the scar? It burns when he's angry. When he's focused on me. Tonight, it's been burning for hours. Enid reached out and took Harry's hand. Her fingers were warm, warmer than usual, probably the wolf in her, and she squeezed gently. We won't let him find you, Enid said. Nevermore is protected. The Addams mansion is protected. And even if he does find us, her jaw tightened. He'll have to go through me. Harry looked at her, really looked at her, and saw something he hadn't noticed before. Enid was afraid. He could see it in the tightness around her eyes, the way her free hand kept clenching and unclenching. But she was also fierce. Determined. The wolf inside her was awake and watchful, ready to protect what was hers. Thank you, Harry said. Enid smiled, a wobbly, watery smile. That's what Pack does. Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. Then she stood up, walked to her closet, and pulled out something that made Harry's eyes widen. A sword. Not a practice sword, like the ones Pugsley had used in the cavern beneath the mansion. This was real, a long, curved blade with a hilt wrapped in black leather and a faint, eerie glow that seemed to come from the metal itself. This is my mother's sword, Wednesday said, holding it flat across her palms. It's been in the Addams family for 7 generations. It's killed vampires, werewolves, demons, and 3 people who tried to steal our family recipe for chili. Harry stared at the blade. Why are you showing me this? Because I want you to understand something. Wednesday knelt in front of him, the sword balanced across her knees. The Addams family doesn't make promises lightly. We don't say things we don't mean. We don't offer comfort we can't back up with action. She set the sword on the floor between them. Harry Potter, I promise you this, no one will ever hurt you again. Not the Dursleys. Not Voldemort. Not anyone who tries to use you or cage you or destroy you. Her voice was flat, emotionless, but her eyes were burning. I will protect you with every resource my family possesses. I will teach you to protect yourself. And if anyone, tries to take you from us, they will regret it for the rest of their very short lives. Harry's throat tightened. You don't have to do this, he whispered. I'm not your responsibility. Yes, you are. Wednesday picked up the sword and held it out to him, handle first. You're not a responsibility. Your family. Harry looked at the sword. Then at Wednesday. Then at Enid, who was crying, silently, tears streaming down her cheeks, and smiling at the same time. He reached out and took the handle. The sword was heavier than he expected, the weight of it pressing against his palm. But it didn't feel cold or threatening. It felt right. Like something that belonged in his hand. I don't know how to use this, Harry said. Then I'll teach you. And if I can't protect myself? Then I'll protect you. And if Voldemort finds me anyway? Wednesday leaned forward, her dark eyes locking onto his green ones. Then we'll face him together. The rest of the night passed slowly. Enid fell asleep on Wednesday's floor, curled up on a pile of blankets, her wolf finally settling. Thing kept watch by the window, his fingers occasionally tapping out reports about the forest, still quiet, still dark, still hiding the hide somewhere in its depths. Harry sat on Wednesday's bed, his back against the headboard, the sword across his lap. He wasn't sleeping, he didn't think he could sleep anymore, not after the nightmares, but he wasn't awake either. He was somewhere in between, floating in a haze of exhaustion and fear and something that felt almost like hope. Wednesday sat beside him. She wasn't touching him, she rarely touched anyone, but she was close enough that he could feel the warmth radiating from her body. Close enough that he knew he wasn't alone. Wednesday? Yes? Why do you care what happens to me? The question hung in the air between them. Wednesday was silent for so long that Harry thought she wasn't going to answer. But then she spoke, slowly, carefully, as if each word cost her something. Because I know what it's like to be different, she said. To be feared. To be misunderstood. The world looks at me and sees a monster. They don't understand that I choose to be the way I am, that I've chosen darkness because darkness is honest, and the world is full of lies. She paused. You didn't choose any of this. You didn't choose the Horcrux, or the prophecy, or the scar, or the Dursleys. You were born into a nightmare, and everyone who should have protected you failed. Her voice dropped lower. That's not fair. And She stopped. I don't like unfairness. Harry turned to look at her. In the firelight, Wednesday's face looked softer than usual, less like carved marble and more like something alive. Something that could hurt. Something that could be hurt. You're not a monster, Harry said. Wednesday's lips twitched. Debatable. No. Harry shook his head. I've met monsters. The Dursleys are monsters. Voldemort is a monster. You. He searched for the right words. You're the least monstrous person I know. Wednesday stared at him. For a long moment she didn't speak. Didn't move. Just sat there, her dark eyes wide, her expression unreadable. Then she looked away. Go to sleep, Harry, she said. I'll watch. Harry wanted to argue, wanted to tell her that she needed sleep too, that she couldn't protect him forever, that she was only a child like him. But his eyelids were heavy, and the sword was warm against his legs, and Wednesday's presence was a wall between him and the darkness. He closed his eyes. And for the first time in weeks, he slept without dreaming. Wednesday watched him sleep. His face was peaceful in the firelight, younger than his 10 years, softer than the world had made him. The scar on his forehead was visible beneath his fringe, pale and raised, a reminder of everything he had survived. Things scuttled across the floor and climbed onto the bed. His fingers spelled out, He's strong. I know, Wednesday whispered. Stronger than he knows. He's learning. Thing paused. Then, like you. Wednesday looked down at her hands, pale, thin, capable of terrible things. She thought about the promise she had made. The sword she had given him. The words she had spoken. No one will ever hurt you again. It was the most honest thing she had ever said. Thing, she said quietly. Send a message to my mother. Tell her we need to accelerate the training. Harry doesn't have much time. Thing nodded and scuttled away. Wednesday stayed by the window, watching the forest, watching the darkness, watching for anything that might threaten the boy sleeping in her bed. The Hyde did not return that night. And when dawn finally broke over Nevermore Academy, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Wednesday Addams was still watching. Still waiting. Still keeping her promise. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the window, and the smell of bacon drifting up from the dining hall. For a moment, he didn't remember where he was. The bed was too soft, the room too dark, the sword across his lap too heavy. But then he saw Wednesday, sitting in the windowsill, her knees drawn to her chest, her eyes closed, and everything came flooding back. The nightmares. The Horcrux. The promise. Harry sat up slowly, careful not to wake her. Wednesday looked exhausted, dark circles under her eyes, her braids coming loose, her face paler than usual. She had stayed awake all night. Watching. Protecting. No one will ever hurt you again. Harry set the sword on the bed, swung his legs to the floor, and walked to the window. The morning light made Wednesday's skin look almost translucent, and for a moment, she looked like something out of a story, a guardian spirit, a dark angel, a girl who had chosen to stand between him and the darkness. Thank you, Harry whispered. Wednesday's eyes opened. She looked at him, really looked at him, and nodded. Don't thank me, she said. Just survive. Harry smiled, a real smile, small but genuine. I will, he said. I promise. End of chapter 10. ## chapter 11, Hogwarts wants Harry back. The owls arrived at dawn. Not one or two, but dozens, a storm of feathers and talons and frantic beating wings that descended on Nevermore Academy like a plague. They came through the windows, through the chimneys, through any opening large enough to admit their frantic bodies. Students screamed. Professors shouted. And in the chaos, Harry Potter stood in the middle of the courtyard, letters falling around him like snow. He picked one up. The envelope was thick parchment, sealed with crimson wax stamped with a lion, a snake, a badger, and a raven surrounding a single letter, H. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Harry's hands trembled. He had never received a letter before, not a real one, not addressed to him. The Dursleys had intercepted everything, burned everything, made sure that no word from the magical world ever reached the cupboard under the stairs. But now the letters had found him. And they kept coming. Principal Weems called an emergency meeting in her office. Harry sat in a chair facing her desk, surrounded by piles of parchment. Letters from Hogwarts professors, from the Ministry of Magic, from Dumbledore himself. Enid stood behind him, her hand on his shoulder. Wednesday leaned against the wall, arms crossed, her expression murderous. "This is unprecedented," Weems said, rubbing her temples. "I've been principal of Nevermore for 23 years, and I have never seen anything like this. The international statute of secrecy doesn't apply to wizards harassing a child," Wednesday interrupted. Weems shot her a look. "Miss Addams, I'm trying to handle this diplomatically. Diplomacy is for people who don't have swords." "Wednesday," Enid hissed. Weems turned back to Harry. "Mr. Potter, these letters are insistent. The Hogwarts Board of Governors is demanding your return to British magical jurisdiction. They claim that your presence at Nevermore is a violation of—" "I don't care what they claim." Harry's voice was quiet but steady. "I'm not going back." Weems raised an eyebrow. "You're aware that the British Ministry of Magic could formally request your extradition? Let them try." The words came from the doorway. Gomez Addams stood there, his dark eyes blazing, his mustache twitching. Behind him loomed Lurch, and beside him stood Morticia, elegant and terrifying in her black velvet dress. They had arrived without warning, without announcement, as if the very concept of permission was beneath them. "Gomez." Weems stood up. "I didn't realize you were coming." "Neither did I." Gomez strode into the room and placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. "But when I heard that a pack of British bureaucrats was trying to steal my son—" "Your son?" "Legally, not yet. Emotionally, absolutely." Gomez's grip tightened. "Harry is in Addams now. He belongs with us. And no amount of parchment and sealing wax will change that." Morticia glided to Harry's other side and placed her cool hand on his cheek. "How are you feeling, darling?" "Overwhelmed," Harry admitted. "Understandable." Morticia's dark eyes swept over the letters on Weems's desk. "These people have ignored you for 10 years. They left you in a cupboard to rot. And now, suddenly, they want you back?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "How convenient." Wednesday pushed off from the wall. "They want the boy who lived. The symbol. The weapon they can point at Voldemort." Her lip curled. "They don't want Harry." "Wednesday," Enid said. "That's harsh." "It's true." Weems sat back down, her face troubled. "Be that as it may, we can't simply ignore the British magical government. They have legal standing. Harry is a British citizen, and his guardian. His guardian beat him," Gomez said flatly. "Locked him in a cupboard. Starved him. I have documentation. Photographs. Medical records." He pulled a thick folder from inside his jacket and slapped it onto Weems's desk. "The Dursleys are unfit. Dumbledore knew. The Ministry knew. And now they want Harry back so they can pretend none of it happened." The room fell silent. Weems opened the folder. Her face paled as she read. The photographs, Harry's bruises, his too-thin body, the cupboard with its lock on the outside, stared up at her like accusations. "Good Lord," she whispered. "Indeed." Gomez folded his arms. "So when the British Ministry comes calling, you can tell them that Harry Potter is under the protection of the Addams family. And that we have lawyers. Very good lawyers. Lawyers who specialize in making people regret their life choices." The delegation from Hogwarts arrived 3 days later. They came in a carriage pulled by thestrals, skeletal, winged horses that only those who had seen death could see. Harry couldn't see them, but Wednesday could, and her eyes followed the invisible creatures with dark fascination. The carriage landed on the front lawn of Nevermore, crushing a hedge that had once tried to eat a student. The door opened, and 3 figures emerged. The first was a tall woman with severe features and emerald-green robes. Her hair was pulled back in a tight bun, and her eyes swept over Nevermore with barely concealed disdain. The second was a small, nervous man with watery eyes and a camera that hung around his neck. He kept adjusting his bow tie and looking around as if expecting something to jump out at him. The third. Harry's breath caught. The third was a man with twinkling blue eyes behind half-moon spectacles, long silver hair and beard, and robes of deep purple embroidered with gold stars. He moved with a grace that belied his age, and when he smiled, it was like the sun coming out from behind clouds. Albus Dumbledore. Harry had never seen him before, not in person, but he knew him instantly. Everyone knew Dumbledore. The greatest wizard alive. The man who had defeated Grindelwald. The only one Lord Voldemort had ever feared. The man who had left Harry in a cupboard for 10 years. Dumbledore's eyes found Harry immediately, as if drawn by an invisible thread. His smile widened, and he began to walk forward, his purple robes billowing behind him. "Harry," Dumbledore said, his voice warm and welcoming. "At last. I've waited so long to meet you." Harry didn't move. Enid grabbed his hand. Wednesday stepped in front of him, blocking Dumbledore's path. "You'll have to wait a little longer," Wednesday said. "He doesn't want to see you." Dumbledore stopped. His blue eyes studied Wednesday, her black clothes, her braids, her cold expression, and something flickered across his face. Recognition, perhaps. Or caution. "Miss Addams," Dumbledore said. "I've heard a great deal about you. None of it good, I hope. Actually, your mother and I crossed paths many years ago. She was memorable. She has that effect." The tall woman in green robes stepped forward. "Headmaster, we don't have time for patience, Minerva." Dumbledore held up a hand. "We are guests here. We should act like it." Minerva McGonagall, for that was who she was, pressed her lips together but said nothing. The small man with the camera raised it nervously, then lowered it when Wednesday glared at him. "Harry," Dumbledore said again. "May we speak? Privately?" Harry looked at Wednesday. She gave a tiny shake of her head. "No," Harry said. "Anything you have to say to me, you can say in front of my family." Dumbledore's smile flickered. "Family? The Addams family," Harry said. "They're my family now." For a moment, just a moment, something dark passed over Dumbledore's face. A shadow of disappointment, perhaps. Or frustration. But it was gone so quickly that Harry almost believed he had imagined it. "I see," Dumbledore said softly. "Then we shall speak here." They gathered in the Nevermore library, a neutral space, Weems had insisted, though the way she positioned herself between Dumbledore and Harry suggested she had already chosen a side. Dumbledore sat in a high-backed chair, his hands folded in his lap, his eyes never leaving Harry's face. McGonagall stood behind him, her arms crossed. The small man, Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, though he looked more like a frightened rabbit than a government official, hovered near the door. Gomez and Morticia sat on either side of Harry, a united front. Wednesday stood behind them, thing peeking from her pocket. Enid had refused to leave, and now sat on the floor at Harry's feet, her hands still wrapped around his. "Harry," Dumbledore began, "I want you to know that I never intended for you to suffer. The Dursleys were meant to keep you safe." "Safe?" Harry's voice cracked. "I slept in a cupboard. They starved me. They beat me. For 10 years. Dumbledore's face sagged. "I didn't know the extent." "You knew enough." Harry pulled the burned remains of a letter from his pocket, one he had saved, one he hadn't thrown into the fire. He had found it in Weems's office, a copy of Dumbledore's original letter to Petunia. You wrote to my aunt. You told her the blood wards required me to call that house home. You didn't care if they hurt me, as long as the wards held. McGonagall shifted uncomfortably. Harry, the headmaster, was trying to protect you from Voldemort. Protect me? Harry stood up. His hands were shaking, but his voice was steady. You left me with people who hated me. You never checked on me. You never sent anyone to see if I was okay. And now that I've found a family who actually wants me, you want to take me back? No one wants to take you anywhere you don't want to go, Dumbledore said gently. But Hogwarts is your birthright. Your parents died to protect you, to give you a future. My parents died to save my life. Harry's eyes burned. They didn't die so you could lock me in a cupboard. They didn't die so I could be a weapon in your war against Voldemort. The word hung in the air like a curse. Dumbledore's eyes lost their twinkle. Harry, I'm not going to Hogwarts. Harry sat back down, his body trembling. I'm staying here. With the Addams family. With people who actually care about me. Silence. Fudge cleared his throat. Now see here, young man, the Ministry has legal authority over. Your legal authority, Morticia interrupted, her voice like honey over poison, extends only as far as we allow it. The Addams family has been protecting its own for centuries. We have resources. Connections. A very large cannon in the attic that has never been fired but would look lovely aimed at your ministry. Fudge went pale. Mrs. Addams, McGonagall said, surely we can resolve this without threats. It's not a threat. It's a statement of fact. Morticia smiled, a cold, beautiful smile. Harry is ours now. We will not give him up. And if you try to take him, you'll regret it. Wednesday finished. Dumbledore looked at Harry, really looked at him, as if seeing him for the first time. His blue eyes were sad, his face lined with old regrets. I made mistakes, Dumbledore said quietly. I thought I was doing the right thing. I thought the blood wards would protect you, and I convinced myself that a little suffering was worth your survival. He paused. I was wrong. Harry stared at him. I was wrong, Dumbledore repeated. And I am sorry. Harry wanted to believe him. Wanted to believe that the great Albus Dumbledore had finally realized the cost of his choices. But the burned letters were still in his pocket, and the scars were still on his hands, and the nightmares were still in his head. Sorry isn't enough, Harry said. Dumbledore nodded slowly. No. I suppose it isn't. The delegation left that evening. The Thestrals pulled their carriage back into the darkening sky, and the students of Nevermore watched from the windows as Hogwarts disappeared over the treetops. Harry stood in the courtyard, alone, watching the last traces of the carriage fade into the clouds. Footsteps approached. Wednesday stood beside him. You did well, she said. I don't feel like I did well. I feel like I just told the most powerful wizard in the world that I don't trust him. You don't trust him. That's not the same as doing well. Wednesday paused. Trust is earned. He didn't earn it. Harry looked at her. Do you trust anyone? Wednesday considered the question. My family. Enid. You. Me? You're not a liar. That's rare. She turned to face him. Harry, whatever happens next, whatever Dumbledore does, whatever Voldemort does, remember that you made a choice today. You chose yourself. You chose your own safety and happiness over what other people wanted you to be. I chose the Addams family. You chose a family that chose you back. Wednesday's lips curved, just slightly. That's the most important choice you'll ever make. Harry nodded slowly. He thought about the cupboard. The Dursleys. The years of loneliness and pain and fear. And he thought about the Addams mansion. About Gomez's hugs and Morticia's books and Pugsley's dangerous games. About Enid's smile and Wednesday's steady presence and Thing's silent loyalty. He had been alone for so long. But he wasn't alone anymore. And he never would be again. That night, Harry wrote a letter. He addressed it to Albus Dumbledore, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. He wrote, Dear Professor Dumbledore. Asterisk, thank you for coming to see me. I know you traveled a long way. Asterisk. But I'm not coming back. Asterisk, I don't know much about the magical world. I don't know about prophecies or wars or dark lords. All I know is that I spent 10 years in a cupboard, and no one came to save me. Asterisk. Until the Addams family? Asterisk, they didn't have to save me. They didn't owe me anything. But they did it anyway. Because they believed I deserved better. Asterisk. I'm staying with them. Asterisk, please don't write to me again. Please don't send any more owls. I don't want to be the boy who lived anymore. I just want to be Harry. Asterisk. I hope you understand. If you don't, that's okay too. I'm not living my life for you anymore. Sincerely, Harry Potter, soon to be Harry Potter Addams. He folded the letter, sealed it with wax, and gave it to Thing. Can you make sure he gets this? Harry asked. Thing nodded solemnly and scuttled away into the darkness. Harry watched him go. Then he turned, walked back into the academy, and joined his family for dinner. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12. The Addams training begins. The basement of the Addams mansion was not a basement. It was a labyrinth, a sprawling network of tunnels, chambers, and hidden rooms that stretched beneath the hill like the roots of an ancient tree. Some of these rooms were storage. Some were dungeons. Some were things that Harry didn't have words for, spaces that seemed to bend and breathe and watch him as he walked past. And one of them, the largest, the oldest, the one carved directly into the bedrock, was the training room. Harry stood in the center of that room now, his breath fogging in the cold air, his hand wrapped around the hilt of the sword Wednesday had given him. The blade gleamed in the torchlight, reflecting the green flames that flickered in iron sconces along the walls. You're holding it wrong, Gomez said. Harry looked down at his grip. It feels right. Feeling right and being right are different things. Gomez walked around him in a slow circle, his shoes clicking on the stone floor. He was wearing fencing whites, crisp and immaculate, with a black trim that matched his mustache. A sword is not a hammer. You don't grip it like you're trying to crush something. You hold it like you're holding a bird, firm enough that it can't escape, gentle enough that you don't crush it. Harry adjusted his grip. Better. Gomez stopped in front of him. Now. Show me your stance. Harry widened his stance, bent his knees, raised the sword. Gomez studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled, a warm, genuine smile that crinkled the corners of his eyes. You've never held a sword before last month, Gomez said. And yet you move like someone who's been training for years. Your body knows things your mind doesn't. The Dursleys? Harry said quietly. They used to. I had to move fast. Get out of the way. Uncle Vernon's fists were quick. Gomez's smile faded. I see. I learned to read people's bodies. To know when they were going to strike. To know where. Harry looked down at the sword. I didn't know I was learning anything. I just knew I wanted to survive. Gomez was silent for a moment. Then he stepped forward and placed his hands on Harry's shoulders. Survival, Gomez said, is the first lesson. But it's not the last. Today, we start teaching you something more. What's that? How to win. The training was brutal. Gomez did not believe in gentle lessons. He believed in pressure, in repetition, in pushing his students to their limits, and then demanding one more push. Harry's arms ached. His legs burned. His palms blistered around the sword's hilt, and sweat dripped into his eyes, and still Gomez pushed. Again, Gomez said. Harry lunged. The sword cut through the air, not toward Gomez, but toward a practice dummy in the corner of the room. The dummy was old, battered, covered in the scars of decades of training. It had been painted to look like a man, though the paint had long since faded. Harry's blade struck the dummy's chest. Too high, Gomez said. The heart is lower. Try again. Harry reset his stance. Lunged again. The blade struck the dummy's stomach. Better. But you're telegraphing. Your shoulder drops before you move. An experienced opponent will see that and counter before you finish your lunge. How do I stop? Practice. Gomez walked behind him and adjusted his shoulder. 10,000 repetitions. That's what it takes to make a movement instinctive. We start today. Harry lunged again. And again. And again. By the time the session ended, Harry could barely lift his arms. His hands were raw, his legs were shaking, and his entire body screamed with exhaustion. But he had hit the dummy's heart 3 times. Good, Gomez said, clapping him on the back. Very good. You're a natural, Harry. A natural. I don't feel natural. I feel like I'm going to die. That's the feeling of improving. Gomez sheathed his own sword, an elegant blade with a silver hilt, and walked toward the door. Rest today. Tomorrow, we start poison resistance. Poison resistance? You'll thank me later. Poison resistance was exactly as unpleasant as it sounded. Morticia led the lesson, standing at a stone table covered in vials of various colors. Some were clear, some were green, some were a disturbing shade of purple that seemed to glow from within. The Addams family has been studying poisons for generations, Morticia said, her voice calm and melodic. Not because we enjoy poisoning people, though we do occasionally, but because knowledge is power. If you understand poisons, you can recognize them. If you recognize them, you can avoid them. And if you cannot avoid them, she picked up a small vial of clear liquid. You can survive them. Harry stared at the vials. Are you going to poison me? Small amounts. Microdoses. Enough to build your tolerance without causing permanent damage. Morticia smiled. Don't worry. I've done this with Wednesday and Pugsley. They're both alive. That's reassuring. It should be. The first poison was belladonna, deadly nightshade. Morticia diluted a single drop in a glass of water and handed it to Harry. Drink, she said. Harry drank. The liquid was bitter, almost metallic, and it burned going down. Within minutes, his vision blurred, his heart raced, and his skin felt like it was crawling with ants. Lie down, Morticia said, guiding him to a chaise lounge in the corner of the room. The symptoms will pass. Focus on your breathing. Your body knows how to fight this, you just have to let it. Harry lay back, his chest heaving, his hands gripping the edges of the chaise. The room spun. His stomach churned. For a terrible moment, he thought he was going to die, here, in the basement of the Addams mansion, poisoned by the woman who had become his mother. But then the spinning stopped. His heart slowed. The crawling sensation faded. And Harry opened his eyes to find Morticia watching him with approval. Excellent, she said. Your body processed the toxin faster than I expected. You have a strong constitution, Harry. That will serve you well. That was horrible. Yes. Morticia handed him a glass of clean water. But you survived. And tomorrow, you'll survive a little more. And the day after that. She touched his cheek. You'll survive almost anything. The dark etiquette lessons were Wednesday's domain. Harry sat across from her in the library, a heavy book open on his lap. The book was titled The Art of Social Warfare, a guide to destroying your enemies without raising your voice. Words are weapons, Wednesday said. Sharper than swords, more dangerous than poison. The right word, spoken at the right moment, can destroy a reputation, shatter an alliance, or drive an enemy to madness. Harry turned a page. This seems extreme. Extreme is what happens when words fail. Words are the first line of defense. Use them well, and you'll never need to use anything else. Wednesday leaned forward. Insults are the lowest form of verbal combat. Anyone can call someone ugly or stupid. True mastery lies in subtlety, in compliments that cut, in questions that reveal weakness, in silences that speak louder than screams. Can you give me an example? Wednesday considered. At dinner tonight, my father will compliment your progress with the sword. He'll mean it. But if he wanted to insult you, he might say, for someone with your background, you're remarkably coordinated. Harry frowned. That sounds like a compliment. Exactly. But the words for someone with your background imply that he expected you to be clumsy. That he's surprised you're not. It's a compliment that contains an insult, and most people wouldn't even notice. That's evil. Wednesday's lips twitched. That's etiquette. The survival training came from Lurch. Harry had not expected Lurch to be a teacher. The tall, silent butler rarely spoke. His vocabulary seemed to consist mostly of groans and the occasional grunt, but when it came to surviving in hostile environments, Lurch was an expert. They met in the forest behind the mansion, where Lurch had set up a series of obstacles and challenges. Snares to avoid. Traps to disarm. Shelters to build. Food to identify. Mushrooms, berries, roots, all carefully selected by Lurch to be either nutritious or deadly. Yum, Lurch said, pointing at a patch of mushrooms. Harry knelt beside them. These look like the ones Morticia used in dinner last week. So, edible? Lurch nodded. And these? Harry pointed at a cluster of red-capped mushrooms nearby. Yum. Lurch shook his head vigorously. Poison? Another nod. Harry carefully harvested the edible mushrooms, avoiding the poisonous ones, and added them to the small basket Lurch had given him. He had learned over the past few weeks that survival wasn't about being strong or fast or smart. It was about paying attention. About noticing the small details, the color of a mushroom's gills, the direction of the wind, the way the leaves moved when something was hiding in the underbrush. The Dursleys had taught him to pay attention. Lurch was teaching him what to look for. Pugsley taught him explosives. This was, by far, Harry's favorite subject. They sat in the backyard, a vast, overgrown expanse that bordered the forest, with a collection of pipes, wires, and mysterious powders spread out on a blanket between them. The key, Pugsley said, is containment. An explosion is just energy expanding very, very fast. If you don't contain it, you just get a loud noise and some smoke. But if you contain it... He held up a small metal pipe, sealed at both ends, with a fuse sticking out of one side. You get something that can punch through steel. Harry examined the pipe. How do you control the direction? Shaped charges. Pugsley pulled out a diagram. You put the explosive in a container that's weaker on one side. When it detonates, the energy goes through the weak spot. Everything else stays intact. You've done this before? Pugsley grinned. I blew up my treehouse when I was 6. On purpose? Mostly. Harry grinned back. Show me. Pugsley lit the fuse. They ran. The explosion was louder than Harry expected, a sharp, cracking thunder that echoed across the grounds and sent birds scattering from the trees. When Harry turned around, the target, an old armchair that Lurch had dragged outside for this purpose, was in pieces. That was amazing, Harry breathed. Beginner's luck. Pugsley clapped him on the shoulder. But you've got the instinct for it. Most people are scared of explosions. They think about getting hurt. You think about what the explosion can do. Is that bad? It's excellent. Pugsley's grin widened. You're going to fit right in. Enid taught him about werewolves. Not officially, the training sessions were Gomez's idea, and Enid wasn't part of the formal curriculum. But she sat with Harry in the evenings, in the common room or the library or the courtyard, and answered his questions about the wolf that lived inside her. Does it hurt? Harry asked one night. They were sitting on the roof of the mansion, a place Enid had discovered, a flat stretch of slate overlooking the forest. The moon was full, bright enough to read by, and Enid's eyes had taken on a golden hue. At first, Enid said. The change, I mean. It feels like your bones are breaking and your skin is tearing and you're burning from the inside out. She paused. But then it's over. And you're not you anymore, not completely. You're the wolf. And the wolf is free. Harry looked at her profile, the sharpness of her jaw, the faint fuzz of fur that appeared on her cheeks when the moon was full. Are you scared of the wolf? No. Enid turned to face him. The wolf is me. Everything I'm too scared to be, everything I hold back during the day. She's not a monster, Harry. She's just honest. Honest how? Enid was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "When I'm the wolf, I don't care what people think. I don't care if I'm too loud or too bright or too much. I just am. It's the most peaceful feeling in the world." Harry thought about that, about being so comfortable in his own skin that he didn't have to pretend. He had never felt that way. Not once. "Do you think I have a wolf inside me?" he asked. Enid laughed, a soft, gentle sound. "No, Harry. You're not a werewolf. But you have something else. Something dark and old and powerful. And one day," she touched his hand, "one day you're going to learn to let it out. And when you do, when I do, you're going to be unstoppable." Wednesday never slept during the training. She was always there, watching. From the shadows, observing from the doorway, appearing at Harry's elbow when he least expected her. She didn't participate in the lessons. She had already mastered everything Gomez and Morticia and Lurch could teach, but she was present. Always present. "You're staring," Harry said one afternoon, after a particularly brutal fencing session. He was sitting on a bench in the courtyard, his sword across his knees, his body drenched in sweat. "I'm observing," Wednesday corrected. "What's the difference? Staring is passive. Observing is active." Wednesday sat beside him, close, but not touching. "I'm watching your form. Your footwork. The way you recover after a mistake. And you're improving. Faster than I expected." Harry looked down at his hands. The blisters had calloused over, and the calluses were beginning to harden into something that looked almost like armor. "Gomez says I'm a natural," Harry said. "Gomez is biased. And you?" Wednesday was quiet for a moment. Then, "You have something that can't be taught. Instinct. The ability to read a situation and react without thinking. The Dursleys gave you that. They forced you to develop it for survival." She paused. "Now you're learning to use it for something else." "For what?" "Victory." Harry turned to look at her. In the afternoon light, Wednesday's face was softer than usual, less like a mask and more like a girl. "I couldn't do this without you," Harry said. "Any of it." "Yes, you could." "No." Harry shook his head. "I couldn't. Because I wouldn't have tried. I would have stayed in the cupboard, or in Nevermore, or anywhere they put me. I would have just existed. Survived. But you," his voice cracked, "you made me want more than survival." Wednesday stared at him. For a long moment she didn't speak. Then she reached out and placed her hand on top of his, warm, steady, real. "Good," she said. "That's the point." That night, Harry stood in front of the mirror in his room and looked at his reflection. He was different. Not just older, though he had grown, finally, filling out as the regular meals and the training built muscle on his thin frame. But something deeper had changed. Something in his eyes. The boy who had lived in the cupboard was still there. Harry could see him, small and scared and desperate for someone to care. But that boy was fading. Replaced by someone else. Someone stronger. Someone who had survived poison and swords and explosions, and the crushing weight of knowing that the man who was supposed to protect him had left him to rot. Someone who was learning to fight back. Harry raised his hand and touched the scar on his forehead. "You're in my head," he said quietly, speaking to Voldemort, to the Horcrux, to the piece of dark magic that lived inside him. "But you don't own me. Not anymore." The scar tingled, a warning, a threat, a promise. Harry smiled. "I'm not afraid of you," he said. And for the first time, he meant it. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13, Wednesday vs. Draco Malfoy. The diplomatic visit was Weems's idea. "The British ministry is still making noise about Harry's guardianship," she had explained, her fingers steepled beneath her chin. "A formal exchange, students from Hogwarts visiting Nevermore, students from Nevermore visiting Hogwarts, would demonstrate goodwill. Show them that we're not hiding Harry. That we have nothing to hide. Gomez had been skeptical. Morticia had been openly hostile. Wednesday had simply stared at Weems with an expression that promised violence if anything went wrong. But Harry had agreed. If I hide from them, he had said, they win. I'm done hiding. And so, on a grey October morning, a carriage pulled by Thestrals landed on the front lawn of Nevermore Academy, and a group of Hogwarts students stepped out into the crisp Vermont air. Draco Malfoy was not impressed. He had expected Nevermore to be, well, less strange, less dark, less full of creatures. That made his skin crawl and his hand drift toward his wand. The vampires alone were enough to make him reconsider the entire trip, and the werewolves were walking around like normal students, without chains or handlers or any of the precautions his father had told him were necessary. This place is barbaric, Draco muttered to his companions. Crabbe and Goyle, hulking and silent, nodded in agreement. Pansy Parkinson wrinkled her nose as a siren walked past, her scales glistening in the weak sunlight. It's an insult to magical society, Pansy said. Letting all these creatures mix with proper witches and wizards. The Addams family runs this place, Draco said. What did you expect? He had heard stories about the Addams family. Everyone had. They were old money, old magic, old blood. But they were also strange, eccentric. The kind of family that married cousins and kept pet tarantulas and smiled at funerals. The kind of family that made even the sacred 28 uncomfortable. And according to the rumors, the Addams family had stolen Harry Potter. Draco's father had been furious when he heard. Harry Potter was supposed to be a symbol, the boy who lived, the proof that blood traders like the Potters produced nothing but weakness and failure. But Potter had disappeared, and now he was living with the Addams family, and no one seemed able to do anything about it. Well, Draco said, straightening his robes, let's go see the freak. Harry was waiting in the courtyard. He stood between Wednesday and Enid, his back straight, his hands clasped behind him. He was wearing the Nevermore uniform, black with silver trim, and his hair had been tamed slightly, though it still stuck up in the back like it always had. The scar on his forehead was visible beneath his fringe, a pale lightning bolt against his tanned skin. He looked different. Not the small, frightened boy Draco had expected. Not the victim. Not the tragic orphan who had been raised by muggles and locked in a cupboard. Harry Potter looked strong, healthy. And when his green eyes met Draco's gray ones, there was no fear in them. Welcome to Nevermore, Harry said. His voice was calm, steady. I'm Harry Potter. Draco stepped forward, his chin raised. I know who you are. Everyone knows who you are. The boy who lived. The savior of the wizarding world. He let his lip curl. Though you don't look like much. And you look exactly like I expected, Harry replied. Draco blinked. What's that supposed to mean? Harry smiled, a small, cold smile that didn't reach his eyes. Exactly what I said. Wednesday watched from a few feet away, her expression unreadable. Thing was in her pocket, fingers tapping in irritation. Enid stood beside her, her hands balled into fists. Potter thinks he's clever, Draco said, turning to address the other Hogwarts students. Living with monsters has made him forget his place. His place? Wednesday's voice cut through the courtyard like a blade. Draco turned to face her. His eyes widened slightly. He had heard about Wednesday Addams, had seen her photo in a magazine his mother had left on the coffee table. The photo didn't do her justice. In person, she was unsettling. Like a doll that might come to life and stab you. And you must be the Addams girl, Draco said. I've heard stories. I'm sure you have. All of them unpleasant. All of them true. Wednesday stepped forward, her dark eyes locked onto Draco's. You came here to insult Harry. To remind him that he's different. To make him feel small. She tilted her head. But you're the one who looks small, Malfoy. Standing here with your bodyguards and your pure-blood arrogance, trying to intimidate a boy who survived what you couldn't imagine. Draco's face flushed. I don't need bodyguards. No? Wednesday looked at Crabbe and Goyle. Then why are they here? For conversation? A few of the Nevermore students laughed. Draco's flush deepened. You think you're clever, he spat. But you're nothing. Your family is nothing. A bunch of inbred eccentrics who play with dead things because they can't handle real magic. The courtyard went silent. Wednesday's expression didn't change. But something in her eyes shifted, darkened, and Draco took an involuntary step back. Real magic, Wednesday repeated. Tell me, Malfoy, what is real magic? Spells you learned from a book? Wands you bought at a shop? Potions you brewed from someone else's recipe? She stepped closer. Real magic is the magic that lives in blood and bone. In curse and blessing. In the darkness that you purebloods pretend doesn't exist because you're too afraid to look at it. I'm not afraid of anything. Then prove it. Wednesday's voice dropped to a whisper. Spend one night in the forest behind this academy. Alone. Unarmed. Let's see how brave you are when the Hyde comes hunting. Draco's face went pale. He had heard about the Hyde. Everyone had. It was the reason Nevermore had so many rules about the forest, the reason students weren't allowed outside after dark, the reason the grounds were ringed with protective wards that hummed with old magic. You're bluffing, Draco said. Am I? Wednesday turned to Harry. Show him. Harry hesitated, just for a moment, and then he closed his eyes. He reached for the Horcrux, for the darkness inside his scar, for the connection that linked him to Lord Voldemort. He didn't call on the darkness, not fully, but he let it rise. Let it seep into his eyes, his posture, his presence. When he opened his eyes, they were glowing. Not green anymore. Something else. Something darker. Something that made Draco Malfoy stumble backward and reach for his wand. What are you? This is real magic, Harry said. His voice was deeper now, layered with something that wasn't entirely human. This is what lives inside me. And it's not afraid of you, Draco Malfoy. It's not afraid of your father or your pure blood connections. Or your precious Dark Lord. The glow faded. Harry blinked, and his eyes were green again, just green, just human. But Draco had seen. They had all seen. The courtyard was silent. The Hogwarts students stared at Harry with expressions ranging from fear to fascination. The Nevermore students watched with something like pride. You're a monster, Draco whispered. No. Wednesday stepped between them. He's what happens when monsters try to destroy something pure and fail. He's what happens when love is stronger than hate. He's what happens. Her voice hardened. When you underestimate someone who has nothing left to lose. She turned her back on Draco, dismissing him completely. Come on, Harry. Enid. We have better things to do than entertain bigots. They walked away. Draco stood in the courtyard, surrounded by his classmates, and felt something he had never felt before. Fear. Not of the Hyde. Not of the forest. Not of Wednesday Addams or her family or the strange school full of outcasts. Fear of Harry Potter. The boy who had survived the killing curse. The boy who carried darkness inside him and wasn't afraid to show it. The boy who had looked at Draco with glowing eyes and made him feel like prey. The Dark Lord, Draco whispered to himself, is going to want to know about this. The rest of the visit was tense. The Hogwarts students kept their distance from Harry and his friends, whispering among themselves whenever they thought he wasn't listening. But Harry didn't care. He had spent 10 years being whispered about. A few more days wouldn't hurt. The only bright spot was a girl with bushy brown hair and front teeth that were slightly too large. Hermione Granger had approached Harry during lunch on the second day, her expression curious rather than hostile. You're really a wizard? She asked. Yes. From Britain? Yes. Then why aren't you at Hogwarts? Harry looked at her, really looked at her. She wasn't like the other Hogwarts students. There was no judgment in her eyes, no fear, no disgust. Just curiosity. Because Hogwarts isn't safe for me, Harry said. Not because of the school. Because of the people who want to use me. Hermione frowned. Use you how? I'm the boy who lived. The symbol. The weapon. Harry's voice was flat. Everyone wants something from me. Except. He glanced at Wednesday, who was sitting across the room, watching Draco like a hawk watching a mouse. Except the Addams family? They just want me to be happy. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she nodded. I think I understand, she said. My parents are dentists. Muggles. When I got my Hogwarts letter, they were confused. Scared. They didn't understand why I would want to leave home to study magic. She paused. But they trusted me. They let me go. And I've been trying to prove that their trust wasn't misplaced. Are the other students kind to you? Hermione's face flickered. Not always. I'm different. I read a lot. I answer questions in class. Some people think that makes me insufferable. It makes you smart. Try telling that to Pansy Parkinson. Harry smiled, a real smile, warm and genuine. I think you and I would have been friends. If things had been different. Hermione smiled back. Maybe we still can be. Letters don't require being in the same country. That's true. They exchanged addresses, Harry's at Nevermore, Hermione's at Hogwarts, and promised to write. It was a small thing, a tiny connection to a world Harry had never known. But it felt important. Like a door that had been cracked open, just a little, just enough to let in some light. Draco did not try to speak to Harry again. But on the last night of the visit, as the Hogwarts students gathered their belongings and prepared to return to the carriage, Draco cornered Wednesday in a quiet hallway. You think you've won, Draco said. But you haven't. The Dark Lord is coming back. Everyone knows it. And when he does. When he does? Wednesday interrupted. Harry will be ready. Ready? Draco laughed, a sharp, bitter sound. He's one boy. One boy with a scar and a dead mother and a family of freaks. Wednesday stepped closer to him. She was shorter than Draco, smaller, but somehow she seemed to fill the hallway with her presence. Her dark eyes were flat, empty, like the eyes of something that had stopped being human a long time ago. Listen to me, Draco Malfoy, Wednesday said. And listen carefully. Harry Potter is not a boy. He is not a symbol. He is not a weapon. He is something else, something that even your Dark Lord doesn't understand. She reached out and touched his chin, just lightly, just enough to make him flinch. You saw his eyes. Wednesday continued. You felt what lives inside him. That darkness isn't Voldemort's. It's older. Deeper. And one day. She smiled. One day, it's going to wake up. And when it does, everyone who heard Harry Potter is going to wish they had never been born. She released him and walked away. Draco stood in the hallway, his heart pounding, his hands shaking. He had come to Nevermore expecting to humiliate the boy who lived. He was leaving terrified of the boy who lived inside him. The carriage lifted into the night sky, carrying the Hogwarts students back across the ocean. Harry stood in the courtyard, watching it go, Wednesday and Enid beside him. You were hard on him, Harry said. He deserved it. He's just a kid. Like us. Wednesday looked at him. He's a kid who came here to hurt you. Who laughed at your suffering. Who called your family freaks. Her voice was flat. I don't care how old he is. Cruelty is cruelty. Harry nodded slowly. He thought about Draco's face when Wednesday had touched his chin, the fear, the confusion, the dawning realization that he was outmatched. It should have felt satisfying. Should have felt like justice. But Harry just felt tired. I don't want to be feared, he said quietly. I don't want people to look at me like I'm a monster. Then don't be a monster, Enid said. Be Harry. The Harry who laughs at Pugsley's explosions. The Harry who reads in the library until midnight. The Harry who cried when I showed him pictures of my family's puppies. I didn't cry. You teared up. I had something in my eye. Sure you did. Harry smiled, a small, tired smile. Thanks. Both of you. For standing with me. Always, Enid said. Wednesday said nothing. But she reached out and took Harry's hand, just for a moment, just enough to let him know she was there. And then they walked inside, leaving the empty courtyard to the stars. 2 days later, Harry received a letter. It was from Draco Malfoy. The handwriting was shaky, the parchment crumpled, as if Draco had written it in haste and then changed his mind several times before finally sending it. Potter. I don't know what you are. I don't know what lives inside you. But I know that my father is planning something. The Dark Lord's followers are gathering. They're looking for you, not to kill you, but to capture you. To bring you to him. I don't know why I'm telling you this. Maybe because I saw your eyes. Maybe because Wednesday Addams terrifies me more than the Dark Lord ever could. Maybe because Just be careful. Someone you trusted is going to betray you. I don't know who. But it's someone close. D.M. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he handed it to Wednesday. She read it once, her expression unchanging, and then looked up at Harry. Someone close? Wednesday said. Yes. Who? Harry shook his head. I don't know. But I'm going to find out. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14. Voldemort learns the truth. The ritual took place in a graveyard so old that the names on the tombstones had been worn smooth by centuries of rain. Lord Voldemort waited at the center of a circle drawn in blood, not his blood, never his blood, but the blood of the servant. Who had found him, who had nurtured him, who had done everything in his power to restore his master to power. Wormtail. Peter Pettigrew. The rat who had betrayed James and Lily Potter, who had framed Sirius Black, who had hidden for 12 years as a pet in a child's bedroom. He was pathetic, groveling, barely worthy of the air he breathed. But he was useful. And usefulness, Voldemort had learned, was the only currency that mattered. My lord, Wormtail whispered, pressing his forehead to the ground. The potion is ready. Then bring it. Wormtail crawled to a small cauldron that sat at the edge of the circle. The liquid inside was thick and dark, bubbling slowly, releasing steam that smelled of old bones and older magic. He ladled it into a stone cup and brought it to his master. Voldemort took the cup. His hands, if they could be called hands, were pale and thin, more bone than flesh. His body was a mockery of what it had once been, a twisted remnant held together by dark magic and sheer force of will. But that would change. Tonight that would change. He drank. The potion burned going down, a fire in his throat, in his chest, in the empty space where his heart should have been. His body convulsed. His skin stretched and tore and reformed. And when the pain finally subsided, when Voldemort opened his eyes and looked at his reflection in the blade Wormtail held before him, he smiled. Not the face he had worn before his fall. Not the handsome features of Tom Riddle, the charming boy who had charmed and killed his way through Hogwarts. Something else. Something worse. A face that was both human and serpentine, with red eyes and slits for nostrils and skin the color of old bone. He was beautiful. He was terrifying. He was ready. My lord, Wormtail breathed. You have returned. Yes. Voldemort's voice was soft, almost gentle. I have returned. And now, he turned to face the horizon, toward the distant glow of London, toward the world that had rejected him and feared him and whispered his name like a curse. Now everyone will know. The Death Eaters came when they felt the dark mark burn. They came from their homes, their jobs, their hiding places. They came in masks and robes, their wands drawn, their hearts pounding. They came because they had no choice, because the mark on their arms was not a suggestion but a command, and disobedience meant death. They gathered in the graveyard, kneeling in a circle around their master, their foreheads pressed to the cold earth. Voldemort walked among them, trailing his fingers over their bowed heads, whispering their names like prayers. Lucius! My old friend! I see your fear, and your hope. You thought I was gone forever, didn't you? You thought you were free. Lucius Malfoy trembled. Never, my lord. I never stopped believing. Liar! Voldemort's voice was almost fond. But a useful liar. Rise. Lucius rose. Voldemort continued down the line. Bellatrix. My most loyal. My most enthusiastic. Bellatrix Lestrange looked up at him with eyes that burned with devotion. My lord. I knew you would return. I knew. Yes. You knew. Voldemort touched her cheek. You never doubted. That is why you are my favorite. Bellatrix sobbed with joy. Voldemort reached the end of the circle and turned to face them all, his followers, his servants, his weapons. The boy who lived, Voldemort said, is no longer at Privet Drive. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The blood wards have collapsed. Dumbledore's precious protection is gone. And the boy, Voldemort smiled. The boy has been taken. By whom, my lord? Lucius asked. The Addams family. Voldemort tasted the name, rolled it around on his tongue. An old family. A dark family. A family that has never bowed to the Ministry or to Dumbledore or to anyone. My lord, Bellatrix said, her voice sharp. The Addams family are not Death Eaters. They have never pledged allegiance to. They have pledged allegiance to nothing but themselves. That is what makes them dangerous. Voldemort began to pace. They have taken Harry Potter. They have hidden him somewhere beyond my reach, for now. But I have felt him. Through the connection, through the piece of my soul that lives inside his scar, I have felt him. The Death Eaters exchanged glances. The Horcrux, Lucius said carefully. My lord, is it wise to keep a piece of your soul inside an enemy? The Horcrux is not inside an enemy. The Horcrux is inside a child, a frightened, broken child who has no idea what he carries. Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. And that child is going to lead me to the Addams family. Through him, I will find their mansion, their secrets, their weaknesses. And then, he raised his wand. I will destroy them. The Death Eaters cheered. But Lucius Malfoy, standing at the edge of the circle, felt a chill run down his spine. His son had returned from Nevermore with strange stories. Stories about glowing eyes and darkness that lived inside Harry Potter. About a girl named Wednesday who seemed to fear nothing. About a family that had turned the boy who lived into something else. Something dangerous. Lucius looked at his master, at the red eyes, the serpentine face, the madness that lurked behind every word, and wondered, for the first time in his life, if Voldemort had finally met his match. The nightmares returned that night. Harry stood in a graveyard, not the one from his dreams, but a different one, older and darker. Fog curled around his ankles, and the headstones stretched into the distance like rows of teeth. Voldemort was there. Not as a memory. Not as a vision. There, standing at the center of a circle of kneeling figures, his red eyes fixed on Harry's face. Hello, Harry, Voldemort said. I've been waiting for you. This is a dream, Harry said. You can't hurt me here. Can't I? Voldemort stepped closer. The piece of my soul inside you disagrees. It knows me. It recognizes me. And it wants. He tilted his head. It wants to come home. Harry's scar burned. I'm not your home, Harry said. I'm not your Horcrux. I'm not your enemy. I'm just. You're just nothing. Voldemort's voice was soft, almost kind. That's what the Dursleys told you, isn't it? That's what Dumbledore believed. That's what everyone thinks, that Harry Potter is just a boy, just a symbol, just a tool. He reached out and touched Harry's cheek. The touch was cold, colder than death, colder than anything Harry had ever felt. But Harry didn't flinch. I know what you are, Voldemort whispered. I've always known. You're not just a boy, Harry. You're a weapon. A weapon I created, a weapon I control, a weapon that will one day. My family, Harry interrupted, is going to destroy you. Voldemort's eyes widened, just for a moment, just enough for Harry to see the surprise beneath the arrogance. Your family? Voldemort laughed. The Addams family? They're nothing. A handful of eccentrics with a taste for the macabre. They can't protect you from me. They already have. Harry stepped back, breaking Voldemort's touch. You can't reach me here, Harry said. You can't reach me at Nevermore. You can't reach me at the Addams mansion. And even if you could, even if you found me, you'd have to go through Wednesday first. Wednesday? The girl who's not afraid of anything. Not even you. Voldemort's face twisted. You think a child can protect you? I think, Harry said, that you don't know what you're dealing with. The dream shattered. Harry woke in his bed at Nevermore, gasping, his scar throbbing. But he wasn't alone. Wednesday sat in the chair beside his bed, her dark eyes fixed on his face, her hand resting on the sword across her lap. He was there, Harry said. I know. You know? I felt something. A disturbance in the wards. The Hyde ran again. Wednesday's expression didn't change. What did he say? Harry took a shaky breath. He said the Addams family can't protect me. That you're nothing. Wednesday was silent for a moment. Then she stood up, walked to the window, and stared out at the forest. Your scar, she said. The Horcrux. Voldemort can see through it, can't he? Not always, but sometimes. When the connection is strong. Yes. Then he knows you're here. At Nevermore. Yes. And he knows my name. Harry nodded. Wednesday turned to face him. In the moonlight, her face looked almost peaceful, calm in a way that Harry had never seen before. Good, Wednesday said. Let him know. Let him learn everything about us, our names, our faces, our weaknesses. Let him think he understands what we are. Why? Because underestimation is the deadliest weapon. Wednesday's lips curved. Voldemort thinks we're nothing. He thinks the Addams family is just a collection of eccentrics with too much money and too little sense. She walked back to the chair and sat down. He's wrong. How do you know? Because my family has been surviving for centuries. We've faced wars, plagues, inquisitions, and things that would make your Dark Lord weep with terror. And we're still here. She picked up her sword and laid it across her knees. Voldemort is temporary. The Addams family is forever. Harry lay back against his pillows. His scar still throbbed. His heart was still pounding. But Wednesday was beside him, her sword was in her hand, and somewhere in the distance, the Hyde was running. For once, the monster was running away. The next morning, Harry received an owl. Not from Hogwarts. The bird was smaller, darker, with eyes that gleamed like rubies. It carried a letter sealed with wax that Harry didn't recognize, a serpent coiled around a skull. He opened it carefully, half expecting it to bite him. The letter inside was short. Brutal. Written in red ink that looked disturbingly like blood. Harry Potter. Asterisk, the Dark Lord knows where you are. He knows who protects you. He knows everything. Asterisk. Run. A friend. Harry stared at the letter. Wednesday took it from his hands and read it. Her expression didn't change, but her grip on the parchment tightened until the edges crumpled. A friend, Wednesday said. Or a trap. I don't know. We'll find out. Wednesday folded the letter and tucked it into her pocket. But whoever sent this, they're afraid. Afraid of Voldemort. Afraid of what he's planning. Afraid enough to warn a child they've never met. That doesn't make me feel better. It shouldn't. Wednesday walked to the door and paused. Fear is useful, Harry. Fear keeps you alive. But don't let it control you. She left. Harry sat on his bed, staring at the door, and tried to remember how to breathe. Voldemort knew where he was. Voldemort was coming. And Harry was running out of time. End of chapter 14. Hashtag Chapter 15 The Addams Manor Siege. The Death Eaters came at midnight. 30 of them, hooded and masked, their wands raised, their hearts black with purpose. They had followed the trace of dark magic that lingered around Harry like a perfume, had tracked him across the ocean and through the wards that protected Nevermore, had gathered at the edge of the Addams property with murder in their eyes. Lucius Malfoy led them. He had not wanted this assignment. He had argued against it, citing the Addams family's reputation, their strange magic, the rumors that surrounded their mansion like fog around a grave. But the Dark Lord had insisted. "Bring me the boy," Voldemort had said, his red eyes gleaming. "Bring me Harry Potter. And destroy anyone who tries to stop you." Lucius had bowed. Had accepted. Had gathered his most trusted followers, Bellatrix Lestrange, Fenrir Greyback, Antonin Dolohov, and 24 others, and had operated to the edge of the Addams property. Now, standing in the darkness, looking up at the mansion on the hill, he wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. The house was watching him. He could feel it, a presence, ancient and aware, that seemed to press against his mind like fingers probing for weakness. The windows were dark, the chimneys cold, but Lucius knew with a certainty that made his blood run cold, that they were expected. "Move!" Bellatrix hissed, her wand already sparking. "The Dark Lord is waiting." Lucius raised his hand. "Wait. For what? For the boy to escape? For the traps." Lucius pointed at the ground in front of them, a seemingly innocent stretch of lawn, dotted with wild flowers and overgrown grass. "The Addams family has lived here for centuries. Do you think they've survived that long without defenses?" Bellatrix sneered. "They're muggles. Almost. A few parlor tricks. They're not muggles." Lucius's voice was sharp. "There's something else. Something older. My father told me stories about the Addams family, warnings, really. Stay away from their property. Don't cross them. Don't. Your father was a coward. My father survived." Bellatrix opened her mouth to retort, but before she could speak, the ground beneath her feet shifted. She looked down. The wildflowers were moving, not in the wind, but deliberately, their petals opening to reveal rows of needle-sharp thorns. Vines slithered across the grass like snakes, wrapping around ankles, climbing up legs. And from somewhere beneath the earth, a low, rumbling growl began to build. "Run!" Lucius shouted. But it was too late. Harry woke to the sound of screaming. Not his own, not this time. The screams came from outside, from the grounds surrounding the mansion, and they were filled with terror and pain. He threw off his covers and ran to the window. The scene below was chaos. Dark figures, Death Eaters, he realized, his heart lurching, were scattered across the lawn, fighting against what? Harry couldn't tell. The gardens had come alive, plants he had walked past 100 times suddenly revealing themselves as weapons. A bush with leaves like razors was thrashing through a cluster of masked wizards. Vines had wrapped around a man's throat, and were dragging him toward a hole in the earth. And something large and furry and very, very angry, was chasing a group of Death Eaters toward the forest. "Harry!" Wednesday burst into his room, already dressed in black, a sword in each hand. Enid was behind her, her eyes glowing gold, her teeth already sharp. "They're here," Wednesday said. "The Death Eaters. 20, no, 30 of them. How did they find us? It doesn't matter. What matters is stopping them." Wednesday threw one of the swords to Harry. He caught it, his hands were shaking, but his grip was steady. "Can you fight?" Harry thought about the training. The hours in the basement, the blisters on his palms, the poison in his veins. Gomez's voice echoed in his head, * 10,000 repetitions. "That's what it takes, *. "Yes," Harry said. "I can fight." Wednesday nodded. "Then follow me." The hallway outside Harry's room was already a battlefield. Pugsley stood at the top of the stairs, lobbing explosive devices down at the Death Eaters who had made it through the gardens. Each explosion sent masked wizards flying, their screams echoing through the mansion. Pugsley! Wednesday shouted. Status? 7 inside! Pugsley hurled another bomb. Lurch got 3 in the kitchen. Mother and father are in the foyer. The plants took care of at least 10 outside. An explosion cut him off. Harry ran to the edge of the stairs and looked down. The foyer was carnage. Gomez fought like a man possessed, his sword flashing in the torchlight, cutting through Death Eater wands and Death Eater flesh with equal efficiency. He was laughing, actually laughing, as he parried curses and returned them with steel. Morticia stood beside him, her movements graceful, almost dance-like. She didn't have a sword. She didn't need one. Her hands moved through the air, and Death Eaters fell, clutching their throats, their eyes, their hearts. Poison, Harry realized. She was poisoning them with her bare hands. And in the center of it all, Lurch stood like a mountain. The tall butler had abandoned any pretense of subtlety. He was simply crushing. His enormous hands wrapped around Death Eaters and threw them against walls. His feet kicked wands across the floor. His face, usually so blank, was twisted into something that might have been joy. There are more outside, Wednesday said. Enid the forest. Enid's eyes blazed. The werewolves? They'll answer your call. Enid didn't hesitate. She ran to the nearest window, threw it open, and howled, a long, piercing cry that cut through the chaos and echoed across the grounds. From the forest, other howls answered. Harry followed Wednesday down the back stairs, through the kitchen, and out into the gardens. The scene outside was worse than inside. Bodies littered the lawn, not dead, mostly, but unconscious, injured, or trapped in the grip of plants that showed no signs of releasing them. The hedge that Harry had always thought was just a hedge had grown thorns the size of swords and was impaling anyone who came too close. The roses were spitting venom. And the thing in the pond, Harry had never known there was a thing in the pond, had surfaced and was dragging a screaming Death Eater beneath the water. There! Wednesday pointed. A group of Death Eaters had broken through the defenses, the strongest of them, the ones with the most powerful magic. Harry recognized the wild-haired woman from his nightmares, the one who looked at Voldemort with desperate adoration. Bellatrix Lestrange. She was heading for the mansion, her wand raised, curses flying from its tip like bullets. Harry, Wednesday said, stay behind me. No. This isn't training. This is real. If you get hit by a killing curse, then I die. Harry stepped past her, his sword raised. But I'm not hiding anymore. He walked toward Bellatrix. Bellatrix saw him coming. The boy who lived, was walking across the lawn toward her, a sword in his hand, his green eyes glowing in the darkness. He wasn't running. He wasn't hiding. He was walking. Casually. As if she wasn't one of the most dangerous witches in the world. Potter! Bellatrix screamed, laughing. Come to die! Harry didn't answer. He kept walking. Bellatrix raised her wand. Avada Kedavra! Green light shot toward Harry, but he moved. Not quickly, not desperately, but smoothly. Effortlessly. As if he had known exactly where the curse would go before she cast it. The killing curse hit the ground behind him, scorching the earth. Bellatrix's eyes widened. You miss, Harry said. Lucky. Try again. Bellatrix raised her wand, but before she could cast, something wrapped around her ankle. She looked down. A vine, not from the garden, but from somewhere deeper, somewhere darker, had coiled around her leg and was pulling her toward the earth. What? The ground, Harry said, belongs to the Addams family. Bellatrix screamed as the vine dragged her down, her wand falling from her hand, her curses turning to pleas. But the earth didn't care about pleas. The earth was hungry. And Bellatrix Lestrange disappeared beneath the soil. The battle lasted 2 more hours. By the time dawn broke over the Addams mansion, the Death Eaters were gone, fled, captured, or buried. Lucius Malfoy had escaped, disapparating just as Wednesday's sword reached his throat. But the others had not been so lucky. Harry stood in the middle of the lawn, his sword dripping with blood he didn't remember spilling, and looked at the destruction around him. The gardens were ruined. The hedge was on fire. The pond had gone still again, its occupants satisfied. Lurch was carrying bodies into the basement, not to bury them, Harry suspected, but to store them. The Addams family had plans for intruders. Plans that involved chains and dungeons and conversations that ended with screaming. Gomez walked up to Harry, his mustache singed, his suit torn, but his eyes bright. "My boy," Gomez said, pulling Harry into a crushing hug. "My brave, foolish, wonderful boy. You fought like an Addams." "I killed people," Harry whispered. "Did you?" "I don't know. I don't remember." Gomez pulled back and looked at Harry's face, at the blood on his hands, the emptiness in his eyes, the weight of something terrible settling onto his young shoulders. "Harry," Gomez said gently, "you defended your home. You protected your family. There is no shame in that. But the killing was necessary." Gomez's voice hardened. "They came to hurt you. To take you. To deliver you to a monster who wants to destroy everything you are. You had every right to fight back. Every right to survive." Harry looked down at his hands. The blood was still wet. He didn't know whose it was. Wednesday found him an hour later, sitting on the edge of the fountain in the courtyard. The water was red, not from blood, but from something the thing in the pond had dragged up. Harry didn't ask. "You're in shock," Wednesday said, sitting beside him. "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You're shaking." Harry looked at his hands. She was right. He couldn't stop trembling. "I've never—" He stopped. Started again. "I've never hurt anyone before. Not really. Not like this. You defended yourself." "I know. That doesn't make it easier." "No." Harry looked at her pale face, her dark eyes, the small cut on her cheek that she hadn't bothered to heal. "Does it ever get easier?" Wednesday was quiet for a long moment. "No," she said finally. "But you learned to carry it. The weight of what you've done. The knowledge that you survived and they didn't. You learned to carry it, and you learned to keep going. And if I don't want to carry it, then you give it to someone else." Wednesday took his hand, the bloody one, the one that had held the sword, and held it between both of hers. "That's what family is for. To carry what you can't." Harry leaned his head against her shoulder. She didn't pull away. They sat like that as the sun rose over the Addams mansion, painting the destruction in shades of gold and pink. The fires were out. The bodies were gone. And somewhere in the forest, the werewolves were howling their victory to the sky. "We won," Harry said. "Yes. But they'll come back." "Yes. And next time," Wednesday said, "we'll be ready." Harry closed his eyes. He thought about Bellatrix Lestrange, disappearing beneath the earth. He thought about the sword in his hand, the blood on his hands, the lives he had taken to protect the people he loved. He didn't feel proud. He didn't feel guilty. He just felt different. Like something had changed inside him. Something that could never be changed back. Gomez Addams stood at the window of his study, looking down at the courtyard where Harry and Wednesday sat together. Morticia stood beside him, her hand on his arm. "He's not the same boy who came to us," Morticia said. "No," Gomez agreed. "He's something else now. Something dangerous. Something wonderful." Gomez turned to face his wife. "He fought tonight, Tish. Not just with the sword, with his heart." He stood in front of Wednesday. He walked toward Bellatrix Lestrange without flinching. He protected this family as if he had been born to it. Because he has been. Morticia's dark eyes were soft. "He's an Addams, Gomez. Not by blood. But by choice." Gomez nodded. He walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a stack of parchment, legal documents, ancient contracts, magic that predated the Ministry of Magic by centuries. "It's time," Gomez said. "Time to make it official." Morticia smiled. I'll prepare the ritual, she said. End of chapter 15. Hashtag chapter 16. Harry unlocks ancient magic. The week after the siege was quiet. Too quiet. Harry walked through the halls of the Addams mansion like a ghost, his footsteps echoing on the stone floors, his mind replaying the battle over and over. The sword swings. The curses. The blood on his hands that he couldn't seem to wash off no matter how many times he scrubbed. Wednesday watched him from doorways and windows, her dark eyes tracking his every movement. She didn't speak, she never did when words were useless, but her presence was a constant, a reminder that he wasn't alone. Enid tried to help in her own way, baking cookies, leaving notes under his door, sitting with him in silence when words failed. But Harry could see the worry in her eyes, the fear that he was slipping away into a darkness she couldn't follow. And then, on the 8th day, something changed. Harry was in the library, staring at a book he hadn't turned a page in for hours, when his scar erupted with pain. Not the usual burn, this was different. Sharper. More focused. Like a needle being driven into his skull. He gasped, dropping the book, and Wednesday was there. She was always there, catching him before he fell. "What is it?" she demanded. "Voldemort. He's doing something. A ritual. I can see." The vision hit him like a wave. Voldemort stood in a chamber deep beneath the earth, surrounded by candles that burned with black flame. In front of him was a basin filled with liquid silver, memory, Harry realized. Pensive memory, asterisk. Asterisk, but this was not a pensive. This was something else. Something older, asterisk. Asterisk. "Come," Voldemort whispered, and his voice echoed through the chamber, through the connection, through Harry's scar. "Come and see." Asterisk. Asterisk. Harry tried to pull back, but he couldn't. The vision held him captive, forced him to watch as Voldemort reached into the basin and pulled out a strand of memory, silver and glowing, alive. Asterisk. Asterisk. "The night your parents died," Voldemort said. "You've never seen it, have you? Never known what really happened." Asterisk. Asterisk. Harry wanted to look away. Wanted to scream. But the vision pulled him closer, closer, until he was inside the memory. Standing in a cottage in Godric's Hollow, watching a younger Voldemort climb the stairs. Asterisk. Asterisk. "Lily," the younger Voldemort said. "Step aside, silly girl." Asterisk. Asterisk. "Not Harry. Please, not Harry." Asterisk. Asterisk. "Step aside." Asterisk. "Take me instead." Green light. Screaming. Asterisk. And then Harry saw himself. A baby in a crib, crying, as the killing curse rebounded and struck Voldemort instead. The Dark Lord's body fell. The baby's scar split open, bleeding dark magic. Asterisk. And something else, something Harry had never noticed before. Asterisk. A thread of golden light, connecting the baby's chest to the earth beneath the cottage. To something buried deep in the soil. To something old. Asterisk. Ancient. Alive. Asterisk. "You see it now," Voldemort said, pulling Harry out of the memory. "The magic that saved you. Not love, as Dumbledore believed. Something else. Something you inherited from a bloodline even older than the Potters." Asterisk. Harry's heart pounded. Asterisk. "The Addams family recognized it," Voldemort continued. "That's why they took you in. Not out of kindness, out of hunger. They want what's inside you, Harry. The same thing I want." Asterisk. Asterisk. "What?" Harry's voice was barely a whisper. Asterisk. Asterisk. "Power," Voldemort said. "Ancient power. Death magic. The kind that can raise the dead and bind the living and reshape the world." He smiled, a terrible, serpentine smile. "The kind that flows through your veins even now." Asterisk. Harry woke on the floor of the library, Wednesday's hand on his forehead, Enid's voice calling his name from somewhere far away. "He's burning up." Wednesday said. His temperature. The magic, Harry gasped. I can feel it. It's waking up. Enid's eyes widened. What magic? Harry pushed himself up, his body trembling, his scar throbbing. The library looked different now, not just a room full of books, but a space filled with threads of energy, golden, silver, and black, weaving through the air like spiderwebs. I can see things, Harry said. Magic. The way it moves. The way it connects. Harry, Wednesday said slowly. What did Voldemort show you? Harry told them. About the memory. About the golden thread. About the ancient power that flowed through his blood, not from the Potters, not from his mother's sacrifice, but from something older. Something that had been buried in his family line for generations, waiting for the right moment to awaken. The Dursleys, Harry said. They weren't just abusing me. They were suppressing the magic. The fear, the pain, the isolation, it kept the power asleep. Kept me weak. And now? Enid asked. Harry looked at his hands. The blood was gone. He had washed it away days ago, but something else was there now. A faint glow, barely visible, pulsing beneath his skin. No, Harry said. It's waking up. Morticia examined him in the study, her dark eyes thoughtful, her fingers tracing the lines of magic that Harry could now see swirling around his body. This is old magic, Morticia said. Older than Hogwarts. Older than the Ministry. Older than almost anything in the wizarding world. How old? Harry asked. Millennia. The Addams family has traces of it. That's why we're different, why we've survived when so many other dark families have faded. But you, she pressed her palm against his chest. You have more of it than anyone I've ever seen. Voldemort wants it. Of course he does. With this power, he could achieve true immortality. Not the fractured half-life of Horcruxes, something real. Something permanent. Harry's stomach turned. Can he take it from me? I don't know. Morticia's face was grave. The magic is tied to your bloodline, your soul, your very existence. Taking it might require killing you. And if he kills me? Then the magic dies with you. Harry looked down at his hands, at the faint glow, the pulsing light, the power that had been sleeping inside him for 10 years. So I'm a weapon, he said quietly. A weapon Voldemort wants, and a weapon Dumbledore wants, and a weapon everyone wants to control. No. Morticia cupped his face in her hands. You're a child, Harry. A child who has been given an incredible gift, and an incredible burden. What you do with it is your choice. No one else's. Harry leaned into her touch. For a moment, just a moment, he let himself be small. Let himself be the boy who had been locked in a cupboard, the boy who had never asked for any of this, the boy who just wanted to be safe and loved and normal. But he wasn't normal. He had never been normal. And maybe, just maybe, that was okay. Wednesday found him in the garden that night, sitting beneath the tree where the roses used to grow before the siege. How are you feeling? She asked, sitting beside him. Strange. Like there's something inside me that wasn't there before. Or maybe it was always there, and I'm only now noticing. The magic. Yes. Wednesday was quiet for a moment. Then she said, My mother has magic like that. Not as strong as yours, but similar. She can feel death. Sense when someone is about to die, or has just died. It's why she's so calm at funerals. Can you? No. The gift skipped me. Wednesday's voice was flat, but Harry heard something beneath it, disappointment maybe. Or relief. Pugsley has a little. Thing has more. But none of us have what you have. Harry turned to look at her. In the moonlight, Wednesday's face was pale, almost translucent, her dark hair blending into the shadows behind her. She looked like something out of a story, a guardian spirit, a dark angel, a girl who had chosen to stand beside him even when the world was burning. What if I can't control it? Harry asked. What if the magic takes over? What if I become a monster? Then you become a monster. Wednesday's voice was calm. And I'll be there with you. That's not comforting. It's honest. Harry laughed, a hollow, broken sound. You're impossible. And you're glowing. Harry looked down. He was glowing, a soft, golden light emanating from his chest, spreading through his veins, illuminating the garden around them. The roses, the ones that had been destroyed in the siege, were growing back. Buds forming, petals opening, flowers blooming in colors he had never seen before. The magic, Wednesday said. You're healing the garden. I didn't mean to. But you did. Harry stared at the roses, at the life he had called back from destruction, and felt something shift inside him. Not fear. Not wonder. Something in between. This is who I am, he thought. This is what I can do. The glow faded. The roses remained. And Harry Potter, for the first time in his life, stopped being afraid of his own shadow. The next morning, Gomez called a family meeting. They gathered in the sitting room, Gomez and Morticia, Wednesday and Pugsley, Enid and Lurch and Thing. Harry sat in the center, surrounded by the people who had become his family, and waited. Harry's magic has awakened, Gomez said. Not just the wizard magic, the old magic. The death magic. The power that flows through the oldest bloodlines in the world. What does that mean for him? Enid asked. It means he's stronger than he was. More dangerous. But it also means… Gomez hesitated. It means Voldemort will want him even more. The Horcrux inside Harry's scar is one thing. This magic is something else entirely. How do we protect him? Pugsley asked. We don't, Morticia said. We teach him to protect himself. She stood up and walked to a cabinet in the corner of the room. From it, she pulled out a book, old, bound in leather that might have been human skin, with a lock that seemed to be made of bone. This is the Grimoire of the Ancients, Morticia said. It contains the oldest magic known to our family, spells and rituals that predate wands, predate spoken language, predate humanity itself. Harry, I'm going to teach you to read it. Harry stared at the book. It was beautiful and terrifying, pulsing with an energy that made his scar tingle. Can I touch it? He asked. Morticia held it out to him. Harry reached for the book, and the moment his fingers touched the cover, the lock clicked open. Pages flipped on their own, settling on a passage written in a language Harry didn't know but somehow understood. The magic of death is not the magic of destruction, the passage read. Asterisk, it is the magic of transition, of endings and beginnings, of what was and what will be. Those who wield it are either good nor evil. They are simply necessary. Asterisk. I can read it, Harry whispered. The book chose you, Morticia said. That's never happened before. Not in all the centuries my family has owned it. Harry looked up at her, at the family that had saved him, that had trained him, that had stood beside him when the Death Eaters came. I'll learn, Harry said. I'll learn everything. And when Voldemort comes for me again. When Voldemort comes for you again. Wednesday interrupted. You'll be ready. Harry nodded. And somewhere deep inside him, the ancient magic stirred, awake now, aware, waiting for the battle to come. End of chapter 16. ## chapter 17, Enid's breaking point. The nightmares had stopped. Not because Voldemort had stopped trying to reach Harry. The Dark Lord's presence was still there, a constant pressure at the edge of his consciousness. But because Harry had learned to build walls. The Grimoire of the Ancients had taught him techniques, mental exercises that locked the Horcrux away in a cage of golden light. But Harry wasn't the only one having nightmares. Enid had started screaming in her sleep. The first time it happened, Wednesday was the one who heard her. It was 3 a.m, the moon full and bright outside the windows of Nevermore, and the sound that cut through the silence was raw. Animal. Enid was thrashing in her bed, her claws extended, her teeth sharp, her body caught between human and wolf. Wednesday shook her awake. Enid's eyes flew open, yellow. Feral, terrified, and for a terrible moment, Wednesday thought she was going to attack. But then Enid saw her. Recognized her. and the fight drained out of her body like water from a cracked vessel. The hide, Enid whispered. It's getting closer. The hide has been getting closer for weeks. No. Enid shook her head, her rainbow hair tangled and damp with sweat. Not like this. Before it was curious. Watching. Trying to understand what Harry is. But now. She swallowed hard. Now it's hungry. And it knows we're weak. We're not weak. We almost died in the siege Wednesday. Harry almost died. And the hide, it smelled the blood. It smelled the fear. And it realized that we're not invincible. Wednesday was silent for a moment. Then she said, What do you want me to do? I don't know. Enid's voice cracked. I don't know how to fight something that's been hunting for 300 years. I don't know how to protect anyone when I can't even protect myself from my own nightmares. Wednesday sat on the edge of Enid's bed. You're a werewolf, Wednesday said. Not fully, not yet. But the wolf is inside you waiting. And wolves are not prey, Enid. Wolves are hunters. What if I'm not a good hunter? Then you learn. The second time Enid screamed, Harry heard her. He ran from his room to hers, the sword Wednesday had given him clutched in his hand, his heart pounding. But when he burst through the door, there was no hide. No Death Eaters. No threat at all except the ones inside Enid's head. She was sitting up in bed, her face pale, her eyes wide. Harry, she said. I saw you die. Harry lowered the sword. What? In the dream. The hide, it got you. Ripped your throat out. And I couldn't move. I couldn't save you. I just stood there and watched. Harry walked to her bed and sat down beside her. It was just a dream, he said. Was it? Enid's voice was hollow. The hide can see the future. Everyone knows that. It's been hunting for 300 years because it knows where its prey will be before they do. Harry had no answer for that. He sat with Enid until dawn, his sword across his knees, watching the shadows for movement. She didn't sleep again that night, but she didn't scream again either. The breaking point came on a Tuesday. Harry, Wednesday, and Enid were walking back from the library, discussing the grimoire and its secrets, when the air around them changed. It grew heavier. Colder. The torches lining the corridor flickered and died. And then they heard it. Breathing. Not human breathing, something deeper, something that rattled in its chest like stones grinding together. The hide had come inside. Run, Enid whispered. Where? Wednesday's voice was calm, but her hand had moved to the sword at her hip. Anywhere. Away from here. Away from. The hide emerged from the shadows at the end of the corridor. It was massive, larger than Harry had imagined, larger than any creature should be. Its skin was gray and cracked, like old stone, and its eyes were pits of absolute darkness. Its mouth hung open, revealing rows of teeth that curved inward like fish hooks. And it was looking at Harry. Harry Potter, the hide said. Its voice was like rocks falling down a well. The boy with the old magic. The boy who tastes like death. Harry raised his sword. Stay back. I've been watching you. The hide continued, taking a step forward. Watching you train. Watching you fight. Watching you grow. And I've decided. It smiled. That I want to eat you. The hide lunged. Harry swung his sword, but the blade passed through the hide's body like smoke, doing no damage. The creature laughed, a horrible grinding sound, and swiped at Harry with claws that could tear through steel. He dove to the side, rolling across the stone floor, but the claws caught his shoulder, just a scratch, but the pain was blinding. Blood welled up, hot and red, and the hide's eyes fixated on it. Blood, the hide breathed. Sweet blood. Wednesday attacked from behind, her sword slicing through the hide's back, but again, the blade passed through without effect. The hide wasn't solid. It was something else. Something that couldn't be cut or stabbed or killed. Physical weapons don't work, Wednesday said, her voice tight. Then what does? Harry gasped. Before anyone could answer, Enid stepped forward. Her body was changing, not slowly, the way it usually did during the full moon, but rapidly, violently. Bones cracked. Muscles tore and reformed. Fur sprouted from her skin, and her face elongated into a snout, and her hands became claws. The wolf had come out. Not Enid's wolf, something else. Something wilder. Something that had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Enid, Harry said. Don't. But it was too late. The wolf that had been Enid Sinclair launched itself at the hide. The battle was brutal. The wolf was faster than the hide, stronger, more ferocious. It tore into the creature's shadow flesh with teeth and claws, ripping chunks of darkness from its body. The hide screamed, a sound that shattered windows and cracked stones, and tried to retreat. But the wolf wouldn't let it. Enid, or whatever Enid had become, pursued the hide through the corridors of Nevermore, driving it back toward the forest. Harry and Wednesday ran after her, swords raised, hearts pounding. They reached the tree line just as the wolf caught the hide's throat. You can't kill me, the hide hissed. I am eternal. I am. The wolf bit down. And the hide dissolved into smoke. Not died, it couldn't die, not really, but retreated. Fled. Disappeared into the forest like a shadow fleeing the dawn. The wolf stood at the edge of the trees, its chest heaving, its muzzle dripping with darkness. And then, slowly, it began to change back. Bones reknit. Fur receded. The massive body shrank and shifted until Enid Sinclair, small, fragile, human Enid, collapsed onto the grass. Harry reached her first. Enid! Enid, can you hear me? Her eyes fluttered open. They were human again, blue and tired and filled with tears. Did I? She whispered. Did I hurt anyone? No, Wednesday said, kneeling beside her. You saved us. The hide is gone. For now. Enid closed her eyes. I've never done that before. Changed outside the full moon. I didn't know I could. The wolf came out to protect the pack, Wednesday said. That's what wolves do. Enid opened her eyes and looked at Harry. I couldn't let it hurt you, she said. I couldn't. You're my. She stopped. Swallowed. You're my best friend. My brother. My family. And I would rather die than let anything take you from me. Harry's throat tightened. He pulled Enid into a hug, not careful, not gentle, but fierce and desperate and full of everything he couldn't say. Thank you, he whispered into her hair. Thank you for saving me. Enid hugged him back. And in the darkness of the forest, something watched them, something ancient and hungry and afraid. The hide had learned something tonight. The wolf was awake. And protecting Harry Potter would cost more than anyone had imagined. They carried Enid back to the mansion. Lurch met them at the door, his face concerned, and carried her up to her room without a word. Morticia followed with bandages and potions, her dark eyes sad. She pushed herself too far, Morticia said. Changing outside the full moon takes a toll. She'll need rest. Weeks, maybe. But she'll be okay? Harry asked. She'll be okay. Morticia touched his cheek. Thanks to you. Thanks to her. She saved us. She saved you because you're worth saving, Harry. Never forget that. Harry nodded. He sat beside Enid's bed as she slept, watching her chest rise and fall, listening to her breathing. Wednesday sat on the other side, her sword across her lap, her eyes fixed on the door. You should sleep, Wednesday said. I can't. Neither can I. They sat in silence, watching over the girl who had become a wolf to save them, and thought about what came next. The hide wasn't dead. It would be back. And next time, it would be prepared. Enid woke 3 days later. Harry was there, as he had been every moment he wasn't in class or training. Wednesday was there too, pretending to read a book but really watching Enid's face for any sign of waking. You look terrible, Enid said, her voice hoarse. Harry laughed, a broken, relieved sound. You're the one who almost died. Almost. Keyword. Enid tried to sit up, winced, and lay back down. What happened? I remember the hide. And the wolf. And then. You saved us, Wednesday said. You became the wolf and drove the hide into the forest. I don't remember that part. Probably for the best. Enid looked at Harry. Are you okay? It didn't hurt you? I'm fine. A scratch. Nothing. The hide scratched you? Enid's eyes widened. Those claws are poisonous. You need. Already healed. Harry held up his arm. The scratch was gone, replaced by a thin white scar. The ancient magic. It protects me. Enid stared at him for a long moment. Then she started to cry. Not quiet tears, ugly, messy, sobbing tears that shook her whole body. Harry pulled her into a hug, and Wednesday, after a moment's hesitation, placed her hand on Enid's shoulder. I was so scared. Enid gasped. I thought I was going to lose you. Both of you. I thought. You didn't lose us, Harry said. We're here. We're not going anywhere. The hide is still out there. And we'll deal with it. Together. Enid pulled back, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. You promise? Harry looked at Wednesday. Wednesday nodded. I promise, Harry said. That night, Harry wrote a letter to Hermione Granger. He told her about the hide, about Enid's transformation, about the ancient magic that was waking up inside him. He didn't tell her everything. Some things were too dangerous to put on paper, but he told her enough. I don't know if I'm going to survive this, he wrote. But for the first time, I think I might. He sealed the letter and gave it to Thing. Then he walked to Enid's room, knocked on the door, and sat with her until she fell asleep. The wolf was awake now. And so was something inside Harry. Something that had been waiting for a very long time. End of chapter 17. ## chapter 18. Dumbledore faces Wednesday. The old wizard arrived alone. No Hogwarts delegation this time. No ministry officials. No cameras or witnesses. Just Albus Dumbledore, standing at the gates of Nevermore Academy in the grey light of dawn, his purple robes damp with dew, his face lined with exhaustion and something that looked almost like fear. Harry watched him from the window of the common room. He came back, Harry said. Of course he did. Wednesday stood beside him, her arms crossed, her expression unreadable. He's desperate. The Ministry is losing control. Voldemort is gaining power. And you, she glanced at him. You're the only thing that can save the world he's spent a century building. I don't want to save his world. Then don't. Harry turned away from the window. Weems is letting him in. She has no choice. He's the headmaster of Hogwarts. Refusing him entry would be an act of war. Wednesday's voice was flat. But he won't get past the front hall. Not if I have anything to say about it. Wednesday. I'm not letting him manipulate you again, Harry. Not while I'm alive. She walked toward the door. Harry followed. Dumbledore was waiting in the front hall, his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes scanning the portraits on the walls. The paintings whispered to each other as he passed, their subjects leaning out of their frames to get a better look at the famous wizard. When he saw Harry, his face lit up, a genuine smile, warm and welcoming, the smile of a grandfather greeting a beloved grandchild. Harry, Dumbledore said. Thank you for seeing me. I didn't agree to see you, Harry said. Wednesday did. Dumbledore's smile flickered. Ah, Miss Addams. He turned to face her. I've heard a great deal about you. Your mother and I were never friends. Wednesday interrupted. She told me. You tried to recruit her for the Order of the Phoenix. She refused. You called her selfish. She called you a manipulative old man who sacrifices children for the greater good. Dumbledore's face went pale. I never. You did. Wednesday stepped forward, her dark eyes boring into his. My mother doesn't lie. She doesn't exaggerate. And she doesn't forget. The silence stretched between them, heavy and cold. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Is this true? Do you believe that I sacrificed children? Harry thought about the cupboard. The letters. The welfare reports that had described his bruises and done nothing. I believe, Harry said slowly, that you did what you thought was right. But what you thought was right nearly killed me. And you don't get to ask for my trust just because you're sorry now. Dumbledore's shoulders sagged. He looked old, Harry realized. Older than he had looked at their first meeting. The famous twinkle in his blue eyes was gone, replaced by something that looked like grief. I came here to apologize, Dumbledore said. Truly apologize. Not with words, with actions. I want to make things right. How? Wednesday demanded. The blood wards are gone. Harry is no longer bound to Privet Drive. The Dursleys have been dealt with. Harry's heart skipped. Dealt with how? The Ministry arrested them last week. Petunia and Vernon Dursley are in Azkaban, awaiting trial for child abuse. Dudley has been placed with a foster family, a good one this time. One that will actually care for him. Harry stared at Dumbledore. He had dreamed of this, of the Dursleys paying for what they had done, of someone finally believing him, of justice being served. But now that it had happened, he didn't feel satisfied. He didn't feel relieved. He just felt tired. It doesn't change anything, Harry said. They hurt me for 10 years. Putting them in prison doesn't undo that. No, Dumbledore agreed. It doesn't. But it's a start. Why are you really here? Wednesday asked. Not to apologize. Not to deliver news about the Dursleys. What do you want? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I want Harry to come to Hogwarts. No. Not as the boy who lived. Not as a weapon or a symbol or a tool. As a student. As a child who deserves an education and a chance to make friends and a future that isn't defined by prophecy and war. He has all those things here, Wednesday said. He has isolation. He has a family that loves him, I don't deny that, but he doesn't have peers. He doesn't have other witches and wizards his own age who can help him learn to control his magic. He doesn't have. He has Hermione. Dumbledore blinked. Granger? We write to each other. Every week. She sends me books and tells me about her classes and asks me questions about the ancient magic. Harry's voice was steady. I have more friends now than I ever had at Privet Drive. I don't need Hogwarts to give me that. Harry. Professor Dumbledore. Harry stepped forward, his green eyes locked onto the old wizard's blue ones. I understand why you did what you did. I understand that you thought you were protecting me. But you were wrong. And I can't trust you. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Dumbledore's face crumbled. Then what can I do? He asked. How can I earn your trust? Harry looked at Wednesday. She nodded. Leave, Harry said. Go back to Hogwarts. Fight Voldemort. Protect the students who are still there. And when the war is over, when you've proven that you care about more than just the greater good, then maybe we can talk. Dumbledore stared at him for a long moment. Then he bowed his head. You've grown, Harry, he said quietly. More than I ever expected. More than I ever dared to hope. I had to, Harry said. No one else was going to save me. Dumbledore left as quietly as he had come. Harry watched from the window as the old wizard walked down the path toward the gates, his purple robes dragging in the mud, his shoulders hunched against the wind. He's broken, Harry said. Good, Wednesday replied. That's not. I don't want him broken. I just want him to understand. Maybe he does now. Wednesday stood beside him, her shoulder almost touching his. Maybe that's why he looks so old. Harry nodded slowly. He thought about the Dursleys, in Azkaban, finally facing consequences for their cruelty. He thought about Dudley, alone in a foster home, learning what it felt like to be unwanted. He thought about Dumbledore, walking away into the rain, carrying the weight of a decade of mistakes. And he thought about himself. About the boy who had lived in a cupboard. About the wizard who was learning to control ancient magic. About the almost Addams who had found a family that chose him. I'm not broken, Harry said. No, Wednesday agreed. You're not. She reached out and took his hand. They stood together in the window, watching the rain wash the old wizard's footprints away, and said nothing. That night Harry received an owl. Not from Hermione, from Draco Malfoy. The letter was shorter than the last one, the handwriting shakier. Potter. My father is afraid. Not of the Dark Lord, of you. Of what you're becoming. He won't tell me why, but I've heard him talking to Mother. He says the Addams family has awakened something in you. Something that shouldn't have been awakened. Be careful. The Dark Lord is planning something. A ritual. He thinks he can take your power without killing you. Don't let him. D.M. Harry read the letter twice, then handed it to Wednesday. She read it once, her expression unchanged. Draco Malfoy, Wednesday said, is either becoming a spy or setting a trap. Which do you think? I don't know yet. She folded the letter and tucked it into her pocket. But we'll find out. Harry looked out the window at the dark forest. Somewhere out there, the Hyde was waiting. Somewhere across the ocean, Voldemort was planning. And somewhere in the middle, caught between light and darkness and ancient magic, Harry Potter was trying to figure out who he wanted to be. I'm not going to let him take my power, Harry said. Not Voldemort. Not Dumbledore. Not anyone. No, Wednesday said. You're not. She touched his shoulder, a brief, almost gentle gesture, and walked away. Harry stayed at the window, watching the rain, and thought about the future. It was coming faster than he was ready for. But he wasn't alone. And that made all the difference. End of chapter 18. Thank you.